Welcome back, guys. Hope you're doing great. And in this video, I'm going to show you a full stack project which we are talking about, which is nothing but the used vehicles, where the user can sell their used vehicles in order to, just to sell their used vehicles like cars or bikes, whatever it is, right? So this is the landing page where you can see the complete UI of the landing page, which is completely responsive, right? So which is completely responsive. And we having this two screens. One is for the admin view. So basically this is my ID and that's my admin. And I do have this another view, which is currently we didn't log in, right? So if you check it out, even if the user not logged in, they can access the vehicles, that the user can able to see the complete vehicles informations, right? So we having this awesome filtering sections where the user can filter the record based on the different categories, and we have the different makes, states, voice filter, and district wise. Once the user choose the state, he can able to choose the district wise, and he can able to choose the what vehicles that they're looking for, cars or bikes, or the category wise. And the reports: low mileage, no accident, single owner, two owners, multiple filter options are there. And we do have the dual sliders. Price for the prices filter, we do have dual sliders. For instance, let's say if I wish to bring the price which from less than 1,20,000 something, so I can filter the record and it will update the record. So it's taking some time to update because of my network slow. Network is slow for the time being, so that's the reason it is taking some time, but it will work perfectly, right? And if I arrange it, if I expand it, it will brings back the again it will brings back that data instantly over here. And if I wish to clear the filters, all I have to do is to click the clear button. It will instantly clear the entire filter button. And the user needs to log in or authenticate in order to mark this particular thing as a favorite one, right? So if I click login, he can able to authenticate himself with a Gmail, Google, or he can give any email address. For instance, I can copy this and I can supply it, and I can click continue. Okay, so it is saying could not find an account, so I need to click sign up, and I need to click it, and I need to create a password. All right, so I can give a well, and you can see the password requirements also fulfilled, and I need to click continue, and that is going to give me a verification email. All I have to do is to get back over here, refresh the mail. So that is going to bring the okay, so I'll get a mail from here, and I need to copy this, and I need to get back over here, and I need to paste it, and it is going to say the verification code matches, and it is successfully authenticated. So the user can now we can see the avatar, the default avatar image over here, right? So, and if I wish to log out, I can simply log out from here. All these are seamlessly managed by Clerk Authentications, right? And now, like if I click the contact, where I can see the contacts over here, and if the user wish to create a new vehicle, all he has to get to the dashboard, right? And he can new user data will be created, and click into the vehicles. And currently there is no new vehicle over here. He just have to click add new, and there he can have a complete form where he can able to create a new vehicle. For instance, let me create KTM, and model it's going to be Duke 200. Choose a different date when it has been purchased, and the price is going to be 2 lakhs. Choose the category bikes. I'm going to choose it's going to be sport bike. So this is basically a combo box where the user can search for the data, and he can filter the data by typing it, and give the locations and manual, and it's going to be petrol, and what is the mileage, which is going to be 24,000 kilometers, and state, which is going to be Tamil Nadu, and it's going to be Madurai. And you can see when I choose the state only, I should be able to choose the district, and the postal code is automatically updated whenever you're choosing the state, right? Actually, for this you need to use a real-time API from the Google Places API, but we are using some dummy data over here. And the reports, basically it is going to be no accident reports or multiple owners or two owners, whatever it is, which is in case it's going to be single owner, right? And this basically it helps us to drag and drop features are available over here. All you have to do is to bring the image and drop it inside in it. Okay, So for instance, this is the bike which I need to bring. So I don't have that specific bike right now in my hand. So I'm just going to bring it and drop it inside. So the file will start uploading. It's having the custom uploading option, and we are using the Firebase to upload the data into our the cloud, right? Then we can bring the multiple images upload options as well as, so we can choose multiple images, right? And I can bring all those images inside in a single click. Just click it and drop it. All the 5 images will be seamlessly uploaded differently, and once all the images are being successfully uploaded, it will be get back over here, and you can simply delete the image which you don't want it. That's it. Instantly that image will be removed, and even you can keep on adding the images just by yourself. Once all these images and all these things are updated, all you have to do is to click this create vehicle. So it is going to create a new data, and you can see it is being successfully created, and by default it will keep the status as pending. User can't do anything, so this status will be in the pending state, right? Once the status it's been updated, and you should get the push notification that it says your vehicle KTM Duke has been submitted for review. You can see it's having the push notifications also, and you can mark this notification. Either you can delete it, or you can simply mark it as read. If I click this, it will be marked as a readed one now, right? Just click it. Now you can see that is the color changes on this, and you can able to see now it is changed it into readed. So this is completely happening, and just by clicking it, we are having this push notification which is working seamlessly, right? So now in order to change this pending state, I need to get into my admin account, just refresh it. Let me get into my dashboard, and let me get into the vehicle sections. All right. So here currently I can see only my vehicle which I created by this account. But if I wish to see all the vehicles, so you can see I'm the myself, this particular account is the admin, right? And I can see this button, but the user can't see this button. And I can see I do have a notification which is nothing but a new vehicle KTM Duke has been submitted for review by the user anonymous. We don't know that user because we just use the temp email and it's showing that anonymous user, right? So we have a new notification. So I can expand it. So I can see the new vehicle which is created by this specific user, right? KTM Duke, this is the one. So I can view this vehicle, open it. So I can see all the informations, whether it is properly based on our criteria and all those things. And I can simply update the status, approve or reject it. For instance, if I choose approve, it is going to approve this. And once it is approved, it's going to send it's going to push a notification. So user just have to open the site, and you can see a new notification is there, which is an unread message, and you can see your vehicle KTM Duke status has been updated to approve, which in case it is approved instantly. Only if the vehicle has been approved, you can see that specific vehicle on the vehicles page. So the user can able to see that vehicles in the vehicles page. See, this specific user created that way or that particular thing. And if you wish to mark this as a favorites one, all you have to do is to just click this. So that will be marked as a favorite one. See, added to the favorite vehicles, right? And we have the contact UI, and this is all that we have to do in the project part 1. So if I click this over here, it is going to bring that open that specific vehicle, and it is going to bring that data over here. See, so now we are calculating the view of that specific vehicle as well as. So every time whenever the user logs in, it will uniquely calculate the vehicle views as well as, right? For that particular user, for that particular vehicle ID, it is calculating the view of that specific vehicle as well as, right? So these are the things. And now when the user clicks this, so basically what we have to do is we just have to start the inquiry, right? But due to the time constraint, we haven't finished it in the part 1, so we break it into the part 2. So for the part 2, what we have to do is when you click this, it is going to open the chat room where the user can directly communicate with that owner. So he can communicate with him, and the price he can just talk to him, right? So they can communicate with each other and they can make the sales, right? Or they can get to know about each other, the vehicles. So what are the things about the vehicles and all those things, then they can contact directly and they can make the sales and everything. right? This is the thing. This is what we are planning to do in the part 2, and along with that we need to do the dashboard overview analytics as well as. So we can't finish it completely in the 12 hours, so we break it into 2 different parts. And in the next part we are going to bring the dashboard overview, and we have to bring the contact. We need to save this, whoever contacting us, we need to save it, and we can able to see it in the dashboard contacts as well. So these are the things that we need to do the part 2. So if you're looking for the part 2 as soon as possible, so help me to reach this video. Yeah, support me to reach this video as soon as possible, like 10K views in a week. So I will help you. I will drop the project part 2 as soon as possible, right? So without wasting your time, let's jump into the video. All right then, so now what we have to do is we have to open the browser and search for github.com. So please make sure that you do already have a GitHub account. So in this case, I'm going to create a new repository for our project, and I'm going to name that project as Next.js full stack used vehicles Prisma Mogodb, something like this, right? And in this case, I'm going to keep this repository as a private repository, and then just create a new repository. Don't need to add anything else, because rest of the things will be downloaded along with your Next.js application. So click create repository, and there we go. So now we do have our repository over here. So now what we need to do, I need to clone this project folder in my local directory. So I'm going to copy this, then I'm going to open the terminal. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. So make sure that you are in a desired location. In this case, I'm going to keep it on my desktop, and here I'm going to clone this project. Git clone this particular project in the name of used vehicles full stack. Okay, used vehicle full stack. So this is the project folder that we are wish to create, and hit the enter. So that will be cloned in that exact location. Okay, so it appeared to be that we cloned an empty repository. That's fine. So now we need to jump into that used vehicle full stack. Yes, this is the one that we need to move into, and I'm going to open this on the Visual Studio Code. There we go. So now we have ourselves that project opened in the Visual Studio Code. So let me keep it on this side by side. Perfect. Okay, then let me make it a little bit bigger so you can see it much better. So in this, now we need to create a Next.js application. So search for Next.js and hit the enter over here. So click the get start option and go for the installations, and there you can find npx create next app at latest. So copy this, let us open it, and here I'm going to clear it, and I'm going to paste this, and then I'm going to bring all the project files in this exact location. So next create next app, npx create next app at latest / which is already opened up a specific project folder, right? We need to download everything in that exact location. So hit the enter. There we go. So now, of course, choose proceed, because we need to use the latest version. And would you like to use TypeScript? Yes, we are going to use the TypeScript. Would you like to use ESLint? For the time being, we just avoid it. Nope. And then would you like to use Tailwind CSS? Yes. And would you like to use source directory? Nope. App router? Yes. Import alias, keep it default. And there we go. So now it's installing all the dependencies on all the files exactly which was necessary for us. And the second most important thing that we are going to use is the Shadcn UI. So please search for ui.shadcn.com and click get started, and then go for installations, and there you can find different frameworks. In this case, we're going to use the Next.js. Click the Next.js, and then we need to initialize the Shadcn. All right, so copy this, use the npm, because in this case we are using the npm alone. Paste it, npm Shadcn at latest init. So hit the enter init. And in this case, I'm going to use the default one. So make sure that the framework, it's verified, otherwise it will be a problem for us. So New York, and I'm going to use the neutral itself. And would you like to use the variables for theming? Yes. So now that will be initializing the tailwind config.ts files and everything. So let's clear it. All right. And all these questions are being answered. And the next, what we need to do, we just need to install the buttons and everything, the components. Let's download it and use it directly into this folder. Now let's run this npm run dev, and there we go. So let's run this application on the localhost 3000. Let's bring it, and here we go, right? So if you get into the app, and there you can find the global.css. So basically you might wonder what are these variables and all these things. These are the variables which is generated by your Shadcn. So if in case if you wish to change the UI and the look and feel, all you have to do is to go to the Shadcn, go to the themes section, and there you can customize your theme, your own theme over here, which particular theme that you're looking into. So we are using this New York or default, whatever the styles that you wish want. You can just change the theme to blue or yellow or violet. In this case, I'm going to keep this as a blue theme, and if you wish to keep it in the light or dark, that's up to you. By default, you can choose what type of theme that you are willing to keep into it. Then all you have to do is to change, or once you finish customizing all these stuffs and everything, just go here, copy this code, copy it, and then get back over to your global.css. Just you have to update this layer at base over here, paste it. That's it. Once you change it, now if the button and everything will be changed to that specific color, the background color for this theming section, this particular theming section. All right, so this is how you can customize your themes and everything. All right, so let's stop the server. Okay, so we successfully created our Next.js application, and we successfully configured the Shadcn with it. And the next thing which we need to do is the Clerk Authentication, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is to open up your browser and search for clerk.com. There we go, and make sure that you are already signed in. So click here to sign in order to. Okay, so if you don't have, click sign up and create yourself an account. In this case, I'm going to log in myself with my account. There we go. Okay, then I'm going to create a new application. So create an application, and I'm going to change this application as the YouTube used vehicles full stack, something like this. Okay, so this is what the name it will be look into it. You should use the proper name conventions over there. Okay, but in this case, I'm going to keep it as simple as that. Okay, so over here, for the time being, we can leave it as just the user needs to log in with their Gmail account, and or they can use any temporary email address as well as. Okay, let's create an application, or maybe if you wish to choose any other options over here, you can feel free to change, enable this option. It will work perfectly. So click create application. There we go. All right, so here you can find the Next.js framework, and this is the packages, and this is the way that we need to integrate it with it. All right, so in order to do that, what you have to do is to let me close all these things and let me open the terminal and clear it. And over here, all I have to do is to choose this npm install clerk, install it. And next most important thing that we need to do is to create an environment variable, and then we need to add this file up. Okay, so all I have to do is to get over here, and in the root folder, I'm going to create a new file called .env, create that file, and then copy this and then paste it over here, save it, don't change anything, just close it. Once you finish that, get into the git ignore file and scroll all the way to the bottom, and right after here I need to ignore that .env file as well as, so save it. So now you might see this ds file and then env file, node modules, all the files are being ignored because it will not be uploaded in our cloud. So close it. Okay, and next I need to create this middleware.ts, which is really important. So copy this, oops, sorry, paste it. And this is the file which handles the session by the users and everything. This is the place where we protect our routes and all these things. Don't worry about it, we will do that later. So paste it over here, save it, close it, and scroll a little bit down, and we need to wrap the entire application with the Clerk provider. And in this case, we are using app router, and this is how you need to wrap your HTML code inside the Clerk provider, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this code from here, copy it. Let me go to the app and open the layout.tsx. close it. And all I have to do is to straight away right after here, I'm going to import that, and except the clerk provider, I'm going to delete every other imports. Then I'm going to cut this out, and I'm going to wrap the entire stuff inside the clerk provider, just like this. Save it. Then all I have to do is to make some customizations in our the names, the titles, and the descriptions. So basically this is going to be, the project is going to be the auto find, and this is the place where the user can find the ultimate marketplace for used vehicles. Save. That's the description it's going to be. And even if you wish to change the font styles and everything, you can just go on, because basically right now it is loading the local font, okay, which is coming from over here. If you wish to load any other fonts, you have to download the fonts in this specific format, and you have to load it in the exactly the same way. What is the font and what are the weights that need to be do, all these things. All right, perfect. Now I'm not going to change the local fonts. I'm going to keep it as it is because I'm not changing it. Okay, so now we wrap the entire applications. Okay, and now if I okay, so now let's run this application. So npm run dev, and let us refresh this, and now you can see the middleware is up and running, and env file is successfully loaded. Okay, and yep, there we go. So it has been loaded. So overall here it is using the clerk provider. Okay, it's using the clerk middleware. So basically the clerk middleware, every single route is an open route. If you wish to protect it, you have to make some customizations in your middleware, as I said, right? So let's go ahead and do that customizations in this case. Okay, so what we can do is, let's click the continue to Next.js guide, and you can see there is an options to make your custom routes and everything, and that you can find out about the clerk middleware over here. Clerk middleware makes all routes as a public. This step specifically for application of configure the clerk middleware. In order to protect all the routes, you have to configure this clerk middleware. Okay, so basically what we have to do is we have to protect the routes, only the dashboard routes, whatever the routes which is coming after the dashboards, we have to protect it, right? So here they just, what did they say is public routes, sign in and sign up. These are the public routes. If apart from the public routes, they're protecting every single routes, right? This is what they did over here, right? So you can either mention as the admin routes over here, and we can customize this. Okay, so what we can do is, let's do that right now, and let me click the middleware right over here, and all I'm going to do is to just copy this, and I need to create the route matcher. Oops, I missed the C. Okay, then this package is not being imported. Please import it. And these are all the public routes, right? Slash sign in, slash sign up, all these things. And all I have to do is to make sure right after here, or let me open, wait a second, let us open this. This is for public. Yeah, we can use this protected route instead of that, because we might have multiple routes. We can't keep track all those things. Just have to make sure the dashboard alone. I need to make sure dashboard slash dashboard, that's the protected route. That's alone. That's the protected route. You have to protect that particular route. Then right after here, open it. Okay, oops, I need to call a callback function over here, and I need to get the auth and the request. Right after here, I need to make sure that whether that particular is the request, which is the route which is coming through, that is inside the protected route or not. If is protected route of that request, then I need to make sure auth dot protect. I need to protect that route. And then I need to initialize the middleware. Okay, so that's the middleware they have created over here. So that is not necessary for us. Let's leave. This is the route. Okay, perfect. I think this will work. So let's check this out. We finished all configuring all these things. So let's check this out. So how can we check it out? So let's say if I search for /contact, we know that this page is haven't configured and it is not being created. But if I enter it, it might show the 404 error. You can see because that page is not there, which means it is a public route and it's going. And if I'm trying to go for dashboard, see, and if I hit the enter, and it is taking me to the sign-in page configured by the clerk route, because clerk custom route /sign-in, it is going to that application URL and it's loading the sign-in page, right? But we need to convert this into a local sign-in page with our custom domains. So let's do that later. And now the main point over here is the dashboard route is being protected now. Anyone who wants to access the dashboard route, he needs to be authenticated. That's the most important thing, right? Which means this route up and running, it's working perfectly, right? Now let's go ahead and create a custom setup for our sign-in page like this. Build your own sign-in and sign-up pages for your next app with the clerk. I just get back to the previous page and then I load it up over here. Now all I have to do is to create this custom setup for our sign in and sign up. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stop the server, and inside the app, so we do have this page.tsx, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete this. We don't need to keep the page.tsx over there, because what I'm going to do is in the Next.js, we do have a certain route grouping. So there is an option called route grouping, route groups, this one, route groups. And here you might wonder, there is a layout and we do have a group called marketing and shop. So if I wish to go into the about page of the marketing, all I have to do is to /about, that will go for the marketing and it will get into the about page of that. All right, so make sure that inside the each and every route should be a unique route when it comes to grouping. So this is helps us to group the route, and working in a very big project, it really helps us a lot. So when you're working with a group of layouts, multiple groups, each groups can carry a different layouts. Like a dashboard can have a different layout, and the home page can have a different layouts. So that really helps us to structure our entire website. So that's the most important thing. So in this case, I'm going to create a new group. Right click, group it. First group is going to be auth, and right click, new group, which is going to be dashboard. That's the second group, and make sure this matches this particular dashboard. That's the second group. And I'm going to create unmode default group, which is going to be the default routes. Apart from that, all the public routes will come into the routes page. Okay, that's the thing. And then now inside the routes page, what we have to do, we can keep our page.tsx file. Then here I can simply say sfc, let's say for the time being, let's say home page or something. Div here, let's keep it as the home page. Okay, so now if you run this server, it will load this, you will get the display text as the home page, right? So if you run this npm run dev, and if you refresh it, you might see that it's loading that slash, and you can see it is showing that home page, which means this component is up and rendered properly. Okay, so now all I have to do is to get back over here, get into the in the auth group. This is the place where we are going to create ourselves, right? So here inside the auth, again, I'm going to create one more group folders called routes. Okay, so inside the routes, what I'm going to do, I'm going to wrap all the sign in and sign up pages and everything inside the routes folder, because authentication can have its own layout, right? So all the routes which comes inside the authentication grouping should fall under that specific layout. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna create one more route inside this, which is going to be match this specific style. So right click new folder, right click the routes folder, not the auth, right click the routes folder and create a new folder and name that file folder as the sign, SIG and sign hyphen up. Then create one more folder inside the routes, name this as sign in. That's the folder structure you should create, sign up and then sign in. Then right click the sign in folder and create a new folder inside in it, like just like the exact same way. Open the square bracket, close it, open the square bracket, close it, and spread that, add 3 dots over there and then say sign in. This is the folder structure that they want to be created. So create it exactly in the same way. Then inside here, right click this and create a new folder called page.tsx. Page.tsx. Then all you have to do is to copy this and paste it over here. Perfect. Then stop the server, otherwise you will run into any issues over there. Then right click the sign up and create a new folder again, just like the same way. Open and close the square bracket, add 3 dots and then say sign up. Then right click this and create page.tsx. Please copy properly, sign up and sign in. Don't wrongfully save the file. Save it, sign up. And all I have to do is to scroll all the way to the bottom. So we already finished the middleware. And these are the 2 routes we need to be configured in our env file. So let's get into the env file. And right after here, I need to paste that. Okay, that's the place where I need to paste that env file. Right, so now let's get into it. So if I create a npm run dev and let me refresh this, you should be able to see the home page. And now if I get into the dashboard, right now I've been navigated to my local host and it's loaded to the sign in and it is saying the dashboard is a protected route. But if you notice that sign in or sign up, whatever it is coming on the way to the top of this page, right? I can customize this. All I have to do is to get back to the page and I can create a division and I can write some styles. Because if I do that, what I need to do, so what I'm saying is, for instance, over here, if I want to wrap this up, what I can do, I can create a division. I can write the styles like width screen, height screen, and flex item center, justify everything in the center. And here I can paste that code. So that will brings the entire content in the center. But the problem is if I click the sign up, again, I need to write the same sets of codes over there also. So in order to avoid that, what I can do is basically I can simply revert all these changes and I can create a layout and I can make sure that all these routes comes under the auth might fall in that particular layout. In order to do that, right click the new routes folder and create a new file called layout.ts. So once you create it, it might throw this issue because it doesn't have that proper structure to load it. So all I have to do is to load the layout properly. So in order to do that, I'm going to create SFC. So if you might wonder what is that SFC means, it's the React snippet. So please go to the extension and search for React snippets, install it. And here we are going to create the auth layout. Okay. And this is going to have a specific prop over here and we'll create a division. And over here, we are going to load the auth layout. Okay. So don't worry about that. It is showing any specific errors over here. So let's fix that issue. So over here, first, what we need to do is we need to create a prop called children, and then the type of the prop, which is going to be the children, which is going to be in a type of React node, right? Because basically we are going to render an entire node in it. That is the type of this prop which we are trying to use, right? And let me delete this, open it, and here I'm going to create a division inside here. I'm gonna render that children, right? Save these changes, and for this division I'm gonna write the class. Why we are getting this error over here? That's quite different. Open it, and I'm creating a div, but here it is showing an issue. Cannot find div. What does that mean? Reload the window. Let's reload the window. Still the error persists. Wait a second. So let me reclose this. Auth layout div auth. It's showing there is a syntax issue. Is there any mistakes we are making it? Problem is, I'm not supposed to create this layout inside the routes. I am supposed to create the layout inside the auth. That's the issue. Okay, so inside the auth, we need to have the routes and we need to have the layout.ts. So let's stop the server and then let me delete everything, and sfc, let's create it as the auth layout. Okay, and here let's create the children prop, and that prop is going to be the type of react node. Okay, and okay, so here let's create a division, and inside this division now, which is going to have a class name. I'm quite wondering why it is showing this issue. It's a Blender mistake. Why the division, the HTML coding is not been showing up? It's because it is supposed to be TSX. It is supposed to be TSX. That's the issue, and I'm extremely sorry for that. That's the issue. It is supposed to be the TXX file. So now we can say the minimum height always should be the screen height. The screen height, minimum height screen. Come on, minimum height screen. All right, then the flex should be in the column direction, and it should always be the container means you can see the maximum screen size. These are the maximum screen size based on the pixels, right? Then I need to make sure it should be in the auto, margin left and right should be auto, padding 4, and the large device onwards padding should be 8, and then it should be in the flex. And inside here I'm gonna we need to bring the header, and later we need to bring the footer as well as, and in between I'm gonna bring the main, and that is the children which is going to be rendered. Save it, and let's run this application. Npm run dev. Let's refresh this, and now the padding and everything is working, but still it is not coming in the center because of this main tag. It's not growing as much as needed. So let's bring the class name over here, and it should grow as much as needed, and it should be flex, item center, and justify center. And now it will be in the exact center, and it will be adjusted based on the size of the header and footer, because if I bring the header and footer over here, it will be adjusted based on the size. All right, so that is what we needed now. Perfect. Now we have ourselves this account. Now if I click continue with Google, and if I choose this account, and now it is showing that dashboard is not found, because we know that dashboard is not there. That's the reason it's showing that dashboard is not there. But if I get back to the home route, it will show home page, right? And if I get back to the home page, the place where I have the page.tsx in the routes, And if I wish to bring the user logged in profile button, so all I have to do is to user button from the Next.js, and I can able to display that user button, authenticated user button over here. All I can display this details, manage account, sign out, and all these options over here, right? So let's revert these changes. I don't need to display it over there. So what we did is basically we created an authentication group. Inside that we do have a custom layer.tsx file, and we do have the two multiple routes. All these routes are being rendered through this particular layout over here, right? Because inside this route we have this two page.tsx file, and those is a React node. Those node will be rendered as a children, and we need to make sure that rendering children, it should be a React node, right? That is what the type we created for this particular prop. Okay, and inside the routes, whatever the routes that you're going /sign in or /sign up, will be rendered this page.tsx, and that is a custom component provided by your Clerk. All right, so we successfully finished authenticating the Clerk.jsx, and now all we have to do is to go ahead and finish the home page. That is what we are going to do next, right? All right then, so now let's go ahead and start writing the code for our home page. All right, so let me bring the home page design. So this is the home page that we are planning to work right now. So you might see that it is having an entire static content over here, and it's having a custom header and different routes over here. All right, so only if the user authenticated, he might able to see these dashboard routes and everything, and this is what that we need to build right now. So let's go ahead and start doing it. Okay. So first, let's go ahead, close all these things, close all, and get into the page.tsx. This is the place where we are bringing our complete routes and everything, right? So for this, let's add some style. Class name, flex, everything should be in a column direction, and margin top and bottom, it should be 12, right? Then here, what are the things? First, in the home page, what are the things you are seeing? We need to bring the header, then we need to bring the what is that? This entire banner container, service sections, subscribe now, and why choose us, and all these different sections are coming up from here, right? So all these things needs to be rendered up inside here. So in order to bring that, basically this header and footer is common for every single route. So I need to bring the header and CSS, header and footer. So I'm going to create a new layout structure. So right click this, new layout .tsx. Please make sure that there is no mistakes like last time. Okay, so basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the entire division which we created for our sign in for authentication layout, and just exactly over here let's create SFC, and let's keep this as the main layout, and let's create a prop which is going to be the children, and which is going to be the type of React node itself. Let's bring the children prop, and here let's render it. All right, so let's this is how it is being rendered, but I don't want to keep all these contents in the front. All I have to do is to make sure that it's growing the complete height. That's it. This is what we needed, and let's make sure that it's having the 100% height every single time, because that's an added, anyways the flex grow will stretch out, but we need to make sure that width full and everything. Okay, so in the page.tsx, this is the place where we need to bring those entire banner container and all the rest of the subs. So let's bring the, what are the things we need to bring? We need to bring the banner container, then we need to bring the service container, then we need to bring subscribe now container, then we need to bring why choose us container. These are the things that we need to bring it up over here. Before all of that, what are the things that we need to display? We need to display the header container. So what I'm going to do is basically in the header and over here, so let's bring the header. I need to create a header, then I need to create a footer. These are the things that we need to create, right? So in order to bring the header and the footer, let's go ahead and create a new folder inside the app, or you can keep it on the root folder itself, right? So in the root folder, I'm going to create a new folder called components, and inside this components, I'm going to create a new file called index.ts, and inside the components, I'm going to create one more new file called I think index.ts is not necessary, so I'm going to rename this file as header.tsx. Okay, so here I'm just going to mark this as the use. Okay, so I need to bring the header, and here let's say sfc. Let's keep this as the server component itself, and let's get the header. Okay, and I need to make sure this as an asynchronous function, because later why I need to keep this is because if you check it out over here in the header, I'm displaying the notification, the push notifications, right? And we need to fetch those push notification and we need to render it. So what I'm going to do is we need to fetch the record on the server side and we need to push that record to the client side. So let's keep the header as a server side and let's create a header client in order to keep it as the client side. So here I'm gonna create one more custom component over here. Okay, so what I need to do is, so first, let's delete this. I need to make sure whether the user is we have the authenticated user or not. Const is equals to auth, from the next server, right? From that we're going to access the user ID. So we need to display we need to fetch the notification only if there is the user ID. If there is no user ID, we are not supposed to fetch the notification, because if the user is not authenticated and you're trying to pull that record from the user data, and it might cause you an error because user ID is undefined, so we might run into issue, right? That's the reason we are safeguarding all this purpose on the starting point itself. So if I do have the user ID, then this is the place where I need to pull the notification from the database, right? So far we don't have to worry about it. And then return, I need to return the header client, which we don't have. If there is no user ID also, I need to return the same header client which we are about to create. Both the same component. The only thing advantage is I will pull the notification and then I will send the notification along with this notifications with the notification. For the time being, I'm going to keep this as an empty array, right? Let's keep that as an empty array. And inside here, what I'm going to do is, so let's create a new component in the components folder, right click, new file called header client.tsx. And over here, I'm going to mark this as a use client, which in case helps us to mark this as a use client. So we can make sure this is a client side component. So here I'm going to say RAFC, a React arrow functional component, and let's keep this as the header client. Okay, so I need to send a prop. What are the prop that we are trying to send? Notifications, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an interface for the header client props in order to define the notification, and this needs to be an like a optional prop, not a compulsory, as an optional, and it needs to be an empty array, right, for the time being. And we need to bring that over here, which is coming from where? From the header client props. I need to destructure those notifications, right? If I do have the notification, I'm going to render it, or else I'm going to render this header client as well as. So save this. Let's bring the header client from the add components. Okay, it has been rendered, and it has been rendered, and I think there is a spelling mistakes in notification. Yes, so save it, and let's get back to that header, and let's bring the header, and let's go ahead and design the same stuff into the components folder, create a footer.tsx, Okay, and we need to bring the footer as well. As right now, for the time being, I'm gonna keep this as a use client because I'm not going to fetch any dynamic data from the server, and I'm gonna mark this as RAFC, and I'm gonna make sure this is the footer and save it, and let me render it over here from the add components. So now you might able to see the header client, and you might able to see the footer, which is automatically at the bottom because of the layered structure what we designed over here, right? So in the header, you might wonder why we need to do all this stuff, but later it will make sense. So the main motive thing that we are doing this header as a server side component because we need to bring these notifications because that has been coming from your server side, and that we need to fetch only if there is a user ID. If there is a user ID, we are going to return this because we are going to pull the notifications and we are going to send it to the header client. If we don't have the notifications, we are going to send the empty header client, which is going to simply display the rest of the options, the menus and the logos and all those things, right? This is the structure. So now let's go ahead and create all those the header structures and everything, the logo and the home routes and the logged in informations and all these informations over there. Okay, so let's go ahead and start doing that. All right then, so now what we are going to do is basically we are going to customize our header component. So let's get into the header client, and inside here what I'm going to do is, so I'm going to delete this and I'm going to change this into a header, right? And inside the header I'm going to create a division, right? And this division is going to be basically, it should access the complete width, and it should be flex item, everything should be in the center, and justify should be between, and it should use the container, and margin should be auto, and py, which is going to be 4, and px it's going to be 4, right? So and then on medium devices px should be 8, right? So save it. So let me enable the word wrap so you can see it completely in a single screen, right? And what are the things that we need to bring inside the sections? First we need to bring the logo section. Then the second of thing, we need to bring the menu section, and then last one, which is going to be the toggle section, because for the mobile view we need to keep bring the toggle icon, right? So if you check it out over here, we need to bring this toggle icon where the user can toggle between the different screens, right? And that is what we need to bring. So let's go ahead and bring the logo sections. So in order to work with the logo sections and add these things, you need the assets, right? You can access the assets from the description below. So click the link in the description below. You will be navigated to this specific route where you can find the used vehicles. So click the used vehicles and click the assets, download the assets, right? You can find all the files which I've been using for this particular project, right? So you can choose what project that you wish to, the logo images and the banner images, what are the images that you wish, you can keep it, or you can feel free to download it by yourself. In this case I already downloaded, so let me bring back to my project. So all I have to do is to create a new folder over here called public, and I'm going to bring all those files and put it into this public folder, just like this, right? So you can download it and bring it over here as you wish, right? So now inside this we need to bring the logo container, right? So what I'm going to do is in the components, I'm going to create a new file called logo container.tsx, right? Inside this logo container, I'm going to mark this as a used client. Then I'm going to bring RAFC, React Arrow Functional Component logo container, and this is going to have, because this logo container needs to be a reusable component, we need to display this logo on our footer and as well as on the header. We need to make sure whether it is footer or where it is being loaded, right? So I'm going to create a new prop called is footer, and it is going to be an optional, and by default it is going to have a boolean. So here is going to be footer. All right. So what I'm going to do is, so basically because the reason why is because if you check it out over here, our header is a light UI and our footer is a dark UI. So that's the reason. So over here, I'm going to delete this and I'm going to bring the image from the next image. Please make sure that is being loading from the next image and keep this on the top. Okay. And here source, if it is footer, which in case I'm going to load the dark UI, which should be this one, logo dark.png. Copy this and paste it here, /logo dark.png. If it is not, then all I have to do is to render this logo.png, the light UI, that is the one that we need to load, which is going to be logo.png, and it should be / indifferent. And alternative text, which is going to be auto find logo. And by default, the width, of course, it's going to be 120, height, of course, which is going to be the 120, and then the class name, which is going to be the object content. And then we need to make sure this as a priority because the logo needs to be loaded instantly. That's the reason we are using the priority property over there. So save these changes and let's get back over here and let's bring the logo container, and it is coming from where ./logo container. So save it, and there you should see the logo. And let's get back over to our auth layout as well as, and let's bring the header and footer over here as well as, otherwise we might forget at the end. Header and the footer. So save it. Perfect. Okay, now we have the header container, and now all I have to do is to go ahead and bring the menu section just exactly the same way what we have over here. So what I need to do is, for that I'm going to create the nav bar route section, and we need to keep this nav bar route section as the reusable component because that is what we need to display on the mobile view and as well as on the big screen view, right? In order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create nav bar routes.tsx. Okay, so and this is going to be a client component because we don't have any dynamic data, and RAFC, and that is going to be the nav bar routes. Save it, and let's bring the nav bar routes over here. Save it. Perfect. And now we should be able to see the nav bar routes. Now inside the nav bar routes, first I need to access the path name and all those things because we need to create the routes based on whether the user is authenticated or not authenticated, because we do have the admin routes and the client routes. So in order to differentiate that, so let's create const path name is equals to use path name. We need to use the use path name hook from next navigation. That helps us to access what path name that we are currently right now. Like /shows or / dashboard, which path that we are in right now. Then I need to make sure whether the user is authenticated or not. So in order to use the clerk informations on the client side, we have this use auth. So this is coming from Clerk Next.js, which is in case the client component. In this case, we can't use the auth because auth hook is used on the server component and the use auth needs to be used on the client component. Otherwise it will throw the hydration issue. So here I just need to make sure whether it is signed in or not. If the user is signed in, I'm going to display a different route. If the user is not signed in, I'm going to display the remaining routes. So right after here, I'm going to create the routes is equals to open path, which is going to be / and the label, which is going to be home. Then I'm going to copy this and paste it 2 more times, and this in case which is going to be search, and this is going to be where the vehicles, and this is going to be what contact, and this is going to be what contact. Then right after here, if the user is signed in, if it is confirmed as true, then all I have to do is to routes.push few more routes. Open it. I'm gonna supply one more routes path inside in it. Okay, so here Or what we can do is, I'm going to destructure an array of that path, because later if you want to add much more path as well as, we should be ready in order to do that, right, for that purpose. So here I'm just going to keep this as the overview, and I'm gonna give this as the overview, right? That is going to be the that is going to be the dashboard route. Save it, right? And using this, now I need to render it. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to delete this, and I'm going to create it as a nav tag, and let's say class name, and I'm going to say space x, which is going to be 4, the space between them. And then by default it's need to be hidden, but from the medium devices onwards it's need to be on the flex, which means it's need to be rendered. Then open it, and I'm going to use the routes.map, open it. Then I'm going to call a callback rendering function, and that is going to get the path as well as the, so I need to get destructure the object. Then from here, either you can create it as the, you can get it as a complete, that this complete entire object in a single variable, or you can destructure them, get the path, then get the label. That is what we needed over here. Then I'm going to bring the link tag from the next link, enter, and it is needed to supply the key should be unique, so path is the unique key. Then I'm gonna supply the href, which is going to be the path itself. Then we need to use this property. We are basically passing the href, right? So that's the reason we are using, it's a boolean value. So see, that's a boolean. So then over here I needed to display the label. So save it. That's how you need to display the label over here. And we need to make sure whether the route is active or not. In order to do that, we need to write the conditional rendering based on CSS, right? So in order to do that, get into the library file. We have this tailwind merge function where we can combine the CSS classes based on the conditions. So we do have this function called cn. So I'm going to use that function. So let me get back over here. In this class name, I'm going to bring the dynamic rendering, and I'm going to use the cn from add library utils, and that is a function. And here I need to supply the default CSS, and here I need to write a conditional CSS, right? So here the default CSS, which is going to be padding px, it's going to be 4, py it's going to be 2, and font size it's going to be medium, and text size it's going to be base, right? So the condition is going to be, if the path name is equals to the path which is currently loading, in that situation the text should be blue 400 color, right? And the font should be the semi bold. If it is not, in that situation I need to say text color should be gray 700, and whenever I'm hovering it, text should be gray, blue, whenever I'm hovering it, text should be blue 400. Save these changes, and now you can see the home route which is currently active, and if I hover it, you can see there is a color changes over here. But now if I click vehicles, we don't have that route, but if I click this, it will show the 404. But once you are in that specific route, you might able to see that this is the active route. So this is how we can make sure the active and inactive routes are two differentiate way, right? So now we finished the navbar routes, and now all we have to do is to go ahead and finish the mobile navigation routes. So let's go ahead and finish that toggle container. So for that, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a new toggle container. All right, so I need to bring the toggle container, and even that toggle container should also, yep, fine, that's fine. Okay, so let's go ahead and design the toggle container. So This is the place where we need to supply the notification, because the toggle container needs to display the notification. Because if you check it out over here, all these notifications, this user profile options are being rendered in that the toggle container only. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new component called toggle container.tsx. Okay, and this is going to be a client component, use client and RDAFC, and that is going to be the toggle container, and it is going to have the notifications, so interface, and which is going to be toggle container props. So let's open it, and that is going to have the notifications as an optional one. And right now let's keep it in an empty array. Later we need to make sure that the prop type needs to be properly matched with our Prisma client, so don't worry about that. Let's leave it as a notification for the time being, and let's destructure it, and I'm gonna say this as the what toggle container props, and let's bring the notifications inside in it. So save it. Perfect. And let's get back over here. Oops, and I'm going to import it, and I'm going to bring the notifications, and I'm going to supply the notifications to it, whatever the notification I'm receiving, and I'm going to supply it to here. Save it. Perfect. That's how it will be displayed. And let's get into the toggle container, and here I need to make sure whether the user is authenticated or not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const use auth from Next.js Clerk. I'm going to say is signed in. If the user is signed in, I need to display something else, right? So what I'm going to do is for this class name flex, we're going to say flex item center, and then gap between the 4. Let's delete this toggle container, and let's bring, if the user is signed in, I need to display the that notification, and as well as that that profile button, right? If the user is not signed in, we need to display a button for sign in and sign up, right? So just like this, if I click sign out, this is what we need to display. So let's go ahead and display that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div over here. If the user signed in that situation, I'm going to render a division div, come on, which is going to be a React fragment, and here. Okay, so here I'm going to create a div, right? Inside this division, I'm going to say class name flex item center, and gap, of course, it's going to be 2. And inside here, now what I need to do is I need to bring that notifications actions. So for the time being, I'm gonna say notification actions. That's going to be a separate component because you might wonder why we are keep on moving inside and again. So because see, we are doing the push notification, that's the reasons. So that we need to bring the notification actions, and we need to bring the user button, and once the user successfully signed out, after sign out URL should be home route, right? So save it. Now you should be able to see the profile. Okay, then if the user is not signed in, I'm gonna create a division, and that is going to be a flex item center, and gap of course should be 4. Enter. And here I need to bring the register and login button. So display the register and the login button. So I'm going to keep this as a link tag, next link, close it. And that is going to be href, and that is going to be /sign in, right? And that is going to have a button. So basically for that, we need to use the Shadcn button. So search for button component, right? Let me change this to .ui. Okay, so let's bring the button, and here I'm gonna bring this, copy this, and let me open up. Let me stop the server, install it, npm shadcn at latest and button, and now we can make sure that it's been inside the components folder we have the UI, and there you can see button.tsx, right? And we can import that from there. So let me bring the button from ./UI. Okay, so basically this button is going to display the text as login. So save it, and let me get back over here and npm run dev. And if I don't sign in, let me refresh this. Okay, so if I log out, yeah, now we can see login. By default, it is showing in the blue color. The reason is because we changed the UI completely, they customized it, right? So all I have to do is to class name px, of course, it's going to be 4, and py, of course, it is going to be 2. And whenever I'm hovering it, bg blue should be 700, right? And of course, we need the transitions. So bring the transitions. So save the changes, and now if I bring it, you can able to see some color transitions and the padding effects and everything. And then all I have to do is to copy this completely and bring it over here. And for this, instead of sign in, and I'm going to change this to sign up, and instead of login, I'm going to change this to register, right? And the variant, let's keep the same thing, variant, which is going to be the secondary button. That is going to be the secondary button, just like that. And I don't need this hover effect as well. As that's a primary button, and this is the secondary button. All right. And if you wish to make some changes, you can say on hover, I need to bring the shadow medium, something like that. So that will bring some shadow effects over there. All right. Perfect. Now we have the two different buttons. So let me click login. I will be navigated to here. Let me log in, and you can see if you check it out over here, the layout is perfectly rendering, and it's being in the center of the screen, right? It looks awesome. So let me log in myself. There we go. So now I've been logged in over there, right? So now we finished this. Okay. So now what we need to do is right after here, this is the place where that condition is being rendering. Now we need to create a mobile responsive. So if you check it out over here, now I should able to see that still now I can't see that navbar routes, but I can able to see that profile. So here I need to bring that toggle menu actions. So right after here only we need to bring that. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this sheet. If you click it, you can see it is bringing something like this. So that's the Shadcn component that we are going to use. Create a new terminal and make sure that you're inside the navigated folder and install it. Sheet. Let's wait. Okay, so it is installed now. So all I have to do is to copy this, and right after here I'm gonna paste it over here and make sure that is being imported properly. So from the .ui sheet, okay, let's get back over here, copy this and paste it, and it should be coming from @component/ui, something like that. Okay, that's a folder name from the default folder structures. All right, so now everything is being properly mapped over there, and you can see we have this open. Now if I click this, I should able to see this. Perfect, this is what we need. But instead of this open text, what I need to do is I need to bring the layout dashboard icon from the Lucid React, and let's bring the class name, which is going to be opacity 75, and whenever I'm hovering it, I'm going to change the opacity to 100, something like this. Okay, this is what it is supposed to be. And inside the sheet content, we need to change some customizations and everything, because that's the place where we need to bring the mobile navbar and everything. So basically this sheet, its sheet trigger needs to be class name. It should be hidden on the medium devices. It should be hidden, and the hover, whenever I'm hovering it, the opacity should be 75, and transitions, and the padding right should be 4. Okay, but this will be rendered on where? On our mobile devices. The reason why it is not displaying properly, this is supposed to be flux. Yep, now it has been rendered properly over there, right? So now if I click this, I should be able to see this. All right, this is what we needed. Now what I need to do is, instead of this sheet content, what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to render the mobile nav bar. Okay, this is the place where I'm going to bring the mobile nav bar, which is going to be quite exactly the same as what we designed for our the what is that? The nav bar routes. All right, so let's go ahead and create this component. So all I have to do is to copy this and get back to our components folder where it is right over here and paste it. Let's say mobile nav bar dot tsx, and let's make sure this is a use client components, and over here rfc, let's say mobile nav bar, save it, and let's save it over here, save these changes. All right, so fine, that's fine now, and all we have to do is to go ahead and start creating the mobile nav bar. So for in case if I make sure this as a mobile responsive, and if I tap this, you should be able to see the mobile nav bar now, which in case I need to run. Okay, so something is not happening properly. If I tap this, yep, here we go. So now we should be able to see the mobile nav bar. So all I have to do is to go ahead and customize this mobile nav bar. So instead of this, what I did is I shared the code for the mobile nav bar. All you have to do is to just copy this and paste it in your. So let me copy it from here to here exactly. So I'm gonna replace this just like that, mobile nav bar. So save these changes, and you should be able to see something like this: home, vehicle, dashboard, and all. Since we are using the same path, same styles, and nothing, just the UI, it looks quite different. That's it, nothing else. Okay, so if I close this, this is how it looks on the mobile view, the big screen view, and when it comes to mobile view, this is how it is supposed to looks like from the mobile view, right? So we successfully created our header navigation sections. In the header sections, only one thing which is remaining, which is nothing but our notification options. All we have to do is to go ahead and create that notification option. So let me log in to that specific account 1 second, so I can show you. There we go. See this notification actions which we have created over here on our header client. Sorry, not in a header client, in the toggle container. So we do have this notification actions, right? So at this point over there, we need to go ahead and create the notification actions. So for the time being, we just bring those things, and later we can create the rest of the stuffs and everything. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring that now. So what I have to do is I'm gonna say this as the notification actions, and let me create that. Right click, new component called notification actions.tsx. All right, so basically this is going to be a client side. So use client, and let's rfc, oops, or AFC, React Arrow functional. So let's say notification actions, save it, and let's bring that notification actions over there. So that is supposed to be there. And then for this, basically, let's mark this division as a relative division. Relative, perfect, right? So this is the place where if you check out this, if you click that, it is basically bringing a drop down actions and everything, right? So for the time being, what we can do is we can just display a button right now. Okay, later we can start writing the rest of the code. So let's bring the buttons, and inside this button I'm gonna just display the bill icon, which is basically coming from where? From the Lucid React. So if we save these changes, this is how it is supposed to looks like. So what we can do is we can change this variant to ghost variant, which means I don't need any backend and anything, and the size of the button is basically supposed to be an icon. So if you save these changes, this is how it looks, right? So now we have the notification icons, and in the mobile screen view, oops, not this, in the mobile screen view, this is how it looks. If I tap this, I should able to see this, and I can able to see the notifications and all these things, and on the big screen I should able to see this. So this is all about creating a custom header, and the rest of the stuff is like bringing the custom footer. Okay, so now let's go ahead and bring the footer. So what we can do is for the footer.tsx, we already do have this component, right? And since if you check it out over here, this footer, it's just having a static content, a design, which we do have. Okay, so all you have to do is to just copy this footer content, the static content, which I do have. Just go ahead and copy that completely from here, and then get back over here and then replace it. That's it. So if you might wonder, you of course you will definitely get this issue, this UI/input, because we don't have that input component yet. All you have to do is to get back over here and search for input, and then copy this, get back to your, stop this and paste it, hit the enter. So that will install that and then rerun your server. So now you will not get that issue over here. So if you save these changes and if you check it out, refresh this, you should be able to see this nice footer component over here, right? Just exactly as what we do have over here. All right. So now all we have to do is to go ahead and start creating the rest of the components and everything. Okay, so let's go ahead and start creating the rest of the components. Right then, so now what we are going to do is basically we are going to build this entire section, the banner container, right? And we are going to build the service container and the subscribe now section. So I choose us and all these sections except this. Okay, so basically all these contents are static content, and you can access all these contents which I provided to you in the description below. Okay, so where it is. So I think it is, yep, here it is. So you can get this gist file, and basically you can copy all those static contents which I provided below there. You can see the banner container.tsx. This is the static content for that particular thing, except the search container which we have to build, and the rest of the service container and everything is over there. All right, so let's go ahead and build all those stuffs one after another. So in this case, I'm gonna close all. Okay. And let me get into the app. Inside the route, we do have this page.tsx. This is the one. So this is the place where we need to bring that container, banner container, right? So in this situation, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new folder under this, and I'm going to name this as a components underscore components. And here I'm going to create a new file called banner hyphen container.tsx. Right, and I'm going to mark this as a client component, use client. All right, and I'm going to copy this from here to here, then I'm going to paste it. In this case, we don't have the search container, so what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to create a new file called search container.tsx, and I'm going to mark that file as a use client file, and here RAFC. And I'm going to change this file to search container. Save these changes. Then I can simply delete this, and I can import that search container again. Perfect. And now I should be able to see the search container, sorry, the banner container, but we can't see it because we haven't imported it yet. So let's import it. You should be able to see the banner container just exactly like this. So we don't have the search container. So if you wonder where all these images, please go and check the drive. You should be able to see this is banner images over there. And now let's go ahead and fix the search container, because that's the one that we need to create by ourselves, right? So let's go ahead and create that search container first now. Okay, so this is going to be a very big one, because if you check it out over here, so basically what exactly we are doing over here is, because we have this multiple filtering option like low mileage, single owner, no accidents, and the brand name, model name. For instance, let's say if I keep it as a no accidents and the brand name as TVS, and if I hit search option, see what is happening. It will push the user to the search page with this brand and as the report as no accidents reports, right? And if I click this, it will create the entire filter again, and you can able to see all the images and the vehicles which is comes under that particular section, right? Which is working so smooth. So all I have to do is to go ahead and create exactly the same kind of that the search container. So let's go ahead and create that search container for ourselves. So where it is, this is the place we have that search container. So, all right. So inside the search container, first what we have to do is we have to bring that exact layout structure, this layout structure. So let's go ahead and bring that layout structure. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to relative position, relative, and on the large devices onwards it should be on absolute, so I can fix it where I wanted it. But on the large device onwards it should be on the bottom 0, and large device onwards it should be on the right 0, and width of course it should be full, but the maximum width should be medium, MD, like 28, like 448 pixels something, right? And it should be always on top of it. And margin top, I'm gonna make it a little bit down, 12. And large device onwards, margin top, of course it's going to be 0. And I'm gonna make sure the backdrop filter, backdrop blur effect, it's going to be small, and BG white should be like 30% of the white, and it should be rounded LG, and padding all the corners it's going to be 6, and the shadow it's going to be LG. So save these changes. Now you should be able to see something like this. Perfect. All right, which is looking quite like this. Okay, so yep, if you wish to increase this, let's say 2 and 2, that's how it looks. All right, so I think that is much better now. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a form where the user can submit all the events and everything. So form, and for this form I don't have any actions at all, but I do have a class name for this. Let's keep it as flux, and it should be flux column, and space y it should be 6, because everything inside we're gonna arrange something. And we need to have a handler for this function, so let's create on submit function in order to handle all those events. So for this, whenever the form is being submitted, I'm going to call this on submit function, which we have created over here. Perfect. Right? So first what we need to do is we need to get this filter row, basically this filter row sections. So let's say report filter section, right? So for that I'm going to create a div class name, and I'm going to mark this as a grid, and it should be grid column 3 columns, and it should have a gap 2, and width of course it should be completely full, right? Now I need to create the filters. So what are the filters that I'm going to create? So basically what I'm going to do is, this is exactly the same filter I'm going to keep on the back end as well. As filters like low mileage, and the label it's going to be the low mileage, and single owner for no accidents. I'm going to keep it like this, just like this. If you wish to keep on add filters, feel free to add it, right? In this case, now I'm going to use those filters in order to like filter that, render that filters. So filters.map, I'm going to open it, and I'm going to extract the filter one by one. Then I'm going to display a division div, and here I'm going to supply the key, which in case it's going to be filter.value, which is unique, and inside here I'm going to display that filter.label. Save it, and now you should be able to see the filter.label over here. So let's go ahead and customize this division now. So class name, what I'm going to do is open it, then I'm going to use the cn function which helps us to render for conditional element css. Open this, and I'm going to supply the default styles. px it's going to be 4 and py it's going to be 2, and I need the border, and of course it should be rounded medium, and cursor it should be pointer, and transition it should be all, and duration it's going to be 300, and flux, item center, justify center, text size should be small, font should be medium, and I should truncate the unwanted text, and there should not be white space, no wrap, because I don't want to wrap. When the size is getting smaller and smaller, text will move on to the next line, so we don't want to wrap the text content. So save these changes, and now let me enable the word wrap, so you should able to see it clearly. This is how it looks, right? So now I need to write the conditional styles. So far we written the non-conditional styles. So based on the selected filter, I need to display the values, right? So for that, I'm going to create one more state. So let's go ahead and create the states separately now. States to track the form data, right? So the very first state, so let's create a use state, use a snippet which is going to be selected filter. Let's give it a selected filter, and that is going to be the initial data. It's going to be the low mileage itself. So this state is going to carry on only the string input, and that is going to be this low mileage, right? So now we do have that. Next, what I need to do is I need to write the conditions based on the state. So the selected filter, if the selected filter is equals to filter dot value, in that situation, what I need to do is this is the conditional. Okay, let me keep it on this. So if it is true, in that situation, we need to make sure this bg it's going to be blue color, and text it's going to be on the white color, and border of course it's going to be blue 600. All right, if any situation, if it is going to be, wait a minute, I can't see. Yeah, I added the question mark. Okay, so this is what it looks like. So selected filters equals to filtered value, the ternary operator. If it is true, these are the condition needs to be applied. If it is false, these are the condition needs to be applied. bg gray 200, and text gray should be 700, and then border gray should be 200. Save these changes, and that's how this entire styles looks like. Now when I click this, I need to change all these values. So what I need to do is, so I'm gonna add an on click function. Whenever I'm clicking this on click function, I'm gonna call a callback function, then I'm gonna access this, create a handler in order to handle this. So I'm gonna say handle filter click, and I'm gonna pass the filter dot value to it. So basically we don't have this handle filter click. So what I'm going to do is top of it. So this is going to be a function to handle the filter click event, right? So let's create that function, which is going to be, and this function is going to take an input which is going to be the filter value, and that is a type of a string, right? And inside here, all I have to say set selected filter, which in case it's going to be the filter value, right? So save this changes, and now whenever I click this, you should be able to see there is changes on these styles, right? So now the state value gets updated. So that is why we have created that. All right. So next what I have to do is so right after this particular division, this is the place where we need to bring the search fields options, the rest of the search fields, right? So what are the search fields that we do have? Brand and model and the year, all these things. So let's go ahead and bring one after another. So first, what we need to do, we need to construct the layout. So grid, and then it should be grid column 1, and gap, of course, it's going to be 4, and on the large devices onwards, grid should be column 2, right? Oops, that is space, that's the reason. So now inside here, first I need to bring the brand name. So basically, if you check it out over here, what we do have the input field. So what I need to do is I need to bring the input. So I think we already installed this input. So let's go ahead and start using that. So what I'm going to do is over here, I'm going to create an input from add component /UI input. And for here, the placeholder, which is going to be the brand name, right? And the class name, which is going to be BG white, and it should have the 60% of the background color. Then text should be gray 900. Then placeholder should be gray 500. Then font, of course, it should be semi bold, and we need to have the border, and the border gray should be 300. And whenever I'm focusing it, border should be on blue, right? Whenever we are focusing, border blue should be 300, not focus within, it should be focus, right? Then focus ring, focus, I think we don't have that. No. Yeah, here it is. Focus should have this ring, and focus ring should be blue 200. Save these changes, and now when I click this, this is how it looks. Okay, this is how we need to know which field that we are in, so that's the reason we are focused it. So now next, what I need to do is I need to create a state in order to handle this brand name. So what is the next state that we need to handle? So use state snippet, which is going to be the brand name, and it is going to be an empty string, and by default it's going to carry on a string type, right? So next, what I need to do is I need to map this input field properly by with that value. So the default value should be carried out, it should be brand name, and whenever there is a changes on it, I'm going to call this callback function, and then I'm going to set this set brand name, which is going to be e dot, oops, I need to pass that event. Then from that I can access this targeted that value. Perfect. Save the changes. Now it will be working perfectly. Next, what I need to do is I need to create one more use state, which is going to be the model name, and which in case it's going to be the string input itself, right? So next, what I need to do, I just need to copy this, and which this is going to be the model name. Then I'm gonna bring it, and here I can say model. Then I can change this to model name. Then I can change this to set model name. So you should be able to see the model name right now. That's good. So then if you check it out over here, we do have this pop-up calendar, right? So basically this pop-up calendar, it's coming from where, if you check it out over here, and if you check for calendar, this is the one that we are trying to build now, right? So this is the one that we are trying to do, which is like this. You can see how they are created the code and everything, but this is the example that we are trying to do now. So what we have to do is to click this, and let's get back over here and let's paste it. And along with this, we have to install this one more, which is going to be the pop over, right? Because when you click it, it needs to pop up like this. So that's the reason we have to add this pop over as well as. So hit the enter, and that will download that pop over as well as. All right, so now let's run this one more time. npm run dev, refresh this. Perfect. So right after here, next what I need to do, I need to bring the from year, right? Which in case from year, and then we need to bring the to year, from year and to year. These are the two things that we have to bring, right? So what I'm going to do is, so we do have this pop over, which is coming from add components UI. Make sure that is being coming from add components UI. So this pop over, it's going to be open, right? When it's going to be open, so I'm gonna create a state in order to keep track that, to control that from open. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say use state, which is going to be from year open, which is by default it's going to be false. Then I'm going to close this, and this is going to be to year open, and this is going to be to year open. By default both of them are going to be false. Then what I need to do, I need to get the from year to year values. So use state snippet, which in case it's going to be from year, and that is going to be initially null because it is going to carry on the date value. Either it can have a date or it can have a null value. Copy and paste it. This is going to be 2 year, and this is going to be set to year. Perfect. Now we have all the values which is necessary for us. Now for this popover needs to be opened whenever that from year it is true, right? So that's the place where we need to open that from year open. Then on open change, which in case it's going to be set from year open. That's the function that we need to trigger to that. Then I'm going to say pop-up trigger over not prop. That's the reason it is not showing. Pop over trigger from add components, open it, and it should be loaded as a child. Then inside here I'm gonna bring a div which is going to have a class name as a relative class name. Then inside this div I'm gonna bring an input tag, which in case it's going to be a placeholder, and that is going to be year from. That is the placeholder, and the value which is going to be the from here. And we need to format this year. So when I choose the year over here, see, if I choose this is the format that the user selected. That's the format that we need to display, right? So in order to format that, what I'm going to do is we need to install a very specific package to work with the dates, so which is going to be npm install date fns, right? That's the package that we are going to work. So install it. Clear. Now this format year from year, it's going to keep either null or it's going to keep the value as date. So it should be a proper date, right? So in order to work with that proper date format, so what I need to do, if there is a from year, then I need to format it from where? From the date fns. Please make sure that you are importing it from date fns. From it, open it, then from year, convert this into date, month and year in this format. Otherwise keep it as an empty string, right? Perfect. And this should be a read only an input field. Then I'm going to say class name, which is going to be bg white /60, and it should have the text gray color, so which is exactly the same style. So I'm going to copy that and I'm going to paste it straight away over here. No changes apart from this, just exactly the same style. I'm going to copy and paste it. Then right after this input field, what I need to do, I need to bring the calendar from Lucid React, right? Then for this class name, it should be an absolute, and it should be on right 3 and on top 1/2, and transform minus translate y 1/2. So it will be on exact center location. So text gray should be 500. So that is how it looks, right? Now when I click this, I need to bring that particular icon, that the popover content, which is going to be this. So popover content from add component UI, and this it's going to be class name as a width as automatic, width as auto, and padding of course it's going to be 0. And inside this popover content, what exactly we are going to load? We are going to load the calendar which we downloaded from the UI component. Okay, so now we can't import. So what we can do is I can bring the calendar icon from the Lucid React, and let me remove this calendar from here. And now if I try to import the calendar, I can import the calendar from add components UI. Okay, both icons are same, no issues. Otherwise, you can change the name, rename it over here, calendar as a calendar or something else, or this calendar as in a different name. Like you can import it like this as on a different name, right? So that's up to you. Close it. And here now what I need to do is this calendar mode, of course it's going to be single. Let's remove it, and selected, of course it is going to be from year. If it is not, keep this value as undefined. And on select, what I'm going to do, I'm going to say handle from year select. We don't have that function. We need to create initial focus. Of course it should be true, and it's need to be disabled whenever the date, if the date is greater than new date, which means the system date, or when the date is less than new date of this, right? It should not be less than this, or it should not be greater than. Then if in that case it's need to be disabled. That is what we are doing here. So let's go ahead and create this function which we don't have yet. So I'm going to copy this and scroll up a little bit, and right after this over here, so this is the handler to handle the from year selection, right? So here, so all I have to do is to say const handle from year select, open it, and there's a callback function. And basically this function is going to get the date with the type of date itself. Otherwise it is going to have a type of undefined, right? And here I'm just going to say set from year, open it, keep the date, otherwise keep the null value. And I'm just going to set from year open as false. Perfect. I think now everything is set up. So let's save these changes, and now if I click this, now you should be able to see this value, right? And here you can see all these values. And let's check the mode as well as mode, which is going to be, we have single, multiple, range. Let's choose the range and let's see what is exactly looks like. We are getting an type error over here. Let's check this later. Okay, so I don't feel any changes when it comes to single or default or multiple. Let's choose multiple. What's the difference? I don't feel any difference over here. Okay, that's up to you. In this case, I'm going to keep this as single itself. So feel free to work with this. So if I change the mode, I'm getting the issue on this on select thing, right? Maybe I think selecting single date, multiple date, maybe that on that it might, we are getting the issues. I think so. If I change this value into multiple C, we are getting the issues on the handle. And what is the issue that we are getting it? It's because date and days. Okay, it's not incompatible. It is incompatible. It's because of we are assigning only the date, not the days. So if you are choosing multiple means it's giving you the multiple values. Okay, let's change this value to single. Now the issue is gone, right? Now we have the from here. Now we have to do the exact same stuff for what? From the 2 years. So let's copy this and let's paste it over here. And instead of from here, I'm going to change this to 2-year open, and this is going to be set 2-year open, and this is going to be 2-year. This is going to be, instead of from year, this is going to be 2-year. And where else? And instead of this function, I have to change this function. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to say handler to handle the 2-year selection. Paste it and change this to handle 2-year select. Get set 2-year, and this is going to be set 2-year open, right? And now all we have to do is to get back over here and let's say handle set 2-year. Save these changes, and now you should be able to see the 2-year as well as, and if you select the date, it will works perfectly as it's supposed to be. Perfect. Now we have the functions, the fields in order to select the values from year and the 2-year. Now let's go ahead and do the same thing for the price from and locations, price, locations, from and price to. Okay, let's go ahead and do that now. So what I can do is basically I can copy these values, and before moving on to it, let's go ahead and create all those states first. So let's go to the top, and right after here I'm going to say use state snippet, which is in case it's going to be price from, and it is going to be a string value, and this is going to be the type of string. Save it and duplicate all these things and change this to price to, and change this to set price to, and this is going to be the location, set location. All these values are being now updated, and all I have to do is to go ahead and bring all those values one after another. Scroll all the way to the bottom and copy this input statement. Let's scroll all the way to the bottom. So right after this popover, this is the place, this division, this is the place where it is being coming up, right? So here I just need to say price to, price from field, paste it, and this is going to be the price from, and the input type, which is going to be the number, because that is a number field, right? So if you wish to keep it as a number, or keep it as a number, or keep it as a text itself, that's up to you. In this case, I'm gonna remove it because since it's already a text field, I can keep it as the reason why we are keeping it as a number is because it's enforced the user to type only the number, not anything else. That's the reason. Okay. So here we can change this to price from, and what we can do is this is going to be set price from. Perfect. Save changes. You should be able to see the price from, and there we go. All right. So then I can copy this value and I can paste it over here, and this time this is going to be price to, and set price to. Save it. Then all I have to do is to do the same thing for the location. This time this is going to be for location, and this is going to be the location, and remove this location and set location. Save all these changes. Perfect. And this needs to be taking the complete length, right? It should take the complete length, and all I have to do, so on the large screen it should take the column span as 2. Now it's taking the complete length. Then right after here I need to bring the search button. which in case we need to bring the button from the add components UI, and let's keep it as a search. Save it. All right, so let's make some customizations. Class name, which in case it's going to be the width as full. Oops, I'm sorry. On the large devices, it should take the column span as 2. Perfect. It's working. So that's looking awesome. Now everything is perfectly fine, right? So now what I have to do is so we do have this handle submit, this function, that on submit function handler. So what we have to do is basically we have to collect all the fields values from this particular area. Then I need to push to the URL parameters. So in order to do that, I need a package called query string. So we have to go ahead and install that package npm install query string, which helps us to construct the URL parameters in our URL, right? So that's the thing. And let me arrange all these things because this looks quite awkward. These things, this needs to be on the top, and the rest of these things, it's fine. This needs to become on the top next. This is as well as should be over here, and this needs to become on the top of it, just like this. Okay, so save the changes. Perfect. And now I'm gonna bring the next package, import open from query string. Use this query string. There are multiple query strings by default, so please make sure that you are importing properly. Import query string from this package. All right, now inside this on submit function, that is the place where we are going to make some changes, and I need one more instance, one more object, which is going to be the router instance, which is const router is equals to use router from next navigation. Make sure that is being imported properly, and that need to be on the top of the input, right? It's a hierarchy order, so please follow it. If you're using ESLint, these are the issues that I'm talking about. Right now I do have that router instance, right? So here, this on submit, it's going to carry on an event, and that is going to be the react.form event, right? That's a type for that parameter. So I need to prevent the default refreshment. Whenever the form is being submitted, it will refresh the entire page, so we need to stop that. Then let's construct the query. Const query is equals to open it. So first I need to supply the make is going to be the brand name. Then I need to supply the model, which is going to be model itself. Then I need to construct the price from, then price to, then location, then from year, which in case if the from year is there, then I need to format it by using like this. Let me copy and paste it instead of typing all these things. You can understand. Okay, so from here and on model. Okay, I think model is on the model name, model, which is going to be on the model name. Perfect. Right, like this. And the selected filter will be the report, like the low mileage, single owner, no accidents. This is how we need to construct the queries. Okay, now we have the query, and I need to push this query into our URL. So const URL, which in case it's going to be the query string dot stringify URL. Open it, open the object. So URL, it's going to be this search, that's the page, and along with this I'm going to construct this query, join the query. Then right after here, what I'm going to do, if there is any skip, we need to skip the empty strings and the empty values. So skip the null values and as well as skip the empty string. Both of these values needs to be true. And once all these things done, then all I have to do is to router that push that specific URL. So let's check it out now. So if I do have the low mileage, and if I have the brand value as TVS, and if I click search for it, and here we go, see search, Right after that, I have the parameter called make, which is having TVS, and the report is going to be the low mileage, and the rest of the fields are null, so that is being skipped, right? So this is the function that I'm talking about. So we successfully finished that search container, right? And now all we have to do is to go ahead and bring all the rest of the sections, which is just copy and paste, right? Which I given the code over here. You guys can copy it completely because these are the static contents which I generated. But in real case scenarios, you have to have the admin functions, or you can keep it as a static content as well as. All right, so let's get back to the page.css. So let's create the service. Oops, I think I made a mistake over here. Okay, so here this is going to be the service container. So let's go ahead and create that. So here service container.tsx use client. So instead of typing it, what I can do is I can literally copy it from there to here and paste it. Save these changes and let me get my service container from there. Then I'm gonna create the save these changes and let's check it out how it's looking. Okay, so now you might get this exact same issue. It's because I'm using the open source images from Pixabay in order to load those images, right? See, the images are loading from there. So I'm going to copy this domain, which we are using an external domain to load in our website. So let's open here. So I'm gonna, in the next config.mjs file, we need to construct the domains, which the external domains that are allowed to load images in our website. So it's going to be an array. Open it. Remote pattern, which is going to be the host name. Wait a second, I think like this, it's an object. Then we need to supply the remote pattern, and this is going to be an array. Open it, and here we need to have the object called host name. Paste it. Right, image is an object and remote pattern is going to be an array of objects, right? Because you might load different images from different domains, so in order to, you need to configure all those domains over there. So save it and then refresh it. All right, I think I do have one more domain in that, I think so. Yes, let me configure this one as well as in it. Let me create one more object and one more host name that I need to configure in it. thumbs.dreamtime.com. Refresh it. All right, so here we go. So now we have all those images are loaded as services properly, right? So next, what I need to do is we have to bring this particular subscribe now section. So let's go ahead and create a new section called subscribe-now.tsx. And in this case, I'm going to copy this exactly and I'm going to paste this over here. Subscribe now. So we don't have this toast. It's nothing but toast is nothing but like once the user type his email, we need to simply write like what to say, we need to write the notification alert, the toast notification. So basically that is what we are using, which is the sonar. This is the one. If I click this is what will comes over here, right? So that's the toast notification which I'm talking about. So let's go ahead and bring the toast over here. So in order to do that, what I need to do is I need to create a new folder over here called provider, and inside this provider I'm going to create a new file called toast-provider.tsx, and this should be a client component. Use client and import from okay, so let's keep it in that way. So RAFCE, not RAFC, and that is going to be toast provider, and I don't need this package. And instead of this division, I'm gonna return the toaster, so which we haven't installed. So I'm gonna copy this and install it first. Let me install it first. Sonar, yes, it is installed. And now let me import this from add components UI Sonar, and here the class name, of course, which is going to be bg neutral 100, and it should have shadow lg. And the theme, of course, I'm going to use the light theme. You can use whatever the theme use, and of course it should have some rich colors. So if you check it out over here, their documentations, if you check it out over the documentation, you can see we have the rich colors and everything. See, rich colors here. This is the rich colors. So you can play around with your toaster over here, right? Then I can make the positions where I wanted it. I want to keep it on the top right corner, so save it. It will comes on the top right corner, and let me get back over here. Now the issue is gone. If I save it, and I need to bring the subscribe now, save it, you should be able to see this. Now if I type sample@gmail.com and if I click subscribe, the reason the toast is not working, it's because we haven't wrapped this provider. So what I need to do is get into the layout.tsx, and right inside here I need to bring that toast provider. That's the reason it is not working. Save it, and here all I have to do is to say sample@gmail.com, and now if I click this, you should be able to see this toaster. See, subscribed. And if you leave it, it will automatically goes by. The notification will be gone automatically, right? So that's the toast notification. See, that's looking awesome. And it's working perfectly as we wanted it. Perfect. Then let's get back to the page.tsx, and last we have to bring the one more container, which is going to be why choose us container. That's the one we need to create. Here I'm just going to say why choose us.tsx, and here let's get back here, and I'm gonna copy this. Let me scroll all the way to the bottom, and I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna paste it over here straight away. Save it, and I'm gonna say why choose as container, save it, and we successfully finished our home page. Look at that, right? And this is completely responsive. Check it out. See, this is how it looks on the small screen. So on the small screen, I think we need to fix our location tab. Search container. Let's scroll all the way to the bottom where the location, here it is. So basically for the location input, text gray placeholder is there, font, border, everything is there. I think I need to close this. Let me check it out. Yep, because it is being applied only for the large screen, right? Yes. Now if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you can see everything is completely responsive. That's looking cool. And this mobile toggle nav bar is also working perfectly as it's supposed to be, right? So next, what we have to do, we have to go ahead and start working with our Prisma in order to start working with our backend schema and all those things. So let's go here and make some changes, because we do have a lot of changes over here. So I need to commit all those changes. So changes, which is going to be, let's say, home screen UI completed. So commit this, right? So now we don't have any changes over here, right? No, every files are being successfully pushed, because I haven't pushed any files to the GitHub, but I make sure that they are committed. So once I pushed it, it will automatically push it to the GitHub with all the commit messages, whatever I do have, right? So let's go ahead and start working on with the Prisma now. All right then, so now let's start working on our data actions. So in this case, I'm going to close all these things. Let's keep it as empty and let me open it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear the terminal and I'm going to say npm install Prisma and add Prisma slash client. So that is the one that we need to install. So let's go ahead and install these two packages, Prisma and add Prisma client. And in the meantime, let's open up our MongoDB. So let's open the MongoDB. Let me open the MongoDB. There we go. So this is not how it will looks like for your very first time. Let me log out. Okay, so this is how it will look for you when you click it. So all you have to do is to sign in with your Gmail account. If I click this, so that is going to ask you to choose your account. In this case, I'm going to choose my Office account. And that is going to sign in inside. All right, so here we are. So in this case, what I'm going to do is, so if you wish to create a new organizations, you can create a new organizations, and or I'm going to create a new project. So basically that is going to be a new project, and then the project name it's going to be, what we can do, we can give the project name as full stack Next.js projects, something like this. Okay, so I don't want the tags to be, so let's create it, and the project owner, so which is going to be myself. So let me create a project, and that is going to create ourselves a new project. There we go. So now I'm inside my new project which I have created, and so far I don't have any cluster in it, so I'm going to create a new cluster. So you can choose what cluster that you're willing to do. I'm going to go for Google Cloud, and I'm going to keep it as the cluster 0 as the name itself, and it will automatically choose the nearby locations, and I'm not going to change anything at all. If you click go to advanced configurations, you can see a lot of setups and everything in the advanced configurations, right? In this case, I'm going to go with the basic configuration setup itself. Okay, and we know that that is the okay, so it's automatically opening the cluster. I'm gonna go for the free, which is the shared one, and let's choose the Google Cloud and choose the nearby locations automatically, and I'm not going to change anything at all, and then I'm just going to create the free cluster itself. Select all the images with the crosswalks. Okay, so let me choose the crosswalk, this. All right, now verify it. Perfect. So now we know that, and now all we have to do is to create ourselves a username, right? And we need to make sure that it should be like, what is it, highly secured username. So in this case, I'm just going to keep it as a more common username. Anyways, I will delete this username after this project after once I finished it. So admin and admin, I'm going to create that user, so the user will be successfully created. And we need to, this is my local IP address, and yeah, so let's, for the time being, let's finish and close it. So let's go to the overview. Okay, so it's giving me the warning about the recent, your cluster is being created. And let's get to the database access. Who can access it? This is the admin, so I'm the admin, so I can access it. And then network access. So this particular, if I get the data from this very particular address, it will be like, what to say, allow the user to access it. So all I have to do is to confirm it, and it is inactive, and allow access it from anywhere, and click confirm. So you will be able to connect your cluster from the following IP address list. Both of these status are being inactive. I think once the data cluster is being created, they will be changed to automatic. So now still it's saying that your cluster has been created. So let me pause the video until it's been successfully created. So you have to wait for a couple of minutes to activate it. All right then, so now my cluster has been successfully created. So let me go ahead and check my network access also. So now you can see, you should be able to see this network access is active. So only if this network access are active, you should be able to access your database from anywhere, right? So please make sure that. And let me click browse collections. And if I get back to the browse collections, so far I don't have any databases, nothing, right? So for instance, if I choose add my own data, and I can create myself a new database, let's say used vehicles, used vehicles. Collection name, I can keep it as a sample and I can create it. And this is how it looks. Later we can delete this sample one, and you should remember this used vehicles, that is your database name, right? So let me get to the databases overview again, and let me click the connect option, and let me click the drivers, and this is my connection string, right? Basically this is the place where I need to give my admin password, and this is the place where I need to, right after the slash and before this question mark, I need to give my database name over there, right? So let me click this, copy this. Now it has been copied. All right, so now all I have to do is to initialize our Prisma. So let me say npx Prisma init. So that is going to initialize, and you can see the database URL, everything is being created, and these are the connectors that I can use, and we are going to use the MongoDB for this ORM. So let me get back to the Prisma. You should be able to see this schema.prisma, right? So in the schema.prisma, now all I have to do is to make some changes. So over here, first what I need to do is I need to enable a few features which just helps us to search for the index wise and as well as the text wise. So let me change the preview features over here, which is going to be full text index, and as well as I need to enable the full text search features, both of these. So if you're wondering what from you, if you're wondering how on my screen the schema.prisma, it's looking in quite different because I installed the package for Prisma, extension for Prisma. Please go ahead and install this. So it's asking me restart the extension. Okay, so this is the extension that I've been installed for the Prisma, so please go ahead and install it, and then you might see the color changes and the auto suggestions and everything. And provider, of course, the provider is going to be the MongoDB, so please make some changes on the MongoDB. And the relation mode, which is going to be the Prisma itself, right? That's the relation mode. So save these changes, right? So then all I have to do is to get back into my environment variable file, and in the meanwhile I need to stop my server, right? This is it. By default it's giving you the Postgres SQL. So I'm going to copy this MongoDB and I'm going to change this URL over here, copy this and paste it, and I'm going to replace this with my DB password as an admin, and right after here I'm going to give my database name, which is, in case, it's going to be used hyphen vehicles, used hyphen vehicles. I think so, that's the thing. So save it. If everything is working properly, let me check it out. npx Prisma generate. If I type that command, you should get this message as you don't have any models defined in your schema, so nothing will be generated. Okay, so let's go ahead and generate this for the time being. Let's copy this model user and let me generate it. So save it for the time being, clear it, and let's say npx Prisma generate or something. Now if everything is working fine, you should get this message generated, and yeah, client is generated now. So npx Prisma db push. Now this model is the collection, it needs to be pushed to our database. So let's push this. So you can see that environment is loaded and the used vehicle database, it's accessed properly, and yep, unique index is created for this particular key, because the email, it should be unique. So now if I refresh this, you should be able to see the user collections over here. There we go, see the user collections, which is completely empty. That's, we know that. And I'm going to delete this sample because I don't need that sample collection anymore. And now the main thing is I do have the user collection user table in my hand. Now all I have to do is to go ahead and customize the user table as I needed it. So I need the ID and I need the email, and which needs to be unique. I need the name, that is need to be a string, and I need to have the contact, and that is also have to be string type, and it should be an optional. And I need the address, and that is also, it's going to be a string, which is going to be an optional. And I need the location of the user, which is going to be an optional string. Then I need the profile image, which is going to be an optional string, right? Then by default, the role for the user which I'm creating, which is going to be at default user. That's the role which I'm creating for that specific user, right? So then right after here, we need to create the relations for other collections or other schemas, other models, or whatever it is, right? So we have to create the relations for the rest of the stuffs, right? So let me create all the complete schema over here. Otherwise, you can simply copy and paste it from the description which I given below, right? In this case, I'm going to explain it one by one. So the first important schema, this is the relation. So right after here, I need to see created at field, created at. When it's been created, I need to get that date time, and I need to get the default value of that current time, right? Then updated at, and that field need to be date and time, right? And it need to have this updated at init property. Whenever it gets updated, it need to automatically get that timestamp, right? So then I'm going to have this model vehicle. That's a model which I'm going to create, vehicle, and it should have the ID, which is going to be quite exactly the same as this. So I'm going to copy and paste it over here, right? Then right after here, what I need to do, I need to have a list of fields, which is going to be a make, and that is going to be a string. Then I need to have a model, and that is going to be a string, and I'm going to create an year, and that is going to be int on what year it has been created. Then I'm going to have price, which is going to be a float field. Then I'm going to have the category ID, which is going to be a string, right? Then I'm going to have the subcategory ID, which is in case it's going to be a string itself. Then owner ID, which in case it's going to be a string itself. And I need to create the relationships now for the owner, the category, and the subcategory. So owner, which is going to be the user itself, okay? And I'm going to say at relation, open it. So I'm going to get the fields, which is going to be the owner ID, and the reference field of that user table is going to be ID field. That's the field he needs to refer. So now it's showing this issue. It's because error on validating owner in the model vehicle, because the owner field is not mapped properly with the user field. So let's get back to the user table. So over there, I need to create the relationship for what, for that vehicle. So vehicles, which is going to be a type of this vehicle itself, and it's going to be an array of fields. Perfect. Okay, so now I think let's solve that issue. Perfect. And just like the same way, I need to create for category, and for I need to create for subcategory. So if you wish to do the same thing for that, I'm gonna bring the category and subcategories as well as. So let me bring that over here. So which is going to be model category, open it, and I'm gonna do the same thing, copy and paste the ID over here. And for the category, I'm gonna have the name and slug and the relationship for the vehicles, you can see. And we need to create the subcategory as well. So copy this and model subcategory, open it, and let's bring the same stuff open here. And I'm gonna create a relationship for that, just like this. Okay, and then now all I have to do is to go ahead and create the relationship on the vehicles for both of the fields, for the category and for the subcategories. That's the reason it's showing that issue, right? So it's just a warning, let's ignore it, not an issue. Perfect, right? So now we have the category and subcategory, and we have the relationships get mapped properly, right? So what are the rest of the fields I need to have? So I need to have the cover image for this, and that is going to be a string. Then I'm going to have the images, which is going to be a string, and I'm going to by default, I'm going to keep this as an array, just like this. Array of strings, right? So that's the reason we are keeping it like this. Later, if you are facing any issues, we can make some changes over here, not a problem. Okay, so let's change the status, and status, of course, it's going to be a string, and that is going to have by default value. By default, it is going to have the value as a pending, because by every vehicle without approval, it should not be uploaded by the user. So that's the reason status need to be as a pending state. So report, which is going to be string, and at default the value should be low mileage. Then location, which is going to be string itself. Then the state, which is going to be the string. Then district, which is going to be string. Then postal code, which is going to be string. Then mileage, which is going to be string. Then engine, and that is also going to be the string. And the transmission, which is going to be the strings. These are all the fields, right? Perfect. And the rest of the things, what is going to be is we do have a few more fields for, like what to say, for the favorite vehicles, and for the calculating the views, how many person opened that per vehicles, right? So we do have that. So in order to get that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say model favorite, open it. Then let's get back this ID and supply it, right? And then for that, I'm going to get that user ID and the vehicle ID as well as. So I'm going to copy and paste it, because you need to have the user ID and you need to have the vehicle ID. Then I need to create the relationship for the user and the vehicle, and I need to have the created fields and everything, right? So I need to have the same field over here as well as. Perfect. Now we are getting this error is because we don't have this relationship for the favorite in our vehicles. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it. Now still I'm getting the same error on the users, because I need to give the same array on our users table as well as. Now the issue is gone, right? Now I need to do the same stuff for what? For the views. So I'm going to create a new model view, open it. Then I'm going to copy this. Then I'm going to paste it. Okay, so for the view, what are the things we need? We need the same user ID, same vehicle ID, and the same, just exactly the same thing, just like your favorites. Same thing, no changes in that. And all I have to do is I need to create the same relationship for the views in the both tables, in the not either, on both of the vehicles and as well as on the users table, just like this. And now the error is gone. So the vehicles table is now, it is completed, right? We have all the informations which is necessary for us. And at the end, we need to create the index. So at index needs to be created based on the make, right? So that is how you need to create the index for your vehicles table. So we have the users informations, and we have the vehicles informations, favorite and views informations, and category and subcategory informations. And for the push notifications, we need to have one more table, model notification. So let me bring the ID. Okay, so give me a minute. Okay, sorry for that. So notification needs to have the message. So let me copy and paste that as well, so we don't want to waste our time. Okay, so here we do have the message, and we think I don't need this. Okay, so we do have the message, we do have the user ID for the user table relation, and what type it is, and what is the status it is, and vehicle ID for the vehicle, and the read receipt for that notification, right? So let's go ahead and create the relationship for both of this notification arrays. So on our vehicles and as well as on our users table. Okay, so notification. Okay, spelling mistake. Yep. And now I need to bring the same thing for our users. All right, so save these changes. Perfect. Now we have all these informations which is necessary for us for creating the application. So you guys don't have to worry about it. You can either type it or you can copy it from the gist which I given below. Go ahead and click the link in the description below. And you can copy this complete code from here. So every time when I make some changes, it doesn't matter, you can copy this the updated schema from here, right? So now we successfully finished our backend schema. So all I have to do is to generate, so npx prisma generate, there we go, then npx prisma db push. All right, so all these values are being successfully pushed, and let me refresh my table now. So now we have all the necessary tables in our MongoDB. So now all we have to do is to go ahead and fill the category and subcategory, and that is what we are going to do now. So I prepared a data for in order to create I prepared a data for the category and for the subcategories, right? So what we can do is we can hard code that category and subcategory. So because like if you wish to keep a separate data actions for the categories and subcategories, create a form and you can have your own categories and subcategories, right? But I just ask the ChatGPT to give me the category and subcategories for based on the vehicles. Somewhat we have a few categories and subcategories, right? But if you're going for real time, you should have a own form in order to do that. But in this case, I'm going to use that data array to create that. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that part next. All right then, so now what we have to do is, since we successfully finished the schema for our app, now all we have to do is to create the categories and subcategories. So basically, if you check it out over here, all these categories and subcategories, so these are the categories. For each category, it might have some subcategories as well as. So in order to create this, we're gonna hard code it, right? So as I said, so all I have to do is to go ahead and create a new folder over here called scripts, and inside the scripts I'm going to create a new file called seeds.ts. okay, it's a TypeScript file. So basically now what we are going to do is, so we're going to create a function in order to deploy, in order to hard code the category and all those things. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is here, so first I need to generate the Prisma client equals to require, open it, and at Prisma client. So from there I'm going to generate the Prisma client. I'm going to extract the Prisma client. So please make sure there is no spelling mistake over here. It should be properly as the Prisma client. Okay, so now it has been generated. Then we need to create the database instance. So const database is equals to new Prisma client. All right, so now what I need to do is I need to have a function in order to generate these slugs. So basically, let's say if it is a generate is the electric bike, then the slug should be electric hyphen bike. So just like that. Okay, so I'm gonna create a function called generate slug is equals to, open it. So this function is basically, it's going to get the name, and which is going to be the type of string. Okay, and inside here this function is going to return a name, and it's going to convert everything into a lowercase, and then we're gonna replace. So here I'm gonna have a specific regular expression, so which is going to be slash yes, and then plus slash g. Then I'm gonna replace it with hyphen. Right after here, then I'm gonna have, after this, once it has been replacements have been successfully completed, then I'm gonna replace again. So I'm gonna start it, then I'm gonna open an array. Here, this is where it is going to start, slash w slash hyphen. Then right after here, I'm gonna say plus slash g. Then I'm gonna replace it with an empty string. These are the things. All right. So save these changes. These are the regular expressions. So if you want to learn what exactly all these things, so please go ahead and search for regular expressions so you can understand what exactly the purpose of slash s, slash w, and all those things. Okay. So now all I have to do is to create a function, a main function where we are going to insert all these data. So it's going to be an asynchronous callback function, arrow function. Okay. And inside here, we need to say have the try and catch. So basically in the catch statement inside that, we need to get the error. So let's keep that error itself. Then I'm just going to say console.log error on seeding, error on seeding the database for used vehicles. Then let's right after here, let's bring that error, whatever the error it is, let's bring that error and display it. And finally, we need to have, whether there is an error or not, we always need to disconnect the database. That part needs to be done inside the finally. And this is the place where we are going to connect the database first. Inside the try, this is the place where we need to connect the database, right? So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the categories. So for categories, we do have only two types of categories. It is going to be either a car or it is going to be a bike. These two are the categories. So if you check it out over here, await database.category, create many. So I'm going to create a data instance, which is going to be named as a car, and then slug, I'm going to generate the slug for the cars. That's the reason we created this function. Okay. This is the place where we are creating the seeds for category, and now we need to create the seeds for subcategory. So you can copy this dummy data which I given in this gist file itself. You can open that and you can scroll. If you scroll all the way to the bottom, you can find the seed.ts somewhere. See, you can find the seed.ts. You can completely copy the exact same code what I'm using right now, right? And I'm going to keep it over here. This is the dummy data which we are generating for the category and for the subcategories: SUV, sedan, hatchback. All right. So these are the subcategories. Perfect. Now save it. And inside the finally block, now we are going to say await database dot dollar disconnect. This is how you need to disconnect your database. Okay. Disconnect. Then I'm going to say main function, open it, call the main functions. All right, so let's check it out how it's going to be run this. So all I have to do say is node scripts c.ts. Okay, so this is not necessary to keep this type over here. Ignore it, and we can quick fix this by, let's see what is happening now, because it is saying that unexpected token of that colon sign. Run it, and now it is working. Now it is inserted successfully. I hope so. So we can fix this just by ignoring that error, because we don't want to ignore it. So at ts ignore, so that will be ignoring that error. So basically, according to TypeScript, we need to keep that string type, but when you're running the script through the node, it is giving us unexpected token over there. So that's the reason we are just ignoring it. Okay. So now I think I need to log in again. Let me check it out. Let me refresh the page. Yes, I need to log in again. All right, it's loading. let me check the category. And there we go, we have the categories for the name and the slug. And if I go for the subcategory, I should have, yep, there it is. See, the name, slug, and the category ID, for which particular category ID we generated that the data for it. All right, so it is successfully generated, but we need to have some console log right after that place where we are successfully creating the data. So this is the place we need to have a console log. So let's keep a console log over here. So don't run it again, otherwise you will insert the same data again. So just add this console log over there, seeding successful for categories and subcategories related to used cars and bikes. All right, so we successfully generated the categories and subcategories, and now all we have to do is to go ahead and start working with your dashboard part, and that is what we are going to do next. All right, then, since we successfully finished the home and the schema part and seeding the categories and subcategories and all these things, so now all we have to do is to go ahead and work with the dashboard part. So what I'm going to do is open the app, and there we do have the dashboard group route. So inside here, I'm going to have one more, which is going to be a layout.ts file. So we're going to have a custom layout for our dashboard. All right, so here I'm going to say SFC, which is going to be dashboard layout. And inside this page, what we are going to do is we're going to have a custom div, and this, okay, this is supposed to be tsx file. Yep. Now inside here, now we have to generate the type. The type is going to be the children, and the children is going to be the type of React node. All right, let's get that children prop inside, and let's render that children prop inside over here. Right, so for the dashboard layout, what we are going to do is class name, which is going to be a minimum height as screen height. That's a minimum height. Then of course it's going to be in the column direction, and it should be the container, and mx should be auto, and the padding should be 4, but on the LG device padding should be 8, and then it should be a flex. Now inside here, this is the place where you need to bring the header, and then we need to bring the main container, just like the same for auth layout. And here we need to bring the footer. So here let's bring the header component from add components header, and here we bring the footer component from add components footer, and here let's bring the main container, which is going to be class name, and it should have the class name as flex grow, and then it should have the flex column and flex. First it needs to be flex, then only you can arrange it in a flex column direction, and the py it should be 12. And inside here only we are going to render the children prop, basically. Right, this is how the layout it's going to be. And when you click the dashboard, initially it is going to take the user to the /overview. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder called overview. Right click, create a new folder called overview, and let's create a new file over here called page.tsx, and this is going to be sfc, let's say overview page. All right, and then here now let's create a division which is going to say dash, this is the dashboard overview. Save it. And now if you click this dashboard, okay, so we are getting error. I think I need to run my server, so npm run dev, and let's save these changes. And this is the place where it is going to run the overview, and we are inside the overview. You can see we are inside the dashboard, and it's saying this is inside the dashboard overview page. All right, so now it is working perfectly fine. Now inside the layout, what I need to do is, so basically if this page should not be loaded if the user is not authenticated. So what I'm going to do is over here, I'm going to get the user information. So const is equals to from the auth, since it's a server side component, you need to run the server code. Okay, let's arrange it on the top and separate it, and user ID, oops, user ID. So all you have to say, if there is no user ID, then all you have to do is to redirect the user from next navigation, redirect the user to slash sign in page. That is the place where the user needs to be redirected, if only if there is no user ID. Now all we have to do is to save this user information in our database, because now we know that, because once you are getting into the data dashboard, we need to store the user informations, right? Because that's the place where the user can like any user can log in, and they can like what to say, they can publish their own vehicles or bikes, whatever the informations they want. So what we are going to do is, so in order to publish their own vehicle, we need to store the information. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new handler, basically new folder. Here I'm just going to keep the handlers, and inside the handlers folder I'm going to create a new file called auth handler.tsx, and this is going to be the use client. Okay, so here now first what we are going to do is, we are going to create a function or a fc, or sorry, refc, yep, export, and this is supposed to be default function, right? refc. Okay, so this function is going to be auth handler. Okay, auth handler, make sure that is the default export function. Okay, so save it, and then inside here now I need to access, since this is the client folder, so I'm gonna have to access, so const is equals to use auth. From there I'm going to access whether the user is signed in or not, in order to get that state is signed in. So this is the state which helps us to check the user whether it's authenticated or not. Then I need to access the user information, so we can access the user information from use user hook, because we need to access the logged in user information's name, profile image, and all those things. Then I need to have a router instance, so const router is equals to use router from next navigation. Please make sure that has been coming from next navigations. Save it. Then right after here I need to access the path name, which path we are right now. Path name is equals to use path name from next navigation. Then I need to have a state for loading state, use state, which is going to be loading, and set loading by default it is going to be true. By default let's keep it as true. Then once the user successfully logged in and this database stores all the details, we'll change the states to false. Okay, so next what I'm going to do is, by default this auth handler, it's not going to do return anything, so I'm going to return it as a null. But whenever the state is being loading, so here if the state is loading, then in that situation I'm going to return a custom styles for that loader. So I'm going to bring the loader, this one, and I'm going to animate this class name. Width of course it's going to be 10, height of course 10, and animate spin, and then text color it's going to be blue 500. And for this division I'm going to make sure that class name, width of course it should be full, and height of course it should be full, and it should be fixed, and z 50, and bg should be white color, and flex item center, and justify everything in the center. So that is going to be the loader animation if it is loading. So right after here I need to install one more package called npm install Axios. This is the one. Okay, so now all we have to do is to create an API in order to store the user details into our database. So let's go ahead and create an API for the user detail, to store the user details. So what we can do is, let's go here, and I'm going to create a new folder over here called API, and inside the API I'm going to create a new file. Wait a minute. So that API folder needs to be created inside the app. Let's put it inside the app. Yep, now inside the app we do have a folder called API. So this is going to be a new folder over here called user, and inside this folder I'm going to create a new file called route.ts. Perfect. Now Over here, we are going to create a post request in order to store the user details. So let's create export const post method, a callback function, and let's keep this function as an asynchronous function, right? And this function is going to get the request, and which is going to be the type of the request itself. All right, and inside here I'm going to bring the try and catch, and whenever there is an error, all we have to do is to console log that error, console.log, open it, and I'm going to say error retrieving the users error. Okay, then I'm going to say success, which is going to be false. Then oops, not here, so I need to return the next response from the next server, and I'm going to send a custom JSON data dot JSON, open it, and open the object, which is going to be success false. Then we need to send a custom message, which is going to be failed to retrieve users. So basically what we are trying to do is, whenever we are what we have to do is, first we need to try to fetch the user data from the database using that ID, authenticated ID. If the user details are already there, collect it and send it to the front end. If it is not, we need to create a new user, and that is what we are trying to do over here. So status, which is going to be 500. This is supposed to be right after this object over here. That's the reason. Yep, now it is gone. All right, now inside the try and catch, inside this try, this is the place. What we have to do is we need to get the all the necessary details that we need to keep it collecting from the front end, request.json. So through the JSON, I'm going to collect the ID, then I'm going to collect the email of the user, the name of the user, and the profile image of the user. Profile image, please make sure there is no spelling mistake. ID, email, name, and the profile image. These are the information that we need to collect from the through the API. We will through the API we will send the informations. Now we need to check if user exists in the database or not. We need to check the user whether he is exist in the database or not. So const existing user is equals to await. So now I need to create a Prisma like a global instance for a Prisma client. So what I need to do is I'm going to create that global instance. So let's jump into the library folder, and here I'm going to say db.ts, and inside here I'm going to import the Prisma client from @Prisma client over here. This is the one. Then I'm going to ensure the Prisma client is a singleton to avoid creating the multiple instances in the development. So what exactly we are trying to do is we are trying to create the Prisma client. Prisma client is a singleton. Ensure the Prisma client is a singleton to avoid creating multiple times instance, to avoid creating multiple instances during the development. Okay, that is what we are trying to do over here. So const global for Prisma, that's a variable that we are trying to create over here. So global as unknown as Prisma Prisma client. Okay, that is through this way we can make sure we can avoid creating multiple instances. Then what I have to do is to export const tp is equals to, then global for this for Prisma, we're going to access that Prisma if that is say so. Otherwise what I'm going to do, if it does have that instance, keep it. Otherwise create a new Prisma client, open it. Okay, then inside here I'm going to log from where that this Prisma client it is from. We're gonna log from what environment that we are running it. So process.env dot node env. If it is equals to development, then we're going to access the query. We're going to access the info. We're going to access the info. Then we're going to access the one more, which is going to be the warning. All this. Otherwise, return an empty array. Okay. And at the end, if process.env.node.env, if it is not equals to the production, in that situation, I'm going to use this global.prisma, which is going to be the data instance which we created. Okay. So this is how, by this way, you can ensure the Prisma client is a singleton, like a single instance, not a multiple instances, like creating again and again and again. Okay. So now let's jump back to the route where we are over here. Await, we need to access the database db dot, then I'm going to access the user table, then I'm going to make sure find the unique user from the Mogodb, open it, where the id is equals to id. Okay, through this way we can identify that user. So then if there is no existing user, if not existing user, then what we need to do, we need to create a new user. Create a new user. This is the place where we are going to do. Then const new user is equals to await db dot user dot create, open it. Then inside here I'm gonna send the data, which is going to be id, name, email, and the profile image. All those fields will be properly supplied. Then all I have to do is to return the values. Next response, we're going to return the next response with the JSON data with an object of success as true, then as well as the data with the new user which we have successfully created. If it is not right, like if the user details is already there, then all I have to do is to return next response dot JSON, open it, and let's say success colon true, and then message as user already exists. This is supposed to be a string. Okay, that's the return message that we are trying to send. All right, so this is the auth handler that we are trying to do. Perfect. Okay, so I think so this is perfectly fine for now. Let's jump into the auth handlers, the place where we have to store the data. So okay, all right, so now what we have to do is, so over here right after this, the place where we are finished all these states, and here I'm gonna get the use effect, open it. It's going to have a callback function and the array injections, and inside here I'm going to store the data. Const store user data. It's going to be a function which is going to be an asynchronous function. I'm going to make sure this as an asynchronous function, and inside here if is signed in, if the user signed in, and if I have the user information in my hand, then only I need to start working with that API. So here what I'm going to do is in the console log, try and catch if there is any error is happening, console.log that error, whatever the error is. I'm going to say failed to store the user data, which is in case it's going to be that error, whatever the error it is, just print it. Then I'm just going to give the toast dot error, open it. So we need to say here we got an error message, let's say failed or something, failed. Then I'm gonna supply the description, which is going to be failed to store the user data, something like this. Okay, all right. All right, so now right after here, this is the place where we need to call that the API which we created. So let's say const response is equals to await axios. Let's use the axios dot post method, open it, then need to supply the API information slash user slash API slash user. That's the API which we created. Then we need to supply the data, right? The user data. So I'm gonna create an instance which is going to be ID user dot ID. Then I need to supply the email which is going to be user dot primary email address dot email address. Then I need to supply the name which is going to be user dot full name or user dot first name. If that is user dot full name, keep it, otherwise user dot first name, otherwise keep it as anonymous. Okay, then at last, right after here, I need to supply the profile image, right? So let's apply the profile image. All right, so now the last thing which is going to be the profile image, and that is going to be fetched from the user itself. So which is going to be the, wait a second, over here. So user dot image URL, right? These are the things. We have to get the ID, then we have to get the email, then we have to get the name, and then we have to get the profile image of the user, right? These are the informations that we need to supply to the user. So once all these informations are successfully created by the user, if the informations all these, so let's get if, open the if condition, if the response dot data dot, we have to make sure, because if in that data what we are getting sending back, we are sending the message as success, right? So if that message is success, if the data dot result is success question mark, then open it. Here what we are going to do, we are going to push the user, router dot push the user to the path name, whatever the path name that user is inside the like dashboard, any specific path name, we need to push the user to that specific path name. So if that is not, else we just need to say console.log failed to store the user data. Then along with that, I'm just going to send the response.data, whatever the data I'm getting back. Okay, so let's get back over here, and right after this I'm gonna bring the auth handler. So let me open the console, keep the console open, and let me bring it to the bottom sections for the time being. And so let's keep it empty, and let network also keep it empty. Once I save this and it's loading, you can see it is loading. Okay, so still it is keep on loading, not sure. Yep, we failed to close the loading state. So what I'm going to do is, so we need to make sure on two places. For this if condition, I'm going to set the loading as false, set loading as false. And if in case any errors are happening on the finally block also, I'm going to close the set is loading as false, both of them. And now it has been, it should work now. If I refresh this, loading. Okay, so still one more thing that we need to make some changes over here, because we failed to call this function itself. So copy this function and here call this function, and right after here, whenever there is a changes on is signed in, and if there is changes on the user, and if there is changes on the router, and if there is changes on your path name, any changes on this, it need to be re-rendered. So save it, and we are getting an error, of course. Mm, refresh it. Okay, now we are getting the message as failed to store user data. So what is happening? Axios errors, status 500. What is the message we are getting? 500 internal server error. So we are getting the message, so which is success false. We are getting this message from here, false, fail to retrieve the message. Okay, so what might be the issue? That's the thing that we need to check over here. So this is the place where we are creating new user. Not sure what might be the issue. Export const post method, that's the method that we are creating. Asynchronous request and request methods. Okay, so this is the place where we are sending the method slash API slash users. So first we need to make sure whether we are getting the data inside or not. So console.log ID email, let's check that out over here. Okay, so that is an issue. Malformed object. Okay, so the issue is for the user table. Okay, so over here, if you check it out for the user ID, the user ID is automatically generated. See, for the user ID, it's automatically generated. So, which in case, that's the reason it's not allowing the user to store the ID, user ID. We are sending the user ID, right? From where? From the auth handler. We are getting the user ID and we are supplying it to the ID parameter. It is not supposed to be stored on the ID because ID is auto generated. So what I have to do is I have to create one more field which is going to be clerk ID. Okay, and then I need to keep it as a string. Okay, and that field is not supposed to be optional. And let's close this and let's say npx prisma generate, then npx prisma db push. All right, now all I have to do is to get back over here. Instead of ID, I'm gonna supply the clerk ID, which is going to be the ID, right? Just like that. Save it and let's run our server npm run dev, and let's refresh, keep this and refresh this. Overview is up and running, and now the auth handler is loaded, and there we go. Okay, still we are getting false. Okay, so find unique, there is a problem with our find unique as well. So we need to fetch the data based on the clerk ID, supply the ID. Where what is this issue? This is the string only. This is a type error, so we need to fix this type error. So what we can do is, so basically that's a type issue. So what we can do over here is, so I'm gonna say if the type of ID is equals to a string, then so that is supposed to be inside a single quotes. Yes, if that says so, then run this. Still we are getting an error. We need to fix this issue. So the issue because of this, even though when you're checking properly with the clerk ID with your ID, and even though if you're checking the type of the ID as a string, still we are getting the errors because it is checking for the unique field when you're trying to fetch the data, because it's trying to find a unique. It's the clerk ID field should be a unique field. So what we need to do, we need to add over here as unique property. That's the one thing that we missed. So npx prisma db push. Oops. First we need to generate, then push it. Perfect. Then rerun the server. npm run dev. And now in the route field, you can see we don't have that issue. Yes, I think so. This should fix the issue. Now let's run it. It's refreshing. Running overview, auth handler is run successfully and still the user is pending, and there we go. You can see we got the ID, clerk ID, email, name, contact, and the rest of the fields are empty, but we do have the necessary information that's successfully stored inside the users table. If you check it out, the users table, now you should have the user information over here. See, the authenticated user information is stored inside our DB. So we successfully stored the user information inside our DB using this auth handler by creating an API and get first we collecting the information from the stored user, then we are sending the to API, then using the API. If the user IDs already exist, we just returning the user IDs, like we just simply returning the response as nothing over here. See, this is the response that you get back. If I refresh this, we know that the user is already there, and if I check the user, you can see user already exists. That is the message I do got from the server back. But if the user is not there, we're going to create a new user and we are returning the new user which is successfully created, right? So we successfully stored the user information in our database, and then now we have to go ahead and start working at our database database actions. All right then, so now what we have to do is to, since we successfully finished the user details saved on our dashboard, and in this case now all we have to do is to go ahead and create this vehicle session in the dashboard, right? So let's go ahead and start working on that. And yep, so before moving into that, first we need to work on the dashboard routes, just like the same way we have created over here. So let's go ahead and create the dashboard routes. Inside the dashboard, we have the layout over here. So this is the section where we are rendering the children, and this is the place where we need to bring our dashboard routes. So in order to generate this, so I'm gonna create a new components folder inside the dashboards called _components. And inside this, I'm going to create a new file called dash-dashboard-routes.tsx. All right, so let's go ahead and create that now. So let's mark this component as a client component, use client, and let's say RFC or AFC. Yes, this is the one. Okay, and this is going to be the dashboard routes components. Save these changes and let's get back over here and import it and save these changes. All right, so let's keep all these on the top, and yep, that's fine. Keep the handlers separately and the components separately. Perfect. So now we have the dashboard routes at the top. So in order to get the dashboard routes, first we need to access the path name on which path that we are. So const path name equals to use path name next navigation. Make sure that it's been installed from next navigation, and straight away right after here we need to generate the routes. All right, so I'm gonna create the routes. So all you have to do is to just pause the video and create the routes exactly the same way, just like over here, like slash wake slash overview and labels and slash manage vehicles and the contacts. These are the routes that we are creating for the admin. And it's going to return, delete this, and for this I'm going to say class name width, of course it's going to be full, and overflow x it's going to be auto, and we don't need the scroll bar. So basically what we need to do is, in order to hide the scroll bar, so we need to install what is that, we need to install a very specific package called tailwind scroll bar. This is the one. So all we have to do is to copy this, get back over here, get into the folder name and install it, npm install tailwind scroll bar. Then all I have to do is to add this plugin, a required plugin, copy this right after here. There we go. So close this, and now over here we can see scroll bar none. So that by that way we can hide that specific scroll bar whenever it has been showing that scroll bar. If it is overflowing, of course it's going to show that scroll bar, so that's the reason. So now let's say class name flex, and medium, on medium devices onwards it should be justify center, and on it should have space x4, and from the medium devices onwards space x6, and py of course it's going to be 4. Then hit the enter inside. So I'm gonna render the routes.map, open it. Then I'm gonna call a callback render function, and inside here I'm gonna destructure, I'm gonna access the path, and I'm gonna access the label. Then I'm gonna bring the link tag from next link, and it's going to expect the key prop, which is going to be the path itself. Then I'm gonna say href, which is going to be the path itself. Then inside here I'm gonna bring the label. So by that way we should able to see the labels over here. Perfect. And now for this particular class name, which is going to be, I'm going to use the cn, then I'm going to write the normal styles px4, py2, and font of course medium, and text which is going to be base, and rounder which is going to be lg, and transition it's going to be all, and duration which is going to be 150. All right, and right after here I'm gonna add some styles, add the comma and write the styles, enable the word wrap. So I'm gonna add comma, then I'm gonna say if the path name is equals to path, the current path we are, that means we are on the active route. So bg blue 400, and text should be white color, and font of course should be semi bold, and shadow which is going to be lg, and the shadow color should be blue 200. That's how it will looks, and if it is not, this is how. Okay, so this is how it looks, right? If it is not, in that situation, which is going to be bg neutral 200, and the text should be gray 700, and on hover which is going to be bg blue 400, and on hover which is going to be text white color. That's how it looks. All right, so now that's looking perfectly fine, which in case it looks exactly how we wanted it, right? So then all we have to do is to jump into the vehicles page, and that is what we are going to do. So let's jump into the vehicles page, and let me create a new folder over here called how exactly it is being created. Copy this, and let's create a new folder over here called manage vehicles. Wait a second, I didn't copy it. Copy, right click, new folder on the dashboard and paste it. And inside here I'm going to create a new file called page.tsx, and let's say sfc, which is going to be the manage vehicles page. Manage vehicles page, save it. And now if I click this vehicles page, that will takes me to the manage vehicles. So far we are in the main vehicles layout, and let's go ahead and start designing the manage vehicles layout, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now all we have to do is to go ahead and create this custom breadcrumb, and that is what we are going to do now. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the custom breadcrumb. So in order to get that, so let me install the breadcrumb first. So this is the one that we have to install. Then we can create ourselves a reusable component. So let's install npx Shadcn at latest add breadcrumb. So that is going to install that one. All right, so let me get into the manage vehicles. This is the place where we have to structure the layouts and everything. So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to say class name flex column, and then over here I'm going to say space y, which is going to be 4, and padding top it's going to be 4. Save it. That's how it looks. Then inside here, next I need to bring the custom breadcrumb. All right, so in order to generate that, I'm going to say custom breadcrumb, and this is the one that I'm going to create, and this is going to be created in the global components folder, components, and here I'm going to say custom breadcrumb.tsx. all right, so the custom breadcrumb.tsx, which is going to be the client used client. Then over here I'm just going to say RAFC, which is going to be custom breadcrumb. All right, save the changes and let me import it over here. Perfect. And now I should able to see that custom breadcrumb text. All right, so let me create an interface for this. So interface, which is going to be custom breadcrumb props. Open it. First I need to have breadcrumb items, which is in case it's going to be an optional one. Okay, it is not compulsory, it's going to be an optional object which is going to have the link, and the type is going to be string, and it's going to have a label, and that type is also going to be string, and it's going to be an array of objects. And at the end I'm going to have breadcrumb page, which is going to be a compulsory one, so which is not an optional one. And all right, so this is how it looks. Perfect. Perfect. So now all I have to do is to destructure those two parameters over here, two props over here from the custom breadcrumb props. I'm going to extract the breadcrumb page and the breadcrumb items. All right, so now all I have to do is to get back over here. Either what you can do is you can simply copy all these things, but in this case I'm going to copy this import statement alone, and I'm going to put it over here. Then all I'm going to do is to start writing ourselves. So breadcrumb, first I need to open the breadcrumb. All right, save the changes, and now inside the breadcrumb all I have to do is to create the breadcrumb list. Okay, so now inside the breadcrumb list I need to create the breadcrumb item. Now inside the breadcrumb item I'm going to create the breadcrumb link, which in case it's going to show the link as home. And of course inside here I'm going to have one more, which is going to be the home icon itself. So let's save this. The class name, which is going to be width 3 and height of course 3, and margin right it's going to be 2. all right, and then here I'm going to say class name flex item center, justify center, and hover I'm going to say text blue 500. And whenever I click this link href, it's need to take the user to home, so slash. All right, let's keep this as 4. That would be much better. Yes, perfect. Now we finish the first breadcrumb item in that list. Then all I have to do is to use this to to render that breadcrumbs again and again. So currently we are in the vehicles page. Sorry. So over here, what I'm going to show is, so breadcrumb items, which is going to be array. Let's open the label, of course, which is going to be the dashboard, and the href, sorry, the link, which is going to be slash overview. All right, then all I have to do is to supply the breadcrumb page, which in case is going to be vehicles. Save it. Right, so now let's get back over here. Now we have that. Now what I need to do is, here I'm gonna say breadcrumb items. If I do have that, then I need to render this. So I'm gonna get the react.fragment, open it, and inside here I'm gonna say breadcrumb items.map, open it. Then I'm gonna destructure get a callback function, and here I'm gonna get the item and the index as well, right? And inside here I'm gonna generate react dot fragment, and for this I'm gonna supply the key as index, right? Then index plus item dot link, because otherwise it will not work. It will keep on show that same warning issue. So we have to append that index with the item dot link. Then I need to generate the breadcrumb separator. Let's generate the breadcrumb separator, and then we need to bring the breadcrumb item. Let's bring the breadcrumb item, and inside here I need to bring the breadcrumb link, and this link over here, it's going to be href, it's going to be the item dot link, and inside here I need to bring the item dot label, right? So then whenever I'm hovering it, class name, whenever I'm hovering it, text blue color should be 500, something like that. All right, and at the end, right after this fragments, this is the place where it is getting ended, I think so. Yes, this is the place where it is getting ended, and here this is the place where I need to bring the separator. Then I need to bring the breadcrumb item again. Then I need to display the breadcrumb page, and that breadcrumb page, which is going to be the breadcrumb page itself. All right, so that is it. This is how now we successfully created ourselves a custom and a breadcrumb. Okay, so we finished with this, and next let's go on work on this heading and this action buttons. All right, so let's go ahead and do the next part. Okay, so in this case, so what I'm going to do is, so basically since we are using a flexbox again and again, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create myself a flexbox as a reusable component. So this is going to be the flexbox.tsx, and over here I'm going to say use client, and let's say this as the RAFC, and let's say this as a flexbox, and this is going to have an interface, and this is going to be the flexbox props, open it. And this flexbox props, it's going to extend some default attribute from the react.html attributes, which is going to be the HTML div element. That's the attribute it is being extended. And we are going to have one more prop inside, and children, which is going to be react.react node. All right, and now let's destructure it over here, which in case it's going to be flexbox props itself, and I'm gonna bring the children inside in it. All right, so we are going to extract the children, and I'm gonna get the class name. That's a default property. By default it's going to be an empty string, and I'm gonna bring the rest of the props. These are the props which is coming from this division element, right? And for this I'm gonna say destructure all the props, which whatever the props which we are getting. Then I'm gonna get the class name, then I'm going to bring the cn, the dynamic string property cn, open it, and I'm gonna write some styles flex item center. Okay, and right after here I'm gonna bring the class name. Later if you are giving supplying any class name to it, it will be overlap this class name, and inside this I'm gonna generate our children. Save this, and let's keep this as a top, and just like this. And now let me get back to the here. So right after this place, this is the place where I have to bring that flexbox, right? So over here I'm gonna say flexbox from the add components container. So now it's looking for a children which is necessary. So for this I'm gonna say class name, which is going to be the justify between. Save it, and inside here this is the place where I need to bring the headings. Then I need to bring the actions buttons, whatever the action button that is, I need to bring over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one more custom component called headings.tsx, and that is going to be a client component, and let's say RAFC, and which is going to be the headings. So save these changes, and let's get back over here, and I'm going to bring the headings from the add components. So save it. Now you should be able to see the headings over there, right? So the space Y, it's not working, so let's adjust it. Now you should be able to see the headings. So let's get back. So we need to create the headings just like this. So the headings component should be having some props, which is going to be the title and description. So which is going to be headings props, open it. By default it's need to have the title, that's a compulsory one. Then I need to have the description, which is going to be the optional one. Description is going to be string. Then I'm going to bring the headings props inside. Then I'm going to destructure the title, then I'm going to destructure the description. All right, so inside here, so what we are going to do is class name, which is going to be margin top 4. Then inside here h1, and that is going to be the title, and we are going to have a paragraph. That paragraph need to be displayed only if that is the description. Then I need to display the paragraph, and I need to render the description in it. Right, so let's get back to the page.tsx, and that's the place where we are bringing the headings and everything. So here what I'm going to do is title, and by default I'm just going to say vehicles. How many vehicles have been so far created, that's a count, but right now I'm just hard coding it. Later we have to change this. So description, which in case easily manage all your vehicles from one central location. Save it. That's how it looks. So let's go and add some styles for the headings right now, which in case the h1 should looks like text excel, and on LG it should be like text to excel, and font which is going to be bold, and text gray which is going to be the 800, and margin bottom which in case it's going to be 1. Right, that's how it looks. And for the paragraph tag, class name text sm, and then large, which is going to be text base, and then text gray 600. That's how it looks. All right, that looks perfectly fine. So now we successfully finished the headings. So next what we have to do is we have to bring a button in order to for the user, and along with this toggle switch icon, we have to bring this. So which in case, for instance, this enables the currently it's displaying the record only for this user, right, who's the admin as well. But if I wish to see the entire vehicles created by different user, that should be displayed only for the admin. If I click this, I should be able to see all these details, even if that is not his ID, right? So this needs to be displayed only for the super admin. So we will fix that later part. Okay. So this is the place where we need to bring the toggle switch, toggle switch, which we don't have yet. Then right after here, this is the place I'm going to bring the link, next link. And here I'm going to bring the button, add components button. And inside here, I'm going to bring the plus. Then right after here, I'm going to say add new text. For this plus, I'm going to say class name width 4, height 4, and margin right, which is in case it's going to be 2. And for the link tag, I need to add an href, which in case it's going to be manage vehicles, then slash create. That's the thing. So now I should be able to see the add new button over there, add new button. Okay, so that's looking perfectly fine. And now all I have to do is to let me change this background color, class name bg black. All right, that looks perfectly fine. Okay, so now we have that add new button over there. And next, what I need to do is, so right after this flex box, this is the place where I need to display the data table currently, which we don't have. We have to do that later. And let me get the separator, which I don't have that as well as. So let me install this quickly. Install the separator. All right, so let me bring the separator now. Separator from add components UI, that's it. And that should display a separator, something like this. And there should be some space between them. So class name, margin top and bottom should be 4. So now I should have some space if I add that. All right. So next, what we need to do is, let's go ahead and bring this switch. So let's go ahead and bring that switch. Okay. So in order to bring that switch, we have to install this switch, this one, switch. So let's click this, copy it, and let's get back over here and install it. All right, so I have to get back over here. Let me refresh this user data, and I need to get the user ID. That's the clerk ID, which we do have. So I'm going to copy this clerk ID. All right. Then what I'm going to do is, in the environment variable, let's open the env file. In that environment variable, so I'm gonna create an admin ID. So let's say hash admin ID, and that is going to be next underscore public underscore admin underscore ID, which in case it's going to be this. All right, that's my no, not that one, this one. Okay, so which in case, let me sign out and let me, okay, yep, currently if you're in the dashboard route, it should push the user to the sign in page. That's what happened. And if I click sign, continue with Google, sign in with my this account, and it is going to create that account. Yep, here we go. So the account is being successfully created. Now if I click dashboard, we are getting an issue, fail to store. What is that? Console network. Let's refresh it again. No issues now. User, it's saying user it's successfully created. See, user already, it is being created, but still we got that issue. I don't know why. Let me check it over here whether I do have that user data. Yes, we did. We did had that user data. Yep, this is the ID. I need to keep it. Let me store this and let me replace this. Save it, and all I have to do is to restart the server. It's because we made some changes on the environment variable, so that's the reason we have to restart it. So now I just did restart it. Let me refresh this. Click the vehicles. All right, so here we go. Perfectly fine. Okay, so now all we have to do is to fix the switch. Let's get back and fix the switch. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new component inside over here on the manage vehicles underscore components, and here I'm gonna say create a new vehicle called switch. Let's say toggle switch.tsx, and let's keep it as a use client. Then I'm gonna say RAFC all vehicles toggle switch. That's the thing I'm gonna create and get into here, and that switch needs to be rendered straight away right in a division right after this button. So what I need to do is I'm gonna wrap this link and create a div and paste it. Let me bring it over here. Okay, right after here, this is the place where we need to bring that. So I need to access the user ID, right? So we can access the user ID over here by const. It's going to be auth, and we can access it from where? From the user ID. So we need to verify if the authenticated user ID is that equals to the ID which we have created on the environment variable env. This one, I'm going to copy this variable as well as get back over here, and if that user ID is equals to this process.env dot this, in that case only I need to render this all vehicles toggle switch. Save this changes. Now I should able to see that it's because that is exactly the same ID which I logged it. Now for this division, what I have to do is to class name flex item center and gap, of course, which is going to be 8. That's how it looks, right? So let's get into the toggle switch now, and in that toggle switch now all we have to do is to write some styles over here. Let's give these styles as class name flex item center and space x, which is going to be 2, and inside this division I'm going to bring the switch which we downloaded from add components UI. Okay, and ID, which is in case it's going to be this is the ID for the data, what data that we are going to do. Okay, and over here on check change, whenever it is being checked, we need to call this handle toggle. So we will work with the rest of the stuff later. I'm just going to bring the UI. Later we'll fix the working functionalities and everything. Okay, and now you should be able to see the switch. Perfect. And right after here, next what I need to do is I need to bring a label. So let me bring a label. Okay, we don't have that label yet. Okay, let's install the label also. Label, let's add the label. Now that should bring add components label. So this is going to be the HTML for the specific ID what we are going to define over there. So if you check it out over here, by default it's showing my vehicles, but when I enable it, now it is showing all vehicles, right? So that is how what we need to do is we need to change it over here. So in order to change that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the interface all vehicles props, open it. I'm going to say is vehicles vehicles, and that is going to be a boolean, and that is an optional one. Okay, vehicles, and I'm gonna get that prop over here, all vehicles props, and let's get these vehicles. Okay, by default it's a boolean value, and by default it is going to be true. It should carry the true value, right? So next what I need to do is I need to access the router. So const router is equals to use router from next navigation. Make sure that is being imported from next navigation, and let's keep all these things at the top in the order, right? Then right after this use router, I'm gonna bring the const search params is equals to use search params from next navigations as well as save it. Then right after here, first like what we need to do is so basically this toggle switch need to be a reusable component, because in future you might have the blogs page as well as, right? Because if you wish to create a new blog and all those, we should able to create a new blogs as well as. So in that case we need to determine which page we are, determine if we are working with vehicles or blogs or etc, something like that, whatever the page that we are, right? So in that situation, first I need to figure it out on which entity I am. If it is vehicles, then display vehicles, otherwise it should be blogs or whatever the entity name which you are planning to send it along with it. Then you should create one more prop, then send it along with it, whatever the entity name that you're planning to. Okay, in this case I'm just thinking in maybe in future we might integrate the blogs as well as in this, so let's keep it in that way. Then we need to set the query para, check if the all vehicles, whether it is all vehicles or all blocks. That is what we need to figure it out in the query para is set to true. So we need to make sure whether it is all vehicles or all blocks. So these are the query parameters. If it is vehicles, then it needs to set the all vehicles. If it is blocks, then it needs to set all blocks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get all entities, one more t's here, all entities is equals to search params dot get, open it. I'm gonna access all dollar is, if it is vehicles, then I need to display what we can do is, instead of checking the same condition again, I can supply the entity name, because that is we already do have. Then that should be marked as true, because once the user enabled it, we need to push. If you check it out over here, if I click this, it is marking all vehicles as true on the search param. If in the search param the all vehicles are true, then we can fetch the entire record and we can display it, and that is what we are trying to do now. So we are adding that particular entity on, which is vehicles or blocks. This is the one. If it does have all vehicles as true, then I need to fetch the record. If it's having all blocks as true, then I need to fetch all the blocks. Whatever the entity which is coming inside, I need to fetch it and I need to display the entire record. And that is what we are doing over here, right? So, and inside this handle function over here, so what I need to do is I need to toggle between the true and false, otherwise it will not work. This is the place where we need to toggle between true and false. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say new all entities values is equals to, if all entities is false, if it is false, then it should be true. Okay, in that situation I'm just going to say router dot push, open it. I'm gonna bring the dynamic string literals, then I'm gonna get manage hyphen um one moment. If we are pushing into the routes, then these things supposed to be on the lowercase, and here we need to check if it is vehicles, then I need to bring vehicles, otherwise I need to bring the blocks, something like this. So here it need to be lower cases, and here, because here we need to push it on the router like all vehicles, but here this is the main route that we are trying to push, so it needs to be on lowercase itself. So that's the reason you might feel quite confusing, but the main concept over here is, which we are trying to do, whenever I click this, like if I click this, which means that switch is on, so I need to update the route, I need to push the route as all vehicles is equal to true. And but the problem is all vehicles, V is a capital letter over here, but the route is, which is lower cases, so that's the reason we are have to worry about it. If you are keeping as a capital letter in route, then you're fine, you don't have to worry about it. Then add the query param as all. Then right after here I need to say the whether what entity it is. So if it is vehicles, then I need to supply vehicles, otherwise I need to supply the blocks. Okay, then right after here is equals to new all entity values, whatever the value it is, whether it is true or false, whatever the value it is, I need to supply that. So save these changes, and inside this label for, just exactly the same thing. What I need to do, open this, if all entities, then I need to supply all is vehicles. If that says so, then I need to supply the vehicles, otherwise it needs to be blocks. Okay, so then right after here, otherwise I need to say my, if it is vehicles, then I need to display it as vehicles, otherwise I will display it as blocks. Save it, and now it's showing as my vehicles, right? So this is the place where I need to update the ID as well, ID, which in case it's going to be dynamic string literals, which in case it's going to be all dollar entity, and that is exactly the same thing which is going to be for your HTML4 as well as. Okay, and then whenever it is checked, I'm just going to give the values as all entities over here, checked. Okay, so now let's check it out. If I click this, you can see it's marking the value as all vehicles as true, right? And that is what we are getting over here, but the value is not getting changed. Why? Now we need to look into it. Handle toggle ID all entities, which it's working fine. Maybe I think we missed something. What might be the issue? I'm not sure. So let's refresh it and let's try it now. Oh my goodness. See, I don't know what's exactly the issues. I haven't changed anything at all, but it is working now. After refreshing, it is working. And now you should be able to see by default, it will display only my vehicles, but if I enable it, it will display all the vehicles over here. So which is working perfectly. So that's what we needed, right? Perfect. And you can check the route. If I click and it is saying all vehicles as false, if I enable it, it's saying as true. So that is exactly what we wanted it. So which is working perfectly fine, right? So now all we have to do is to go ahead and create this add new page. So that is the same page which we have to create. This one, the very big form which we have to create, where we have this multiple reusable components, adding the images and adding multiple images to the Firebase. And that is exactly what we have to create next. And that is what we are going to do now. All right then, so now what we have to do is to, since we successfully finished the manage vehicles page, now all we have to do is to get back over here, and just like this we need to create a new form. So in order to do that, now let me close all these things, let us keep it clean, and inside the dashboard and the manage vehicles, so this is the place where we do have this add new button, and it has been navigating the user to this create page. So basically slash create, it will consider as the ID, the dynamic ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new page over here, which is going to be a dynamic ID, and which in case which is going to be the vehicle ID itself. And inside that I'm going to create one more page .tsx, and here I'm going to say sfc, and that is going to be manage vehicle, and div I'm going to say manage vehicle. So save these changes. All right, so now if the user clicks it, so that is going to load that page, manage vehicle. So basically over here we're going to supply the default ID as the create. So if we do have the object ID on the URL parameters, we're going to keep this as an edit form, or else we're going to keep this as a create form, right? So that's what we are trying to do now over here. So basically this page is going to be an asynchronous page, and inside here I'm gonna extract the params. Let's get the params again, open it, and here I'm going to supply the exact same vehicle ID, copy this and supply the exact same vehicle ID as the string, save these changes. So this is how it looks, right? So now I can able to access the vehicle ID over here. So let me show you what exactly. So I'm gonna access the vehicle ID. So let's me display the vehicle ID over here, params dot vehicle ID. So this will be displayed over here. See what is the params that we are getting, whatever the params I'm typing over here, and that will be loaded up, and instantly it will display you that parameters over there, right? So let me keep this, let me get back to the vehicles. If I click add, now it's showing create. All right, so now we understand that what exactly it's happening now. So let me make sure that this page needs to be accessed only by the user who authenticated. So let's extract the user ID. If there is no user ID, if not user ID, I'm gonna redirect the user to where, to slash sign in. All right, so now what I have to do is, so basically now all we have to do is to make sure, so we know if you are directly trying to fetch this data from the Prisma, so we will, of course we will get an issue, right? The reason why we are not going to try to directly get the data from the MongoDB, it's because this is not the valid expression of the MongoDB object ID. So we need to validate that first. So let me show you what exactly I'm saying. So what I'm going to do is, on the root folder, I'm going to create a new folder called actions. Okay, so inside the actions folder, so basically I'm going to create a new file called get vehicle by ID. ts. Okay, so basically what we are going to do is we're going to fetch the vehicle from the database by using its id. So here I'm going to create a function called export const get vehicle by id, which in case it's going to be an asynchronous arrow function, right? So inside this function, what I'm going to supply, basically I'm going to supply the vehicle id itself. That is the one, and that is going to be the type of string itself. Okay, this is all about the function. All right, so now here, and this function which is going to return a promise, the return type of this function is going to be a promise, and the type of this, it's going to be um, let me break this over here and keep it. And we're gonna extract the vehicle from the Prisma client. Along with that, because if you check the schema file, we have the multiple relations for it, right? So we need to include all those relationships over here, right? All right, so now what we have to do is so all I have to include those values, because it will not automatically included due to the some issues with the MongoDB and the Prisma. Otherwise, whenever you are using the relationships, it will automatically fetch the related informations also. But due to some reason, it is not including. That's the reason I'm just manually entering it. So I'm gonna get the category, which in case it's going to be the type of the category itself. Then I need to include the subcategory, and which is going to be the subcategory from the Prisma client. Just like the same way, I'm going to include the owner, and I'm going to include the notifications and all those rest of the stuffs. Okay, so let me include the users, and let me include the favorites, and let me include the views, and let me include the notifications. These are the things. All right, and then if none of this, at the end it needs to be a null. Okay, so don't worry, we are getting this error because this function is not yet returning anything, so that's the reason we are getting the error. So either it needs to be written a vehicle, or it needs to be written as a null. So that is our motive over here, right? So let's get the function. So try and catch. So inside this function try and catch, what I'm going to do is basically this function is going to return a null value. Null. If there is any error, console.log, open it. We're gonna extract that error. So I'm gonna say error on fetching vehicle with id. Let's display that vehicle id over here, and whatever the error it is, let's display that error. Okay, and inside the try block, this is the place where we are going to fetch the data. So I'm going to say const vehicle, which in case it's equals to await db dot vehicle. Let me import the db dot vehicle, and find a unique vehicle where id is going to be the vehicle id. Then include whatever the things that I need to include. I need to include the category, which in case it should be true. So then just like the same way, we have to bring the every single informations whatever we included on the top of it, right? We need to include the category, we need to include the all the necessary informations needs to be included, right? So right after here, if not vehicles, if I don't get any specific vehicle, I'm just going to say return null. If I do get a vehicle, so I'm going to return that vehicle outside of it, right? So now you got it, I think. So you see, we are not getting any errors over here. It's because we are returning a vehicle as we promised, and we are returning the null value if there is no vehicle is there, right? So let me show you how exactly we need to use this function. So let me get back to here, and here I'm just going to say const vehicle is equals to await get vehicle by id, and I'm going to supply the params dot vehicle id over here. Now once I save it, and if I refresh this, Okay, so we are not getting any issues. So let me say console.log vehicle lowercase. Let me say this is also lowercase. Save it, and let me get to the inspect elements. See, inconsistent column data, malformed object ID, invalid character odd was found. So we are getting this particular error on our console. We know that this is not a proper value, so we need to handle this error, otherwise it will keep on throw this error. So what I need to do is, so basically, so over here I'm just going to say let vehicle, let me delete all these stuffs, let me delete it. So let vehicle, either this vehicle can be a null value or it can be a vehicle type. Okay, by default it is going to be the type of null. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, so here we need to validate whether the object what we are getting, whatever the object that we are collecting, the parameter vehicle ID, it's need to properly validated on this specific object regular expression. This is the object regular expression to validate the object ID of your MongoDB, right? So the right after here, if validate object ID regular expressions dot test, open the params dot vehicle ID. If in case getting true, then I need to get the vehicle out of it. Vehicle is equals to await get vehicle by ID, supply the value into it. So params dot vehicle ID. So now you will get the vehicle. So now if I say console.log vehicle, and if I save it, and if you scroll down, you will not get that error anymore, and you will get the value as null. By default, we don't have any vehicle. That's the reason we are getting the value as the null, right? So we need to handle that error properly. So that's the reason we are validating like this. So now we handled it properly. So let's structure it over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to say class name flex column. Inside here, I'm going to create one more div, and which is going to be flex1. Okay, and the space y, which is in case it's going to be the 5. Then padding top, of course, it's going to be 4. And inside here, this is the place where I'm going to create the vehicle form, right? Save it, right? So for nothing. So what I'm going to do is, inside this page, I'm going to create one more folder called components. Yes, and inside here I'm going to say vehicle hyphen form.tsx, and let's create that form now. So basically this form is going to be use a client side component and RAFC, which is going to be the vehicle form. So save these changes. Let me get back over here and let me import that over here, vehicle form slash component. So now I should able to see the vehicle form over there. So let me close all the rest of the stuffs which I don't needed it. I need to keep that, and I don't need the schema. All right. So now what I need to do is, so I'm going to create an interface first. So that is what we are going to do first. Okay. So over here, let's go ahead and create the interface. So interface, which in case it's going to be the vehicle form props, let's open it. We need to supply the initial data, which in case it's going to be the vehicle itself, or else it's need to be a null value, semicolon. And we need to get the categories, which in case it's going to be the type of category and it's an array, or it can have a null value. Then I need to get the subcategories, which in case it's going to be subcategory, array of subcategory, or null value. Save these changes. All right. So now all we have to do is to go ahead and start customizing the forms, right? So in order to customize the form, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this form, which in case it's using the React hook form and Zod resolver, right? So that is what it's using, right? So let's go ahead and I'll install that, copy this, let me open it, new terminal, and paste it. Let us install the form first. It's saying button already exists, so you want to replace it? Nope, I don't want to replace it. Nope. Okay, So let me clear it and let us get back over here. So now all we have to do is to go ahead and start creating the schema for our form. All right, so let's go ahead and create the form schema first. So const form schema is equals to, so we need to get the object for the Zod. So what we are going to do is, so we need to import, let me keep it on the top, and right after here I'm going to import from Zod, let's say Z, right? So I need to create an object from that. So over here what I'm going to do, Z dot object, let me open the object and let me create a make field, make Z dot string, that's a type of string. Make is going to be a string value and it should carry the minimum value of 1. And if in case if it is not there, so we need to say make is required. That's a compulsory field that user can't skip it. Then I need to get the model, open it, Z dot string, that value it should be minimum value as 1, and I need to send the custom message as the model is required. Right, then right after here I need to get the year, which in case Z dot number, and it should be int year must be an number, year must be a number, and at the end it should have the minimum value 9900, year must be after 1900, right? Then we need to supply the maximum value, which in case it's going to be the new date dot get full year. That is going to be the, sorry for that. So now we need to get the maximum of the date should be the current year. So then right after that we just need to send the message year can't be in the future, something like that, right? Save these changes. So now you should be able to see a complete the condition which we written for the year. So this is the complete condition. Then right after here I need to supply the condition for the price, which in case it's going to be Z dot number field, open it, then the minimum value should be let's say 0, otherwise that's up to you what the minimum value. So you can customize this. Price must be a positive number, then I need to supply the maximum value, open it, which in case the maximum value it's going to be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, something like this. And then price exceeds, if you feel that the maximum value is not necessary, then that's up to you. So in this case I don't feel that I can keep the maximum value, you can just ignore it. In this case I'm just going to keep this, the any bike or vehicle, I think it is not going to be more than that, exits the allowed limit, right? Save the changes, and right after here now I need to get the category ID, because that's the most important thing that we need to select from. Where from, let's open the schema, and what is the thing we need to get? We need to get the category ID. Let's bring the category ID, make sure all the fields or matches the exact term what we typed, price and model and make, all the fields needs to be matched exactly the same. So category type, which is going to be Z dot string, open it, and it should have the minimum value of 1, and the default thing it's going to be the category is required. All right, then just like the same way I need to bring the value for what, for the subcategory. So right, so just exactly the same way I need to type the value for subcategory. So please make sure this subcategory ID, which is exactly matching this subcategory ID, right? Subcategory is required. Then what else we need? We need to bring the cover image, right? So over here we have the cover image. So let's get back over here and bring the cover image and make sure that cover image this cover image matches exactly this cover image, right? Then at last we have this images, so we need to bring the images. So if you're wondering, so images, it's going to be array, right? So that needs to be, so image, it's basically, it's going to be an array of string, and which is in case it's going to carry on the URL. Each image must have a valid URL. So, and as well as it should not have this non-empty. Okay, it's need to non-empty. At least one image is required. The array should not be an empty array. It should have at least one string value in that specific array. Then what else we do have? We have the report, we have the location, state, district, and all those things. So let me get back all those things, and all those things are going to be exactly a string value. Quite exactly the same way how we created for the make. So I'm going to bring it over here just like this. Report, please make sure all these matches are matching. Report matches this, and the location matches this, and the state and the district and the postal code. Please make sure all the values are matching exactly as it is. Postal code, engines, and transmissions, right? Save these changes, right? So now we have all those necessary schema in our hand. So now what I need to do is, let me break this, and I need to bring the vehicle props in it. So let me bring the vehicle form props, and that those props are going to be the initial data. Then I need to get the categories, then I need to get the subcategories, all these things. So save all those things, right? So if you're over here, of course you might get the issues because this type error, because we don't supply anything for the categories and all those things. So initial data, which is going to be the vehicle itself, and the categories, of course it's going to be an empty, and the subcategories, of course it's going to be an empty array for the time being. Later we need to change all those things. All right, so right after here, what I'm going to do is, over here I need to create a form. So const form is equals to use form from the React hook form. Open it, it's a hook, and this is going to be type z dot infer, which is going to be the type of the form schema itself. And inside the form I'm going to get the object, and the form is going to use the resolver, which in case it's going to use the Zod resolver, which we don't have yet. So let me import from @hooks resolvers / Zod. From there I'm going to get the Zod resolver, and let me bring it over the top over here, right? So I'm going to use the Zod resolver, and the Zod resolver is going to use the form schema in order to validate it, right? Then I'm going to supply the default values, which in case it's going to be the initial data. If that is the initial data, then I need to bring or spread out all the initial data. Along with this, I'm going to get the images, because we construct the images as the string inside that as an array, right? So we need to make some changes over here. So if that is the initial data dot images, what I need to do, I need to parse it. JSON dot parse the initial data dot images. So it will be converted back to an object, or else I'm going to keep it as an empty, right? Then I'm going to get the report as well, if that is the initial data dot report. Otherwise I'm going to keep the value as low mileage. That's the default value, set as a default report as a low mileage, right? If that is a report, otherwise keep it as a low mileage. If else not, what I need to do is, I'm gonna like what is the rest of the values, whatever the values, I'm gonna keep the default values as the strings. Okay, so we are getting the value as for the price. I think the spelling mistake. Price. Now the issue might be solved. Perfect, right? So that's the reason I ask you to check the value. See, I missed the price. Okay, so now we have all those initial values and all those things. Now only thing is, all we have to do is to fetch the categories and the subcategories. So what we have to do is to let's get back over here, and now let's fetch the categories and subcategories just like that. So what I need to do is I'm going to create a one more function over here called get categories dot ts. So over here I'm going to say export const get categories is equals to an asynchronous function. Okay, and this function is going to basically, it's going to return a promise, and that promise is going to be type of category as an array of category, or else it needs to be written as a value as null, right? Save these changes, and inside here now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the try and catch, and here I'm just going to say console.log. I'm gonna say error fetching categories, and I'm gonna display that error on the screen, not on the screen, and I'm gonna return the null value. Okay, so here I'm just going to say const categories is equals to await db dot category. Let's import the db dot category. Then I'm gonna find many of it, open it. Then at the end I'm just going to say return the categories. Save these changes. Now all we have to do is to just exactly the copy and paste this, and I'm going to create, otherwise we can simply duplicate this, and let's say get subcategories, and here I'm gonna change this function as get subcategories, and instead of this category I'm going to change this to subcategory, and this is going to be subcategory. Okay, and instead of this categories I'm going to change this to subcategories. Save these changes, right? Make sure that is subcategory, and here subcategory. Perfect. And now let's get back into our page.ts6 over here. So this is the place where we are fetching the categories and vehicles and categories and everything. So right after here I'm just going to say const categories is equals to await get categories, open it, then const sub categories equals to await get subcategories. So let's align all these things. This needs to be on the top, and yep, at actions needs to be on the separately, and this needs to be on the top, just like this. All right, perfect. Now everything is aligned perfectly, and let's make sure that we are getting the data. So console.log categories and subcategories. Let's save these changes. Let me check the node. Okay, so we are getting all the necessary data, which is super good. Close this. That is fine, right? So now we have we are inside the vehicle form, and now we have all the necessary informations and including the form details and everything, right? So what I need to do is we need to make some changes, and we need to create one more function over here in the vehicle form, so which is going to be const on submit. On submit is equals to async, which in case it's going to fetch the data, and that is going to be the type of z.infer type of form schema itself, right? That is the thing. For the time being, let's do console.log data. Perfect. That is what we are going to do. We know that we will get the data inside in it, right? So now next what I need to do is, all we have to do is to get some default values, right? So I'm going to hard code the report options, which is going to be like this. Report options, the value as a low mileage, as a no accident, single owner, two owners, and multiple owners. This is for report options. We just hard coding it. Along with this, I'm just going to open get the form states, form state. We need the form, whether the form is submitting or whether the form is valid. These are the two states that is necessary. Then we need to get the params, is equals to use params from next navigations. Then I need to get the router const router is equals to use router from where, from the next navigation. Then I need to get the id const is equal to use auth. Since it's a client side, make sure that you are getting the value from the client side. So that's the reason we are using the use auth. And now let's scroll all the way to the top and let's keep all these things in an order, just like that. Okay, so now we have all the necessary variables and values which is necessary for us, right? So let's go ahead and bring the thing. And right after here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const title. So the title of the page, if you check it out over here, if I open the page as the create, and by default it's going to show us the add new vehicle. If I open any specific vehicle over there, for instance, if I click this, see, it is opening the vehicle as edit the vehicle informations, right? So that's why all we have to do is to get over here, and if that is the initial data, I need to display as the edit vehicle information. And then otherwise I'm going to say add a new vehicle. That's the thing. And then description, const description is going to be, if that is an initial data, then I'm going to say update your vehicles details and preferences. Otherwise we're going to say create a new vehicle entry with custom details. Right, now save these changes. Now the issue will be rectified and it will be fine, right? Then I need to say const toast message. So the toast message, it's going to be initial, if that is the initial data, I'm going to say vehicle updated successfully. Otherwise I'm going to say vehicle created successfully. So this is going to be the question ternary operator. Save it. Then right after, I'm going to create an action message as well as, if that is the initial data, then I'm going to say save changes. Otherwise I'm going to say create vehicle. That's the action message it's going to be. Okay, so let's go ahead and start designing the form. So yep, so far we are finished with all the necessary schema and the necessary default values so far, and now let's go ahead and start create the form UI, and let's move on to the one by one specific fields, right? And that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is so let me get back over here. So this, I'm gonna delete this and I'm gonna bring the react dot fragment. Let me open that's a react fragment. Okay, so here I'm gonna bring the flexbox first from add components flexbox. So make sure that is being imported, yep, right after here. That's perfectly fine. So okay, so inside the flexbox, so first, if you check it out over here, we need to bring the custom banner sections, so the custom breadcrumb sections. So let me bring the custom breadcrumb. Okay, so let me make sure that is being imported properly. Yes, let me bring the custom breadcrumb, and the breadcrumb page and the title, which is in case it's going to be, I'm going to display the title itself, breadcrumb page, which is going to be the title itself. Okay, and then breadcrumb item, which in case it's going to be the vehicles, and manage vehicles. So save these changes, and that should looks like this, add new vehicle, right? That's how the breadcrumb should looks like. So right after that flexbox over here, right after here, I'm going to create one more flexbox, close it, and this flexbox, which is basically, it's going to be flex column, and everything should be on the starting point, and the space y, it's going to be 4. And for this flexbox, I'm going to say justify, everything should be between, and width should be full. And inside here, I'm going to bring the heading, headings, yes, headings, and I need to supply the title, which in case it's going to be the title itself. Then I need to supply the description, which in case it's going to be the description itself. Right, save this change, and now you should be able to see this. Right, so then what I need to do is I need to bring these buttons. For instance, if I get back to the vehicles and if I open this, and there you can see these action buttons. All these action buttons needs to be displayed only if that is the initial data. Otherwise it should not be displayed over here. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring the UI. Later I'm going to customize it. Okay, so I'm going to say flexbox again. Okay, and class name, in this case justify, it's going to be center, and the gap of course it's going to be 2. And inside here I'm going to bring a button from add components UI. Please make sure that it's been imported properly. Yep, add components, everything is fine. Okay, so button, and then over here I'm going to say size, which is going to be the size as icon itself, icon. Then the variant, which is going to be the destructive variant, because that is going to be the delete icon. And here I'm just going to bring the trash to icon. So let me get the trash to and put it on the top over here. Right after here, yes, save these changes, and now I should be able to see the trash icons over there. That's perfect. So right after this button, next what I need to do is, these are the admin action buttons, right? So these buttons needs to be matched to our user ID. So user ID should be equals to process.env dot, let me open the env and let me copy this and let me supply it. Only if it is matches this admin ID, which in case that's my specific ID which I authenticated right now, that action buttons needs to be displayed. So over here I'm gonna bring the flexbox, and let me close the flexbox again. So this is going to be justify center and gap, which is going to be 2. Enter over here, and I'm gonna bring a button. So button, okay, and this button of course, which is going to be the size of this button is going to be the small SM button, and then variant, which is going to be the outline. Okay, and the class name, which in case it's going to be, I'm going to bring the dynamic strings. I'm going to use the cn function, and let me bring the cn to the top of it right after here. Perfect. Okay, so then right after that what I'm going to do is, so basically that is going to have some conditional stylings over here. So by default it is going to have the text gray as 900, then border gray as 900. Then I'm gonna, right after here I'm gonna say if that is the initial data dot status, if the initial data does have the status, and if the status is equals to pending, 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 and I'm going to keep this bg gray 100, then shadow lg, then shadow gray 100, right? If the initial status is pending, then I'm going to keep this like this. So that's what we are going to do here. Then inside here I'm just going to say pending, pending, pending. That is what will be displayed over here, right? So whenever I'm click this button, for instance, if I wish to change this status, when I click this, see we having this the pending, the loading animation over here, right? So we need to bring that. So let me approve this. So what I need to do is, I'm gonna bring to, in order to bring that, I'm gonna create a state. In order to create a state, what I'm going to do is, so right after here, this is the place where I'm going to create a state. So use state, and here I'm going to say loading button, and which in case it's going to keep the string value. Okay, by default it's going to have a null, but it's going to store either a string or a null value. Okay, so let me get back over here. So over at this point, what I need to do is I'm going to check that state if the loading button is still loading. So over here, if the loading button value is equals to pending, if it is equals to pending, then what I need to do is I need to display that loader icon, class name, and width of course it's going to be 5, height of course which is going to be 5, and animate it's going to be spin, and then text color it's going to be gray 900. Otherwise I'm going to display the text as pending. Save it. Okay, this is how the button is going to looks like. So later we're going to have some on click event, so we can manage that work later. Based on that, we're going to update the status and everything. So now I'm going to copy this. Okay, so I'm going to copy and then I'm going to paste it exactly like the remaining button, like approve, copy and paste it. And this time what I'm going to do is, let me bring it from here and we can change it later. Right, you guys just copy and change the necessary things over here. I'm gonna delete this on click event, don't worry about it. Okay, so I just copied exactly the same thing, so loading button everything is going to be same, but this time instead of pending I'm going to change this to approved and rejected. Approved background color is going to be green, and the background color for this is going to be red color, so just change everything into red color. That's it. This is how it looks. All right, so now what I need to do is, so all these things, this will be rendered only if that is equals to user ID. And what I need to do, this complete section itself needs to be rendered only if that is the initial data, and then we need to display this record. Right, so now it will not be displayed. Perfect. Right, so let me hide that, and then now let me jump into the next thing, which is going to be the separator. So right after this flex box, I'm gonna bring the separator, which is from add components at UI. So save these changes. Now we should have that separator over there. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to say class name, margin top and bottom, which in case it's going to be 4. So now we have the some margin space top and bottom. Perfect. Next, what we need to do is, so I'm going to bring the form. Right after here, I'm going to bring the form from React Hook form, import it. And for this, it's going to destructure spread the complete form object. Perfect. And inside here, I'm going to bring the HTML form, and I don't need the action at all, but it's need to be mapped. This on submit event needs to be mapped with handle form.handle submit, and that needs to be handle our own submit function which we created over here. Okay, just supply the references in it. Then I'm going to supply the class name, which in case of course it's going to have the width as a full width, then space y it's going to be 8, and padding which is going to be 4, and py it's in case it's going to be 6, and bg neutral 50. In that I'm going to keep the 60% of this color, then rounded which is going to be lg. So okay, I can't see anything. It's in case, let's keep the text as high. Yep, here it is, but it is not taking the complete width. That's, I think it's supposed to be because of this. This is not taking the complete width. That doesn't take any sense. Let me inspect the elements. Let me bring it to the bottom. Okay, so let me inspect this one. High, see. Okay, so this, it's taking the complete width full. Okay, actually it is taking the complete width only. This form, All right, so let's see how it is going to be. Let's check it out. Let's finish the inner style and let's see. So basically this is going to be a grid, which is going to be grid column 1 on mobile screens, and large screens onwards it's going to be grid column 3 columns, and the gap of course it's going to be 8. Okay, so save this, and inside here, all right, so this is not taking the width as we expected. See where it is coming from. Width full, still the same. Paragraph tag 1, copy and paste it 3 times. See, this is an issue. We need to fix this. Somewhere there should be a problem. Fix column, still, even though this is not taking the full width. Okay, so if I give width full, it is working as it's supposed to be. But why this form is not taking the width full then? Flex 1. That's confusing. Okay, so we are getting an error. Hydration error. So we are getting some hydration error. How come? So basically this hydration error happen, the UI it's rendered before the server loading the data. So in order to fix this, what we have to do is we have to handle this issue. How? So what we can do is, so I'm gonna create a state. Okay, so let's create a use state snippet, and I'm going to say is mounted by default. It's going to have the value as false, right? So right after here, so what I'm going to do is, so basically I'm going to create a use effect function, use effect hook, a callback function, and inside here I'm just going to say set is mounted as true, and by default it's going to have an empty array injection, and if it is not is mounted, if it is not is mounted, then I'm just going to return the null. Save the changes. Now we will not get that hydration issue, or it doesn't matter how many times you are refreshing it, you will not get that hydration issue. That's quite different. This is the first time I'm getting this hydration issue. Okay, so flex justify between I think this is not necessary. Let me try to delete this and let me check it out. Yep, now it's working. One simple mistake, I just wrapped it unwantedly inside that the flex box. That's the reason it was not working. Okay, so now it is working as it's supposed to be. So now let's go ahead and start working on the rest of the actions. Okay, now the form is there, and let me delete this. Let me bring the very first field inside in it, which in case it's going to be the make name. So let's bring the form field which is coming from add components UI. So please make sure everything is imported properly. Yes, that is coming from there. Perfect. And now this form field inside here, I'm gonna bring the control, which is going to use the form dot control, then the name, which is going to be the make, then I'm gonna render a field in it. Let's render a field, and I'm gonna destructure it. I'm gonna access the field instance. Then I'm gonna bring the form item, which is coming from add components UI, enter. Then I'm gonna bring the form label, and that is going to be the make name. Then I'm gonna bring the form control. Inside here, I'm gonna bring the input, add components input, and please make sure that is imported right after this form. Yes, perfect. Then this input is going to be disabled by default. It is going to be disabled whenever the form is being submitting. Then I'm gonna say placeholder, which is going to be vehicle make name here, right? Then I'm gonna destructure all the field properties from this field. Okay, right after this, I'm gonna bring the form message, which in case it's going to display the error message of that specific form field. So if I refresh this, I'm getting an error, get field state. That's different. Form, use form. Let me stop the server and rerun it. From where we are getting this issue? That's quite different. This is the first time I'm getting this issue. If I comment this, it is running. So I think the problem might be here. Why this is happening? All right then. So it took me some time to understand where the mistake has happened. So the mistake has happened in the import statement. If you check it out over here, form is not supposed to be imported over here. That's the reason I ask you to every time whenever we are importing, make sure it is properly imported. So form needs to be imported in our add components, not on our React hook form. Save these changes. Now the issue should be resolved. See, this is it. Oh my god, that's hectic. That's purely a trouble. All right, so that's perfectly fine. Now we have our make field over here. So just exactly the same way, we have to bring the rest of the fields over here. And that is what we are going to do one after another. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this. That's the make field. Then I need to bring the model field, paste it, change this to model, and change this to model, and change this to model over here. Save it, and you should be able to see the model name over there. Then right after that, what I need to do is I need to bring the year. So if you check it out over here, year is going to be a calendar event. So I'm going to bring the form field as a self-closing tag, and this is going to be the year field. And right after here, I'm going to bring the control, which is going to be the form.control itself. Then I'm going to bring the name, which is going to be the year. Then I'm going to bring a render method, which in case it's going to be a callback render, and here extract the field out of it. Then inside here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the form item, enter, and I'm going to bring the form label, which in case it's going to be the year itself. Then I'm going to bring the pop over from add components UI. Please make sure it is coming from add components UI, and open over here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a state. So let me get back to the top, and right after here I'm going to say use state snippet, which in case it's going to be pop over open, and by default it is going to be false. Let me scroll down all the way to the bottom. Okay, so here I'm going to bring the that year where it is. Yes, here we go. So open, which is going to be the pop over open. Then on open change, I'm just going to say set pop over open, and inside here in this pop over, I'm going to bring the pop over trigger from add components. Make sure it is been coming from add components everywhere as child. And inside here I'm going to bring a button from add components button, and for this I'm going to say variant, which in case it's going to be the outline, and the class name, which is going to be with the full justify between. And inside here I'm going to bring I'm going to store the selected year, right? So selected year needs to be stored. So right after here, use state snippets, which is going to be selected year, and by default it is going to be a null value. It can either have a date or it can have a null value, right? If you scroll all the way to the bottom. Okay, so next what I need to do is let's get back to that position. Wait a minute, let me figure it out where it is. It's a long and very big code. So let me get back over here, and if the selected year is there, then let me get the selected year dot get full year. Otherwise I'm just going to say pick a year, right? Then right after this button, right after this text, I'm going to bring the calendar icon from @lucid react. Then I'm going to say class name, which is going to be margin left as 2, and height is going to be 4, width is going to be 4, and opacity is going to be 50. Save these changes, and that's how it looks. So now we need to bring the calendar when you are picking it up, right? So right after this pop-up trigger, I'm going to bring the pop over content from add components UI, and for this I'm going to say class name width, which in case it's going to be auto. I'm going to keep it as an auto. You can adjust the width whatever you guys want it to be. Then I'm going to keep the padding as 0. Inside this popover content, I'm going to bring the calendar from add components UI calendar, and then mode, which is going to be single itself, which the thing which we already used on our search container. Over here we use the exact same thing, right? See, just copy it from here and then paste it over here. That's it. But instead of selected form year, I'm going to say selected year, and instead of on select, what I'm going to do is break it. I'm going to get the function. I'm going to extract the date from here. Then I'm going to say set selected year with that date. or keep the null value, so you will not get the type error. Then field dot on change, whenever there is a field changes is happening, if that is the date, then I'm going to get the date dot get full year. I'm going to extract the full year, or I'm going to keep the value as null. Then I'm going to close the popover as false. Save these changes. So now if I click over here, I can choose whatever the date and it will automatically choose the year out of it, right? So that is what we needed. Okay, so now we successfully finished the year. Next, what I have to do is to get back over here and bring the price and categories and everything. So let's get back over here. This is the place where we are finishing the form field, and yes, I'm gonna bring the price field. So basically the price field, which is going to be exactly the quite same as the very first field for our name and model. So I'm going to copy and keep it over here, like just like the same way. Keep the price field, change the form label as prices, and give the value as vehicle pricing, and give the type as number. This is supposed to be a number field, and rest of everything is going to be same. And whenever the field values changes, I'm going to extract the field dot on change, and I'm going to supply the value as number, and I'm going to target the value. Okay, so just exactly the same way you have to supply the rest of the fields. All right, so save these changes, because since the value is as a the entered value should be a number by default. Even though if it is a number, you will get the value as string. So that's the reason we are manually entering this on change field, and we are converting these values into a number, and we are putting into it. So the price value will be entered as a number value directly in our form field, right? So the next thing what we have to do is to, on the form field, we have to bring the categories, subcategories, and the rest of the field. So let's go ahead and bring all those values one after another. All right, then, so now what we have to do is to basically, so we just have to create exactly like this. For a category and subcategory, we need to build a combo box in order to search those values, and we can choose the values over there, right? So let's go ahead and build that. So what we can do is, let me open here, and I'm going to install the combo box, search for combo box. And for combo box, we have to install two of these things, popover and the command. These are the two necessary components that we have to install, right? So let me just go over here. So first I need to install the command, then I have to install the popover. I think we already did install the popover. So anyways, we can just install the latest versions. So hit the enter. Then I'm gonna, yep, it is saying that it is already exists. So I'm just going to overwrite it. Yep, it is done. Then I'm going to install the command. So I'm going to copy this, then I'm going to paste it over here, hit the enter. So that should be installed now. So I'm going to close these two pages. So this is how, like, you need to have the values. So this is how you need to supply the value for your command box. So basically it's going to be the value and the label pair. So we need to convert our array into this. Then I need to supply that value to the command. All right, so let's go ahead and create that now. So let me close this. So this is the place where we are finishing our price field. So right after here, this is the place where we need to bring our category. So this is the place where we have to bring our category field, right? So what I have to do is, so I'm going to create a new UI where it is inside the components. I'm going to bring one more combo box.tsx, right? So basically this combo box, it's going to be, of course, it's going to be a client side component, then RAFC arrow functional component, which is going to be combo box, right? Combo box. Save these changes. And now okay, so this is Yep. Now, right after here, I need to create an interface. So first we need to, how the combo box item it's going to be. If you check that combo box, you can see it is having that key and value pair. So value and the label. So we need to create a type for that. So I'm going to create an interface. So interface, which is in case it's going to be combo box item. Okay. So open it. It's going to have the value. That's a string type. And it's going to have the label, and that is also going to be a string type. So save these changes. Next, let's create a props for our combo box. So let's say combo box props, open it. So basically items is the array that we are going to receive inside in it, which is going to be the type of combo box item array. All right. Then I need to supply the placeholder, which is going to be an optional one, and that is going to carry the string value in it. Then on select, that's a function which I'm going to keep it inside, which is going to have a value with a type of string itself, and it's going to return the void, which is not going to return anything. Then selected value, which is going to be an optional, and that is going to be a string. Then width, which is going to be a string. Okay, the length, how exactly it's going to be. So save these changes. So that is going to be the props of the combo box right inside here. So let me destructure all of those props. Let's bring the combo box props over here, and I'm going to bring the items. Then I'm going to bring the placeholder, and by default I'm going to keep the placeholder as a select an item, right? Then I'm going to supply on select. Then I'm going to supply the selected value, which in case by default is an empty string. Then I'm going to supply the width, which in case by default it is going to be 300 pixels, not more than that, right? Equals to. Otherwise you can keep it as 275 pixels as well as, let me keep it as 275 pixels because nothing is less than that specific. All right, hope so. Right, so next what I have to do is over here you can see we have this two states. So let me copy this and let me paste it straight away over here, open, and this is not necessary. I'm going to keep the use state as an imported. All right, now we have the use state over there. Perfect. Right, then what I have to do is basically I need to get the current value and I need to store it somewhere else. So const current value is equals to, if I do have the value, then I'm going to extract it from the items. So items dot find, open it. I'm going to send the item out of it. Then if the item dot value should be equals to value, in that situation I'm going to extract the label out of it. If else, I'm just going to return the placeholder, right? By default, if it is contains the value in it, right? If you're opening the edit form, it will have the value in it. So it needs to display the label in that. If it is not there, then we need to display the placeholder. That will be the current value, right? So save these changes. Now, inside here, this is how we need to create the popover and all those things. So let's go ahead and structure our popover and everything, right? Oops. I'm going to delete this. And basically we're going to return some of our own code over here, right? So first we need to bring the popover, which is coming from ./UI popover, which in case it is supposed to be coming from @components @/components/UI from there, right? So let's keep it in that way. Next, right after here, and I need to bring the commands as well as, right? So we need to bring the command. So just like the same way, I'm going to copy and paste it one more time in this case, which is going to be command itself, and I'm going to keep that empty because later we need to import everything in that directly over there itself. Otherwise, let's bring all the necessary stuff. We need to bring the command, then we need to bring the command empty, then we need to bring the command group, then we need to bring the command input, then I need to bring the command item, then I need to bring the command list. All these things needs to be imported directly from the command itself. Then in the popover, I'm going to bring the popover content. Then I'm going to bring the popover trigger, all these things, right? Please make sure that all those things have been imported properly. So for the popover, we need to supply the open state. So basically that's the state which we have already created open. And we need to on open change, I need to call this set open function because based on that only the open and close state will be like conditionally it will be verified over there. So pop over trigger, close it, and this pop over trigger will need to be rendered as a child. And inside here I'm going to bring a button from ./UI button, and please change this as well as @/component/UI button. And then inside here I'm going to bring the current value, and as well as bring the chevron down from the Lucid React. And by default it's going to have a class name margin left as 2 and width as 4 and height as 4, and shrink, of course, it is going to be 0. It should not shrink, and by default opacity it's going to be 50. And for this button, what I'm going to keep, which is going to be variant as the outline button, right? And the size of the button, which is going to be small size, SM. Then role of this button, which is going to be the combo box. Then area expanded, which in case it depends on the open state. Then class name, which in case it's going to be, it depends on, okay, so which is going to be justify between. And then the width is always based on what? The width property. If I send the width property over here, like by default it is going to be 275 pixels. If I'm changing the width, it's gonna affect that width over here, right? So let me check it out how exactly it's looking. So far nothing will be changed over there. So what we can do is maybe we can try to okay, so first let's finish this, then we can try to bring it over here. So now we have the popover trigger, then we need to bring the popover content. Popover content, close this. And okay, so for the popover content, which is going, basically it's going to be the width, of course it's going to be width hyphen, and inside here I need to supply the width property. Then right after here padding, of course I'm going to keep it as a 0. Then inside this popover content I'm going to bring the command. Then inside the command I'm going to bring the command list. Then inside the command list I'm going to bring the command input, which in case it's going to be a self-closing tag, and it is going to be a placeholder, which is going to be search here, right? That is going to be the placeholder, because if you check it out over here, inside that we do have this. So that's for that placeholder I'm talking about, right? So then right after here, so I'm going to bring the command empty. If the command is, if there is no items, I'm just going to say no item found. No item found, right? That is what we are going to display. And a command group inside here, I'm going to bring the command group, render it. And here inside here, I'm going to extract the items, items.map, open it. Then I'm going to destructure the item and bring the render function. And inside here, I'm going to bring the command item itself. And that in case it is going to be like this. And for this, I need to supply the key value, which in case it's going to be item.value itself, the key. Then I need to supply the value, and that is going to be the item.value itself. Then I need to, inside here, I'm going to keep the check icon, Lucid React. And then I'm going to bring the item.label, right? So we need to make sure this check icon is displayed only for the selected value. For instance, if I check it out over here, sports bike, and if you search for sports bike, that is the only value selected. So we need to display this check icon only for that. In that situation, what I need to do is class name, open it, and bring the cn function and open it. Write the default structure margin right, which is going to be 2. And height, which is going to be 4, and width, of course, it's going to be 4. And right after here, what I need to do, so if the value is equals to item.value, in that situation I need to display the opacity of it as 100%. In other situations, I need to keep the opacity as 0. So the checkbox will be displayed only if the value and the item value both are same, then it will be displayed, right? And for this command item, we need to have one more value called on select. So whenever I'm selecting, I'm going to extract the current value, the CV from it, open the function. Okay, so now we will get the current value whenever the user select that command button, and from that I'm going to get that value and I'm going to set it to the set value. So if the CV is equals to the value, then I'm going to keep it as an empty string, or else I'm going to keep the value as CV itself, right? Then I'm going to keep the set open function open, and I'm going to keep this as a false. Okay, because that needs to, the popover content needs to be disabled. And I'm going to call this on select function, which is coming from where? From our props, this one. So I need to set this then, so because I need the value for the from wherever I'm been using it, right? So I need to send that values. That's the reason I'm using this on select function. So I'm gonna do the same thing what I did for this. Copy it, paste it, right? So save these changes. Now the combo box is successfully completed. So let me show you how to use this combo box in the form field. So let me get back over here. So I'm going to bring the form field, close it. And here for this form field, I'm going to supply the control, which in case it's going to be the form.control itself. Then I'm going to supply the name, and that is going to be the category ID itself. Then I'm going to render a field, a callback render function, and inside here I'm going to destructure the field. Then inside here I'm going to bring the form item. Okay, so inside the form item, now what I'm going to do, class name, which in case it's going to be flex column, and flex space y, which is going to be 4. And here I'm going to bring the form label, and that is going to say category. And I'm going to bring the form control, and inside this form control, now what we have to do, I need to bring the combo box, which is coming from where, add component / combo box. Make sure it is coming from there. And for this combo box, now I need to supply the items, right? So but the problem is we need to supply the items in this specific format, but the items for the categories, so the categories, how we are receiving it, basically it is coming as a complete category. So I need to format that categories now, otherwise I can't use that categories inside over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna transfer that categories and subcategories now in order to use it there. So what we can do is, so right after here, so first what we need to do, we need to transform the categories into the format needed for the combo box. That is what we need to do, right? So const formatted categories is equals to, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to loop map through it. So categories.map, make sure that you added this optional, otherwise it will by the time it will, sometimes it will throw the issue. So open it. So I'm going to extract the category out of it. So what are the things that I need? I need a very specific thing. I need the ID, I need the ID, I need the name, then I need the string. These are the things I needed. So I'm going to extract the slug. Okay, so from the category, I need these values alone. So if you check it out, your schema file, you can see, if you check it out in the category, where is it? Here, we need the name, we need the slug, and we need the ID. These three alone. I don't need the rest of the stuffs. So I'm going to extract the slug, which is going to be the string type. Then I'm going to extract the name, and that is also going to be a string. Then I'm going to extract the ID, and that is also going to be a string, right? So which in case it's going to return a value as an object. That is quite confusing now. Okay, let's finish it. So value, which is going to be category. Okay, so I think we are making some mistakes over here because it is showing an error that is not supposed to be happen. So let's open it. Let's open, and it is going to call a value function, right? Now inside this bracket, I'm gonna get the category, and from the category I'm gonna destructure it. So I'm gonna extract the slug, which is going to be string. Then I'm going to extract the name, and that is also going to be string. Then I'm going to extract the ID, that is also going to be string, right? So inside here, for the value, I'm going to supply the category dot what it should be value, it should be slug. Then for the label, I'm going to supply category dot category dot name. I'm going to supply the name for it. Then for ID, I'm going to supply the category dot ID itself. These are the things, right? Otherwise, what we can do, we can keep it as an empty array, save these changes. This is how you need to supply the formatted categories. So don't worry, we will still having some issues, we will fix that. And here I'm going to change this formatted categories into subcategories, and instead of this, I'm going to say as a subcategories, and instead of this category, I'm going to keep this as a subcategory. Right, so now we finished the subcategory as well as. So let me get back over here for the combo box item. So for that combo box item, all I need to supply the formatted categories directly into it. So let's apply the formatted categories into it. Then I need to supply the placeholder. Let's say select a category. Then I need to supply the selected value, which in case it's going to be an object. For the selected value, so from the formatted categories, right, I need to store the ID, because we are sending the slug value to be here. So what exactly happening here is, when I click this, we are sending the slug value, but I need to get the ID out of it, right? So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to use the find method, open, I'm going to extract the category out of it. So if the category dot ID, if the ID is equals to the field dot value, right? So if it is say so, then I need to display the value of it. Otherwise, keep it as an empty string. That would be the selected value, right? Then, so what exactly happening here is, by instance, if I am choosing over here, wait a minute, let me get back to the vehicles. Let me show you what exactly that we are trying to do over here. If I click add new, and if I choose hatchback, okay, so currently so we are trying to display the label value over there, right? And we have to extract the slug value out of it. Based on the slug value only, we are fetching the ID values. So that's the reason we are supplying the slug value also in it. So if you check it out over our yeah, you will see. So right now it doesn't make any sense, but when we are saving the data, you will see. So let me show you over here. Then right after here, I need to supply the on select method as well as. So for that, I'm going to supply the slug. I'm going to extract the slug. Then right out of it, based on the slug, I'm going to extract the ID. So category, so const selected category is equals to formatted categories dot find, open it. Then I'm going to extract the category out of it. So category dot value should be equals to slug. In that situation, I'm going to say field dot on change. I'm going to say selected category dot ID, right? Through this way, we can get the selected value. So the reason why, it's because inside the where it is, the formatted, yeah, inside here for the value, what we are sending the slug value, but for the label, what we are sending the name. But for the database access, what we need to store the ID, right? So that's the reason we are fetching this value from the field and making sure it is equals to the default slug value. If it is say so, then we are supplying the ID over here. Now if I get back over here, if I click over here, currently we are seeing nothing, and that is why it is happening. It is not supposed to say. Let's make sure that we are getting the categories. Okay, the reason is because we are sending an empty array. So let me send the categories and let me send the subcategories over here. I fetched it, but I haven't sent any value inside. And now you should be able to see the cars and bikes. Let me search for bikes. It is working. And if I search for cars, it's working. And if I search something else, it will not work. If I choose car, car will be updated and it will be highlight the checked input. So now it is working, right? So let's get back over here. And all I have to do is to copy this field and let me destruct, let me comment it, and let's say subcategory field. Right after here, let me paste it and let's change this to subcategory, and this is going to be subcategory, and this is going to be subcategory as well. As select a subcategory, and instead of formatted categories, I'm going to destructure it to formatted subcategories. And inside this category, let me change this to subcategory, formatted subcategory, and let me change this to selected subcategory as well. As perfect. Let me change those things, and now you should be able to see the subcategories. So which in case if you wish to update the width, so let's say width it's equals to 100%, you can choose the width. All right, otherwise you can write the width as well as 325 pixels. So that is going to update the width as well as over here, right? All right, so let's get back. Subcategory is working perfectly, and now all we have to do is to get back to the location, which is in case it's going to be the text area. So we finished the text subcategory, and right after here we are going to work on the location, and basically the location is the text area. So in order to work with the text area, let's go ahead and install the text area. This is the one. Let me copy this npm and let me install the text area. So let's make sure the text area is installed. All right, it's been installed now. So I'm going to bring the form field, and inside here I'm going to say control, and that is going to be the form dot control itself. Then I'm going to extract the name, and that is going to be the location. All right, so let's render a field in it. Make sure that's a render function, and let's bring the field. Right inside here, I'm going to bring the form item, and I'm going to bring the form label, and that is going to be the location. And inside here, I'm going to bring the form control, and inside the form control, I'm going to bring the text area. Let's make sure that is being imported from add components text area, and the import statements are being aligned properly. Right, everything is being aligned perfectly as we expected. All right, so text area, this needs to be disabled whenever the form is being submitting. Then I need to supply the placeholder, which in case enter the vehicle location, something like that. Then I'm going to destructure all the field properties. Let me save these changes, and now I should be able to see the location over here. That's perfect. Next, what we need to do, we need to bring the transmission, which is in case it's going to be a radio button group, right? So let's go ahead and bring the radio button over here. So let's search for radio button group, click this. This is how the radio button it's going to looks like. Copy this, and let me get back over here and paste it. Okay, so now what I have to do is we have to bring the transmissions, right? So if you check for the transmission over here, we have automatic and the manual transmissions, two transmissions, either of that, right? So now all we have to do is to create a transmission type. So right after here, I'm gonna say transmission type, right? So I'm gonna copy from here instead of typing it again and again. I'm gonna copy it from there and I'm gonna paste it over here, and I'm going to delete this text area in it. We don't need that, and the location, which is in case it's going to be transmission, and over here this is also going to be the transmission. All right, so now we have that, and now let me bring the radio group. So radio group, it's coming from add components UI radio group, which we imported. So destructure, open it, and we need to supply the default values and all those things. So let's say default value, which in case it's going to be the field dot value itself. That's the default value. Whatever value I have in the field, keep it. And on value change, whenever there is a changes on the value, I'm going to call the field dot on change method, right? And the value, which is going to be the field dot value itself. Then the class name, which in case it's going to be flex space y4, sorry, space x4, and border and padding 3 and item center and rounded LG, right? That's the styles which we are going to keep inside for the radio button group. So now you should be able to see we have a border over there and the label. All right, now inside here I'm going to create a div. Let's keep this as a flex, item center and space x, which is going to be 2, and inside this division I'm going to bring the radio group item from where, from add components UI radio group, bring the radio group item. All right, so for this I'm going to supply the value. By default, the value which is going to be the automatic for that specific item, right? Then ID, which is going to be automatic, right? So that is the thing. All right, so next for this I'm going to supply the label. Oops, let's bring our label from add components label, and for the label I'm going to supply the automatic. And for the HTML4, which in case it's going to for this exact same automatic. Then the class name, which is going to be text sm, small text, and font, it's going to be medium. So save these changes. Now you should be able to see a radio button over there. Okay, 1 second. All right, so now just exactly the same way we have to bring one more radio button over there. So what in case that I'm gonna copy this, then I'm gonna break it over here, and I'm gonna change all these values into manual. Then I'm gonna change this value over here as a manual. Save this. Okay, so now if I choose this, the value will be automatic. If I choose this, value will be manual, right? So that's how now we have to create the the transmissions radio button. Okay, so next what we need to do is we have to work with the engine type just exactly the same way, right? So that is what we are going to do now, and let's go ahead and bring that engine type, which in case I'm going to copy this completely. Then I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to add a comment before that, engine type. Then I'm going to paste that. Then I'm going to change this transmissions into engine over here, as well as engine type, or let's keep it as an engine. That's up to you. And okay, so if you save this, that's how it will looks like. Okay, so what we have to do is, instead of keeping this radio button as a flex, I'm going to make some changes over here. So I'm going to change this. I'm going to delete this item center. I don't need it. And I'm going to delete this flex and space x4. I'm going to change this into grid column, which is going to be 2, and gap, of course, it's going to be 2. Right, save it, and now it will be changed into grid. And what I'm going to do is, first let me change this automatic. What are the things that we do have? EV, hybrid, petrol, and diesel. right? So first, which is going to be EV. Okay, so let me check the values. So let me keep everything as a EV. Then here I'm going to keep it as EV. And here instead of manual, I'm going to keep this as the hybrid. Everything is going to be hybrid. And here also it's going to be hybrid. Then let me copy this. Okay, over here I'm going to supply the value. And for this, I'm gonna keep this, what is that? What are the remainings? Petrol and diesel. So which is in case petrol. And over here, we're gonna keep one more, and that is going to be the diesel. D-I-E-S-E-L. D-I-E-S-E-L. Diesel. Save it. And that's how it looks. EV, hybrid, petrol, and diesel. All right, so now we do have all the necessary transmissions and the engine type. So let me get back to the mileage, and that is going to be like this. So let's get back right after this form field, right? So I'm gonna bring the mile age. So which in case it's going to be div, and inside here I'm gonna bring the mileage field, and I'm gonna say form field, right? So what we can do is I'm gonna copy the location, copy this, then I'm gonna paste it. And this is going to be, instead of a location, which is going to be the mileage, and over here, which is going to be mileage, and instead of this text area, I'm going to change this into input, and instead of enter the like what to say, this form control needs to be wrapped in a div. I think for, yeah, for the location as well as I missed it, because we missed the form message. So what we have to do is, let's wait a minute, let me change the location first. So form control needs to be wrapped inside a div, paste it, and here after this division, I need to bring the form message, which I forgot to bring it. And for this, I'm going to say class name, flex item center, and space x is going to be 4. Save it. And for the mileage, I'm gonna copy this from here to here, and I'm going to paste it over here. This is not necessary. Yep. And for this, I'm gonna say class name, flex item center, space x, it's going to be 4. Save it. And this is going to be input, and the type of this input, which is in case it's going to be the number itself, placeholder, enter the vehicle, mile, age. Save it. That's how it looks. So then I need to supply the instructions for it. Yep, straight away right over here, I'm gonna say please enter the mile age in kilometers. Open it. Example 1200 kilometers, something like this. And for this class name, text, of course, it's going to be small size, and text gray for 100. Save it. And now you should be able to see that over there. This is supposed to be text gray. Yes, now we should able to see that, right? So which in case that is what we needed it, and that looks perfectly fine. All right, so now we have the mileage field, and next what we need to do, we need to bring the state. And if you check it out over here, when I choose the state, and it is going to display the district only for that specific district, and when I choose any specific district, that the postal code is automatically filling up over there, right? Then we do have the report, and that is also a combo box, and we need to bring the cover image and the vehicle images. That's it. These are the fields that is remaining, right? So now let's go ahead and work on the state field, and that is what we need to do, and that's the thing that we are going to do next. All right then, so now let's go ahead and start working with the states and districts. So basically for working with the states and all those things, you can use the Google APIs and all those things in order to fetch the entire states and districts informations for the production. But right now I just use the ChatGPT to get the state names and a few popular districts among that states, and to generate the postal codes of that district in that. Right, but if you're using the APIs, you will get the entire states, entire districts, and entire districts postal codes, right? But that's how you need to use it on the production. But right now I'm going to use the dummy array, which is generated by the ChatGPT. So you can use the same array. So open the gist, which I given in the link in the description below, and if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you should be able to see the helper.ts, and there you can find few car makes, few bike makes, and few vehicle models for both car and bikes as well as, and you can see the India states, districts and states, which is, this is the particular array which we needed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this entire helper.ts. Later we need all the rest of the details, so I'm going to copy this. Let me get back over here, and inside the library file I'm going to create a new file called helper.ts, and let me paste it over here. So save these changes, and let me close this. And now let me jump into the vehicle, right? And we're going to use this select. This is the one that we have to use for that. So the user can choose what state and district that they are. And let me open this and let me install it. Let it install. So, and right after this division, I think so, this field, yes, this is the place where it gets entered, and here we're gonna say state select. All right, this is going to be a long one, so let's watch over here carefully. So form field, okay, so let me copy it from here. Why I need to keep on type it everything. Copy, paste it, and this is going to be the state, and this is going to be the state, and inside here I'm gonna delete this, right? So and I think I don't need this division for this particular one. All right, so let me keep it simple as that. Now inside the form control, I'm gonna bring the select from add components UI, select it, and let me bring the select trigger from add components UI. Okay, then inside this select, what I'm going to do is on value change. Whenever there is a value change, I need to call a one more callback function. Let me keep it this for the time being as an empty one. Later we need to change this, and default value, which is going to be the field dot value itself, field dot value. Okay, then inside the select trigger, I'm going to say select value from add component UI, and I'm going to supply the placeholder, which is going to be select a state. That is going to be the placeholder. Then right after here, I'm going to bring the select content, which is coming from add components UI. And inside here, this is the place where I need to render it. So I'm going to say India states and district, which is coming from add library.helper.ts. From there, if that exists, then I'm going to say India states and districts.map. Open it. I'm going to extract the state out of it. Then I'm going to bring the value. So I'm going to render the selected item, select item from add components. Here I'm going to render the state value. Then here I'm going to supply the key, which is going to be state. Then I'm going to supply the value, which is going to be the state, right? So save these changes. Now if you check it out over here, you can able to see all the state values, right? When I choose this, I need to change exactly the district, and as well as I need to bring the postal code. So let's go ahead and bring the rest of the fields, then we can work on those functionalities, right? So I'm going to copy this, then I'm going to paste it, which is going to be district select. Then I'm going to paste this over here. This is going to be the district field, and I'm going to change the value over here as a district and select the district. And inside the, let's keep this. Okay, for the time being, I'm going to keep the same value over here, but what exactly the functionality needs to be happen is whenever the user choose any specific state, it should display the respective district based on the state. So we need to create a separate functionality in order to filter the districts based on the state by the user's selected values, right? And when I choose the district, the pin code, the postal code is getting updated, right? So that is how we need to build it. So for the time being, I'm just going to keep those values as it is. Later I'm going to bring some customized functions in order to work those things, right? So, and I'm going to paste it one more time. This is going to be the postal code, and over here what I'm going to do is, this is going to be the postal code field, and I'm going to delete the rest of the fields, delete it, and here I'm going to bring the input for this. This needs to be disabled, and by default this field will be disabled every single time. And I'm going to destructure the field property. Then I'm going to supply the placeholder, which is going to be the postal code over here, as well as postal code. Save it, and this is how this will be disabled. So now all we have to do is to, let's go ahead and work on those functionalities, right? So what are the things that we need to do is, so right now over here I'm having an empty callback function for the state and as well as for the district. So let me create a function over here, handle state change. That's the one function for state changes, and for district changes I'm going to bring handle district change. These are the two functions that we have to create, right? So let's go ahead and start working on that. So let me scroll all the way to the top, right? This is the place where we are working with the functions and all those things. So let me create. So over here what I need to do is, I need to initialize the selected state and selected districts with initial data, because when the form which the user opening, or if the user opens in an edit mode, that needs to display the default selected values in it, right? So that's the reason we have to do that over here. So I'm going to create a use state snippet over here, which is going to be the selected state, yes, selected state, and by default it is going to be initial data. If the initial data dot state is there, then keep it, otherwise keep it as an empty string. Then I'm gonna say use state snippet, which is going to be selected district, and that is also going to be, if the initial data dot district is there, keep it, otherwise keep it as an empty string, right? So then I need to store the district options based on the state selections. So I'm going to create one more, use state snippet district options, and by default it is going to be an array, and that is going to be a string array, right? So now right after this on submit function, or right after here, I'm gonna create two different functions which we have to create for handle the state change and handle the district change. So this is for function to handle the state change, and we need to create a function to handle the district change. So let's create const handle state change. That's a one arrow function which we have to create. Then const handle district change. That's a one callback function which we have to create. Save it. Now there should not be any issues. All right. So now let's work on the handle state. So for this function, I'm going to supply the state, which is going to be the string itself. And let me extract it. So let's say set selected state, which is going to be the state itself, right? Then right after here, I'm going to set the value form.set value, open it. I'm going to set the state value, which is going to be the state itself, because whenever the user select these states, that value needs to be updated on the form also. That's the reason because we are not using the field on change event over there. We are using our custom on change event over there. So please listen carefully over here. Then what I need to do is I need to figure it out the matching states name from the entire states array which we have, right? So if you extract the selected state information from the array, we can dispatch the selected districts from that state, right? So find the state object by the matching states name. So const selected state object, which is going to be India states and districts dot find, open it, extract the item out of it, then item dot state should be equals to the state which the user selected. Now we have the entire state object in our hand along with the districts for that specific state, right? So now if the state is found, we need to set the district. If the state is found, set the districts. So here I'm going to say const districts is equals to selected state object dot districts dot map, open it, then get the district object out of it, then district object dot district, otherwise keep it as an empty array, right? So now we have the separate districts of the selected state in our hand in the variable called districts. Now we need to set this to our district options. So set districts options, open it, and keep it as a districts, right? And all I have to do, once it's been set, we need to reset the districts completely. So set selected district, keep it like this, then form dot set districts options, set the selected districts. Okay, so then form dot set value for the district, we're gonna keep the empty, and form dot set value, we're gonna keep the postal code as well as the empty, because the reason why we are setting all these fields are empty, because whenever the state changes, the entire districts and the postal code needs to be again selected by the user. We should not keep the same value for the previous states over there. That's the reason we are changing it, right? So now if I choose Tamil Nadu, and it should display the districts over here. In order to display that, let me scroll all the way to the bottom and let me come over to the district sections. This is the place. Instead of displaying the entire state informations over there, all I have to do is to display the district options over there. So what I need to do is, instead of this India states and districts, I'm gonna delete this and I'm gonna keep this district options. right? So then I'm gonna extract the district out of it. Then in the key over here, I'm gonna say district, and the value I'm gonna say delete this, duplicate this, and change it to district itself. That's it. And now it's showing the district, and let me choose Tamil Nadu, and here I can see only Chennai and Coimbatore and Madurai. Now when I choose this, I need to update the postal code, and that is what we need to do now. So in order to do that, we need to move on to our handle district change function, which we have over here. So in the district, I'm going to get the district, and let me keep it as a string. And here I'm going to break this. Then I'm going to say set selected district, open it, and I'm going to set the selected district as a district which the user selected. Then I'm going to set the value form dot set value, which is going to be for district. I'm going to set the district, save it, right? So then I need to find the selected state and the district object. So find the selected state and district object. So which state is being selected and which district is being selected, then I need to get the postal code array from that data, right? Over here, so let me say const selected state object, which in case it's going to be quite exactly the same as over here, const selected state object. Paste it over here, right? Just exactly the same as that. So selected state should be equals to selected state, because we do have the state value. So the selected state value will be stored in our custom state use state hook in our state, which is over here. So that is how you can make sure. Then I need to select the district. So I'm going to paste it one more time. This time, instead of this, let me change this to selected district object. District object from India states. Then I'm gonna use this object. From there, I'm gonna get the district out of it. Then from there, I'm gonna get the districts. Then I'm gonna find the item out of it. So item dot district should be equals to the district whatever we are sending inside this function. Okay, so guys, listen it very carefully, because it looks quite confusing, but if you make any changes over here, it looks so complicated. See here, from the India states and districts, that's the global array which we do have, where we have the state, districts, and district code and the postal code for each and everything, right? From that, we are going to figure it out which state is selected by the user. So that state is already stored in the selected state. Using that, we're going to extract the selected state. From the selected state, we are extracting the district array. From the district array, we are making sure that selected district, which is selected by Chennai or Coimbatore, whatever it is. So now we have the selected district object, and now we have the selected state object. Using both of that, now I can able to get the postal code of that specific state and that specific district. So get the first postal code of the selected district. So here const postal code, which in case it's going to be selected district object dot postal codes of 0 dot toString. Otherwise, keep an empty string, right? Then right after here, form dot set value of postal code, which is going to be the postal code. Save it. And now if I choose Coimbatore, you should be able to see 664. You can see this postal code is being changing now, right? Which in case this is what we expected, right? So now we need to think for edit form as well as this is so far whatever we did, it will work smoothly for create form. Now we need to think in the aspect of edit form. So we need to initialize. So over here, what we are doing, we are setting up only the year, the selected year. But what we are storing the complete year, like 01, 04, or 2024 or something like that, right? So on the create form, it works perfectly. And it's the same way for the selected states and all those things. The create form, it's working perfectly. So based on the state what we are receiving inside this form in an edit way, we need to display it as was. We need to display that also in a proper way. So let's say over here, let's create an use effect hook, open it, and let me create an empty array injection. So first let's fix that initial year on the, because what I'm saying here is it's showing 2023, but right now we are in the edit vehicle information, so it's showing the 2023 alone. Do this, and just like the same way it is displaying over here. See, it's displaying the postal codes and states and the Coimbatore. Everything is working perfectly as it's supposed to be, right? So let me break this, and if the initial data dot year, if it does have the initial data dot year, in that situation I'm just going to say set the selected year of new date, open it, initial data dot year, then I'm gonna say 0, 1. So which in case it's basically set the initial year as the date object and keep the January as the first, because over here what we are trying to do, we are saving the year, right? But what specific object that we are trying to keep in that state, it is looking for a complete date. If you check the state, where is the state for this? See here, it is looking for a complete date, not for a very specific year alone. So if you wish to do that, in that situation, we need to make sure that it is a complete year. Sorry, that is a complete date. So that's the reason we are trying to set the initial year as the date object, which in case we are trying to keep the January 1st of that year. Okay, so by that way, whatever the year that is coming in, we can make sure that is a complete date object, right? So save these changes, then right after here, and now what I need to do is, if the selected state, if the initial data is there, and if the initial data set the selected state value, if the initial state value has some value, in that situation over here we need to write the code to do the same stuff. We need to select the state, and we need to select the district, and we need to set the district option, then we need to set the rest of the stuff. So first what I need to do is, I need to find the state matching states name from the India states and district. I'm going to find, and I'm going to extract the item.state from the selected state, right? So that should be match. I'm going to extract the selected state information. Just like the same way, I'm going to extract the selected district information. So I'm going to copy this, then I'm going to paste it over here. If the state, because these are the things which we already returned over there. So that's it. That's the thing. Okay, so here make sure if there is no district, we need to keep it as an empty array as well. So okay, so if we are keeping an empty array over there, we are getting an error. Okay, so let's leave it as it is then. So here we are selecting from the selected state object, we are extracting the district, and we are getting the district object out of it. So right after here, I'm gonna set the selected district. So here, if the initial data has district, we need to set the district option. So if selected district is there, if selected district is there, then what I need to do, I need to extract the selected district out of it. See, from the selected state object, we need to get the exactly what district that the user selected. Then I need to get the postal code out of that. Then I need to set the postal code. Right after here, I'm going to set the postal code just like this, which we already did in the previous function. These are all the things that needs to be happened in that in the use effect. and that needs to be re-rendered whenever there is a changes on initial data, whenever there is a changes on the selected state and selected district, and moreover on the form itself, right? So save these changes. All right, so now if I choose Tamil Nadu and if I choose this Chennai, and you can see we have a changes on our postal code. And now let's get back over here and bring the reports. Then the only thing which is remaining, our cover image and the vehicle image. That's the thing, and that we can finish it later. Right, so let's go ahead and bring the last one and only, which is for that only we do have this array. Okay, so let's go scroll all the way to the bottom. All right, so now all we have to do is to bring the report options over here. So let's go ahead and bring the report options. So basically the report option is going to be just exactly the same way as the category. So let me copy the category, copy from here and scroll all the way to the bottom. Right after this postal code, I'm gonna bring the report field, paste it, and let me change this to report as well as, and let me change this to report, and I'm gonna delete this combo box, and I'm gonna bring the combo box one more time. And inside this combo box, I need to supply the items, which is going to be the report options. Then I'm going to bring the placeholder, and which is going to be select a report. Then I'm going to bring the selected value, which in case is going to be the field dot value itself. Then I'm going to bring on select, and I'm going to extract the value out of it. Then I'm going to set through the field dot on change, supply the value to it, save the changes, and now you should be able to see the report over here. Perfect. Right, and next all we have to do is to go ahead and bring the cover image and the vehicle images, and that is what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do, basically we have to create an image upload component, which needs to be a reusable component in order to upload a single image, and as well as to upload the multiple images as well as, right? So let's go ahead and create the component to do that. So, and over here, if you check it out over here, we're having a single image component and we're having the multiple image component, right? So let's go ahead and create that. So since for working with the image uploads, we are working with the Firebase. So we're going to use the Firebase storage. It's a free, and the only problem is we have to write the code, everything completely from the ground to work with. So click the go to console option, and I'm going to create a new project over here, and I'm going to name this project as YouTube used vehicles Next.js something. Okay, so I think the project is available. Disable the Google Analytics, create the project. So this might take some time to do, and in the meanwhile, what I have to do is, so we have to install the Firebase in our project. So let's jump over here. I think it's better, it will give the all the necessary packages. Okay, so now the project is ready, so click to continue. So make sure that you are inside used vehicle section. So we have different options to work with. So we have the Android app, iOS app, Flutter, and Unity. So we're gonna work with the web app. So create a web app over here, and I'm gonna name this web app as what to say, used vehicles. So don't worry about the hosting. Anyways, we are not going to host over here. So close this, and it is going to create that. Okay, so this is the package that we need to install. Copy this, and let's say npm install Firebase. Let it install on our local end, and these are all our API keys. Okay, so let me click continue to the console. Don't worry about that, we can access it later. So what we have to do is to get into the build folder and jump into the storage. Click the storage and click get started. And I'm going to go with the production mode itself, because for the test mode it will gives you the every single permissions, but for the first 30 days, after that it will be gone. And I'm going to go for production mode, and I'm going to click next, So the location, after once the location is set, you can't change this. So choose wisely, otherwise leave it as it is. In this case, I'm going to leave it as it is. So this might take a couple of minutes in order to do that. In the meanwhile, I'm going to get back over here, and here I'm going to create a new folder called config. Inside the config folder, I'm going to create a new file called firebase.config.ts. Right, this is the place where we are going to bring all those necessary configs and everything, and we have to update our environment variable. So I'm going to stop the server and open the gist file which I given you, and there you can find this next variables for storing our API keys and everything. So I'm going to copy these variables and let me open our environment variable, and straight away right after here I'm going to keep the Firebase variables, and I'm going to paste it. So this is the place where I need to update the Firebase API key, auth domain, project ID, storage bucket, messaging center ID, and the app ID, right? So what I'm going to do is get back over here and get into the rules section, and by default every single permissions over here is blocked because it is completely make it as a false. So change this to true and then click publish. It will gives you a warning as a security threat. Later you need to update the security rules. See, your security rules are defined as a public, so anyone can steal and modify your data or delete your data in your database. So we need to write a custom rules. Use the ChatGPT to protect your storages, and okay, so for the time being it's okay. Later we have to write the security rules for it. All right, so now everything is done on this local hand. So click this project settings, and if you scroll all the way to the down, you should be able to see all these keys and everything, right? So now what I have to do is we have to bring all these keys and everything and paste it in our environment variables straight away. So first let's copy the API key, copy it carefully, copy and paste it over here, API key. Then I'm going to copy the auth domain, copy it from here to here. I'm going to copy it and paste it over here. Then I'm going to copy the project ID, copy it and paste it over here. Then I'm going to bring the storage bucket. I'm going to copy this. Then I'm going to paste it over here. Then I'm going to bring the message center ID. I'm going to copy this. Then I'm going to paste it over here. Then I'm going to bring the app ID, copy this. I'm going to paste it over here. So save all these changes. These are all the necessary change setups that I need to do. Okay. Then I'm going to bring the, we need to import the initialize apps and all those things in our, where it is, here it is over here. We have to start working on it. Okay. So over here, so now we have all those things. So let's get back over here. Let me bring the auto find and let me import all the necessary things from the Firebase app. So from Firebase/app. So from the Firebase app, I'm going to import initialize app. Then I need to get the get app. Then I need to get the get apps. Then import from Firebase/storage. I need to get the storage of function out of it. Save the changes. Then I need to initialize the app by using the Firebase config. So that's the reason we created all our environment variables. So you guys can copy it, come from our gist file, and you can simply paste it, because that exactly the same variable name which I used it over here. In case if you customized it, you guys type it carefully. Whatever you changed, update it properly. So const app is equals to, I need to get the entire app's length, whatever the apps that have been created on the Firebase already. So far we created only one app in our project, and I'm going to extract that length. If the apps.length is greater than 0, which means already the app it's been initialized, so it can be accessed based on where it's been loaded. If you're loading in our website, so web app will be accessed. So we don't want to create the app again and again in our Firebase project. Then I can initialize the app. If the app is not initialized for web, we can initialize. Otherwise, we need to access the same app again and again. Right? Then using the app which we created, I'm going to create the storage instance by using the get storage function. I'm going to supply the app informations into it. Then I'm going to export the storage for the later purposes. Right? That's it. This is all we need to do on our Firebase config.ts. Let me close this and let me keep the vehicle form alone. Let me close all the things to the right. Okay, so now all I have to do is to create one more UI component, which in case it's going to be images hyphen uploads.ts tsx, right? This is the one. All right, so let's go ahead and start building our image uploads component. So let me close this, get back over here. So I'm gonna say use client. Okay, and over here first let's say rafc, which is going to be images uploads. Save these changes, and right after here I'm going to create an interface for this image uploads props. So by default I'm going to bring these all the props. So let me bring the props over here. What are the props that it's necessary for it? So we need the disable prop, which is an optional. Multiple, whether it is a multiple, that is also going to be optional. And we're going to have the on change and on remove and value and the location, right? All these are the props which is necessary, and I given a proper comment line which helps you to understand why and that particular props is being created, right? So I'm going to create one more interface in order to track the upload progress, which in case it's going to have a key, which is going to be the string itself, and it's going to have the number. Because when you're working with the multiple images, so you need to show the multiple uploading track of each and every single images, right? So that's the reason we have the upload progress separately, right? So save these changes. Okay, so now all we have to do is to over here we need to destructure it for image upload props. So inside here I'm gonna bring multiple. By default it is going to be multiple as a true, and on change and on remove, then we need to supply the value, then we need to supply the location. All right, save this, all these things it's necessary, right? Let's create the use state. So at this point you will get hydration error. So we need to fix the hydration errors. So use state, I'm gonna bring is mounted, and by default it is going to be false, right? Then I'm gonna create an use effect hook in order to keep track whether it is mounted or not properly. So inside here set is mounted as true, and I'm going to keep it as that. And if it is not mounted, then it is going to return as a null. So if not is mounted, we need to return null. So by this way we can protect ourselves from the hydration error, right? So next what I need to do is I need to create a state in order to keep track the progress. So I'm going to say upload progress, which is going to be an object, and which is going to be the type of upload progress type which we created that interface, right? So and if you check it out over here, we having this field which is really helps the user in order to upload the image just by drag and drop. So let me bring any specific image over here for the time being. If I bring that image, you can see it's showing the areas. Drop that file here. Once I drop this file, that file will be started to upload on our the database, right? And you can see it is automatically added up to that specific, and I can click this file to delete it directly from the database, right? So just like that we have to bring the drag and drop features as well. As so in order to do that, all we have to bring all those necessary functions and everything, right? So for that what I'm going to do is const on drop. I'm going to keep that function for the time being as an empty. Don't worry, we will come back and let's work on those functions later. Okay, so in order to bring this specific drop areas and all those things, we are going to use a very specific package which is called React Drop Zone. So basically this, it will provides you a default components, or you can create your own component as well. In this case, we are going to create our own component only. So let me install this. So npm install react drop zone. So this will help you to figure it out how many files it's been dropped and where it has been dropped and what actions needs to be done once it has been dropped. So that's the reason we are bringing this into our code. Okay, so right after here, so I need to import from I need to import a package from a React drop zone. So from there, I'm going to get that use drop zone hook. That's the only thing I need to get that from that React drop zone package. So let's extract that. Okay. So from that, right after here, I'm going to get that const equals to use drop zone hook. Get it? Okay, use drop zone hook. Inside here, I'm gonna get the object and I'm gonna supply the function on drop function, which is going to the exact same function which we create on whenever the user drops a file, what function that the user needs to call. So on drop is the event and the user needs to call this specific function whenever the on drop event has been triggered, right? Then right after here, accept what are the files the user needs to accept. User needs to accept images slash star, any specific images as an array. Okay, as an array. And by default, we need to make sure the user the drop zone should accept the multiple files. So make sure the multiple is enabled over there, right? Save it. These are all the things. Then from there, I'm gonna get the root props. Then I'm gonna get the input props. Then is drag active state. Then is drag reject state. Okay, these are all the informations that I needed from that drop zone. That's it, nothing else. Okay, then I'm gonna have one more function for upload. So const on upload, that's a function which helps us to upload the files to our Firebase. These are the functions which is necessary to do all those actions and everything. Then we need to keep one more function to delete an image. That's it, nothing else more, right? These are all the functions which helps us to work with the images. Now let's go ahead and start working with the designs things. Okay, so let me get into the vehicle form over here because I need to see how exactly the UI is coming up, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. Then I'm going to bring the cover image field right over here. I'm going to create a div, let's say class name, which should be access the column span, complete column span, the entire grid view. Then I'm going to bring the form field, which is going to be the cover image itself, cover image. Then render the field, which in case form item, I don't need this. Then I'm just going to change this to cover image. Then inside this combo box, instead of this combo box, I'm going to bring the images uploads from add components images uploads. Let's bring it. And for this, I'm going to say multiple. By default, multiple, it's going to be false for this because I don't need to allow the user to upload multiple cover images, only one. Then the location where exactly this needs to be stored. Vehicles is the root folder name. Then inside that, I'm going to keep the cover images. So basically, this is the folder structure will be created in our Firebase storage. So vehicles, cover image. Then I'm going to supply the value field dot value. If the field dot value is exist, then convert it into an array field dot value, because since it's a single image, you're going to get a single string. So we're going to keep it as an array. Then I'm going to supply the empty array right after it. Okay, then I'm going to on changes. If the field value is not there, you need to supply an empty array. If it is there, convert that single string into an array, because that is how we are rendering it into our component. So here I'm going to get the URLs out of it. Then I'm going to say field dot on change, supply that URL of 0, because since getting back the values from the images upload, because it is giving you as an array, right? Because we are working with the multiple images, but the cover image is going to extract only one string from that array, and that is going to be the first index because that is the only one image that we need, and that is what we are extracting over here, right? Then on remove, I'm going to have a callback function. Then I'm just going to keep field dot on change, keep the value as empty. These are all the things. Now you should be able to see nothing. It's because we are not running the server. npm run dev. So let me run this, refresh it, and it's refreshing, and there we go. Now you should be able to see that we have the cover images over there. That's showing images upload. Perfect, right? So let's get back over here and this division section, and for this what I'm going to say, class name, let me enable the word wrap so we can keep track in a single page. So class name, width, of course it should always be full, then grid column 1, and gap, of course it's going to be 4, and lg grid column. On the large devices, on the grid column, of course it's going to be 3, because if you check it out over here, yep, so yes, let's say cursor pointer. So I don't know why I kept it as a grid, but once I seen the layout I can explain why I kept it as a grid. Okay, so then I'm gonna bring the drop zone over here. All right, we need to bring the drop zone over here. So I'm going to create a div for that, class name, which in case it's going to be flex item center, justify center, and height. Of course, I'm going to fix the height, which is going to be 96, not more than that. And the column span is going to be 3. Save it. And now you should be able to see that we are having some height over there. Then inside here, I'm going to bring a division which is going to have a class name as so this is going to be our drop zone. So if you check it out over here, you can see how they are using the root props and the input props over here, and how they are writing the custom styles using for that specific drag areas and everything. So if you check the basic example, you can understand. See, if you they are writing the style for the drop zone just like this, get root props and get the class name and writing the styles for that. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna destructure the get root props. Okay, destructure the get root props, open it, and open the object, break it, and I'm going to supply the class name. So for the class name, use the dynamic string literals. Otherwise you can use the cn function, right? So in this case I'm going to use the dynamic string literals itself. So width, of course it's going to be full, width full, height hyphen full. It will not show suggestions, so please type it properly. Items center. So in this case I'm not good at typing, so I'm going to copy and paste it. All right, so this is the things. And then next what I need to do is write a condition, is drag active. If in case it is active, then what I need to do is I need to bring this specific style, this style. And I'm going to check one more, is drag reject. If it is true, then I'm going to bring this style. Otherwise keep this like this. Okay, so we are getting some unwanted error. How come? If the drag active is true, I need to bring one style. Then if is drag reject, if this is true, do something, false, do something. Yes, that is the concept. If drag is active, this is the style that we need to bring. And if drag rejects, and this is the style that we need to bring. If nothing is happening, this is the default style that it needs to have. I think previously I added the ternary operator over here also. I think so. So if I save these changes, this is how it looks. Okay. So let's add some rounded Excel or something. rounded Excel. So this is how it looks. Perfect. Okay, so then what I need to do is right after here inside this specific division, inside this division, now we need to bring inside here, I need to bring an input, and that input doesn't have any specific type because that types and all those things will be destructured from get input props, whatever the props is necessary, and that will be coming from your use drop zone itself, so you don't have to worry about it. Okay, so save these changes, and inside here now I need to get the object. So bring the object, so object dot keys, extract it, supply that upload progress because that is what we extracted, then get the length out of it if it is greater than 0. If you're having multiple files to be get uploaded, so it will have multiple keys in it. If the length is greater than 0, we have to do something, or else we have to do something, right? This is what we need to do. So here I'm going to keep an empty division. Instead of this, I'm going to keep this and inside here I'm gonna bring a division which in case it's going to show the upload progress. So for the upload progress we have to create a separate UI component to display that, so let's worry about it later. And for this division over here, let's say class name, which in case it's going to be text neutral 500, and flex item center, justify center, and flex column, and gap of course it's going to be 4. And inside this division I'm going to bring an image plus icon from Lucid React, and let's keep this class name as width of course 10, height of course 10. Okay, and inside this division I'm going to bring a paragraph, which in case it's going to, if the drag active is, if it is active, then I'm going to say drop files here. Otherwise, okay, so otherwise, if it is multiple files, I'm going to say drag and drop multiple images here, or click to select files. Otherwise, drag and drop an image here, or click to select a file. Okay, so now you should be able to see drag and drop image here. Its reason is because multiple, by default we set the multiple value as false, so that's the reason it's showing drag and drop image here, or click to select a file, right? So now let's make sure whether that drag and drop it's working properly. So if the drag and drop if it is working properly, then what is going to happen, it is going to call this on drop file, right? So let's keep this function as an asynchronous function, and over here it's going to say accepted files, which in case it's going to be the type of file itself, and that is going to be an array. And inside this function I'm just going to do console.log let's get the files as an array, so const files colon file array, type of file array, which in case it's going to be array dot from, open it, accepted files, or else keep it as an empty array. So I'm gonna print the files over here, save it, and let me get back into the inspect elements, go to the console, close this, and let me bring a new finder window on the screen, and let me choose any images from here just like this, and I'm gonna bring it over here and So currently, oh, what is this? We are getting a lot of warning. Okay, so somehow we are triggering that event. Okay, so event is being triggered, but we are getting some warning, so we will worry about that part later. All right, so let me close this. Okay, so next what I need to do is, so we know that the event, the trigger, if you can see the drag and drop area, it's been triggering now. So then right after this division, this is the division where we are displaying all this informations and everything. Okay, so next what we need to do is, where is the drag zone? It is been completing. So this is the drag zone, it's been completing. So right after here, this is the place where we need to display the images. So display the images. So over here, I'm gonna say if the value dot length is greater than 0, then I'm gonna render it. I'm gonna render a division, and that division going to have a class name, which is going to be a cn, open it and structure it, so which is going to be grid. Okay, and here I'm going to write multiple. If it is multiple, then I'm going to say grid column 1, and on medium devices onwards, grid column should be 2, and on large devices onwards, grid column should be 3. Otherwise it should be grid column 1. All right, then I need to adjust the gap, so gap should be 4 and column span should be 3. Okay, all right then. So now what we have to do is, inside here, open it, bring the value in it, value dot map, open it, get the URL out of it, and then I need to render it. I'm going to render the div, and I'm going to supply the key, which in case it's going to be URL itself. I know that URL will be unique, so that's the reason. Then I'm going to supply the class name, which in case it's going to be the position as a relative position. Okay, then straight away right over here, width of course it should be full, and height of course it's going to be 96. Then flex item center, justify it center, and overflow everything should be hidden, and rounded it should be medium, and it should have a border. Then it should have some padding in it. Okay, then inside here what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the image, which is going to be next/image, and make sure everything is arranged properly. Bring this on the top of it, then bring this right after here, then bring this on the bottom, keep this on the top of it, just like this, align it properly. Okay, so right after here for this image, now all I have to do is to keep this image as a fill. Then class name, which is going to be object, should be cover. It should cover the entire space. Width should be full, height of course it should be full. Then alternative should be uploaded cover image or something, or let's keep it as uploaded image, right? Then source, of course it's going to be URL. Then it's need to be the prioritized image. It's need to load immediately. Then right after this image, I'm gonna bring a division, and that is going to be class name, absolute top 2 and right 2, and cursor of course pointer, and inside in it I'm gonna bring a button from ./UI button, and please go ahead and top of it and make sure this as a act/components/UI button. Then for this I'm gonna say the size, of course it's going to be the icon. Then the variant, which is going to be the destructive. Then inside here I'm gonna bring the trash 2. Then the class name, which is going to be width 4 and height 4. Save these changes. All right, so far everything is done. That's the UI, that's the UI part that we have to work with. Okay, so far the UI part is done. All right, so let's go ahead and top off it. Now let's go ahead and work on the upload progress. And on drop, first we need to work on the on drop area. This is the place where we are going to collect the files, right? So one second. On drop files, and I'm gonna delete this, and I'm just going to say if the accepted files dot length is greater than 0, otherwise if it is equals to 0, then in that situation what I'm going to do, I'm gonna return it empty. Nothing I'm not going to do. If it is not multiple, and the accepted files dot length, if it is greater than 1, then I'm just going to say toast dot error, open it, error. Then I'm going to supply the description, which is going to be only one image can be uploaded. All right, then right after here I need to return this function, or else I'm going to call this on upload function with the accepted files, right? So this we are getting this error is because for the specific function we didn't return anything. So basically what we are going to do is, this is going to be an asynchronous function, and this function is going to be accepting the accepted files, which is going to be the file arrays. Now the error is gone. Now inside, this is the place where we are going to do the upload progress. So I'm going to get the files colon file of array, then I'm going to convert it into an array dot from, open it, accepted files, or keep as an empty array. Then I'm going to bring the try and catch in it. So if there is any error is happening, we need to simply one second. Yep, if there is any error is happening, I'm just going to say toast dot error. Whatever the error is happening, I'm just going to simply display that error. Then description, I'm gonna simply bring that dynamic string literals error as error, then get the message out of it. Whatever the error is coming, send that error in the description, in the toast message. Okay, so right after this try, over here, this is the place where we are going to start the uploading. So if you check it out over here, where is the, go to, oops, not this one. We need to get into the documentation, right? Where it is. Okay, simply search for Firebase docs, and click the Firebase documentation, and get into the build and get into the Firebase storage, and you should be able to see the web and click upload files. And if you scroll down, you should be able to see how to create the instance and how to upload the files and all those things, right? So I think, yep, this is the one, how to use this get storage reference and all these things, right? So in order to do this, okay, so this is the place where we are going to start writing the code for create an array of upload promises, right? This is the place where we are going to do that. Const upload promises is equals to files dot map, open it, then create an asynchronous function, then get the file out of it, then supply it, open the function. So here I'm going to say const file name is equals to bring the date dynamic string literals, get the date dot now function, then I'm going to join this with the name file dot name property, right? Save it. Then right after here, I'm going to get the file references is equals to create the reference, get the reference from Firebase storage, and please make sure that Firebase storage is on the top right after here. Okay. Yeah, here reference, then we're gonna access the storage from at storage from at config slash firebase config. Make sure that you're receiving it from there. Then right along with this, I need to supply the location information, so bring the dynamic string literals. So I'm going to join the location. Then right after here slash, I'm going to join the file name along with this, because this is the location that we are sending over here. Along with this, I need to join the file name because that's the exact same location the file needs to get uploaded, right? Then I'm going to create the upload task. Const upload task is equals to upload bytes resumable from the Firebase storage, get the file reference, then supply the file, then along with this supply the metadata informations, so which is going to be the content type, which in case it's going to be file dot type itself. Save this information, right? So right after here, I'm gonna return a new promise, which in case it's going to be the string, which the download URL is going to be a string. Open it's a function, so open a callback function in it, and this is going to be resolve and reject. That's a parameter that we are trying to get, and I'm going to start the upload task dot on. Whenever there is a state changes is happening, I'm going to get a callback function. Then I'm going to get one more callback function. Then I'm going to get one more callback function. So basically you should get 3 different callback functions for the upload task. One is for getting the progress, one is for getting the error, and one is for getting the download URL, right? So these are all the 3 different callback functions that we have to handle. All right, so now what we have to do is we have to get the snapshot out of it first, because we need to keep track the progress, right? So that's the reason. So I'm going to calculate, get the progress, copy it and put it over here. Then I need to update this progress. So let's get this upload progress, set upload progress, open it. Then I'm going to get the previous data out of it, open it, get the value in it, object, destructure all the previous values, whatever we do have, comma. Then I'm going to extract the file name. That is, the file name is the key which we created for the upload progress. Then I'm going to supply the progress for that specific file name. So this is how you need to set the progress, right? Then I'm going to extract the error from it, whatever the error. Then I'm gonna get that error, whatever the error which is coming from there, get that error. Then I'm just going to say reject with that error, right? So at last, this is going to be an asynchronous function, and inside here I'm gonna bring the try and catch, open it. If there is an error, reject it with that specific error, okay? And if you wish to bring the toast notification also, you can keep it over there. So I'm going to get the download URL, which in case it's going to be await get download URL from the Firebase storage by using the upload task dot reference, upload task dot snapshot dot reference. Okay, and then right after here, I'm going to say resolve with that download. Okay, spelling mistake. Download URL. Resolve with that specific download URL. So this is all about that downloading options, right? So next, what I need to do is I need to make sure where is the try is being finished. So right after here. So here I need to say await all uploads and handle results. So right after here, const results is equals to await promise dot all with the upload promises. Okay, so that needs to be, make sure that should be right after your this upload promises, right after this upload promises. Don't put it inside the upload promises itself. right? So if it is multiple, is true, in that situation I'm going to say on change, call the on change method which we have created, get the array out of it and destructure the default value. Along with that, I'm going to destructure the results with it. Okay, so this will helps you to add new images with the new images to the existing array. If it is not multiple images, then I'm just going to say on change, open a function, open the array, then supply the result, get from the results, get the 0th index. That's the single value which we needed. Now we need to clean up the progress state. So set upload progress, open it, keep it as an empty object. That's it. So this is all about the upload progress and all those things. So let's make sure whether the uploading is working or not. So let me get back over here and let me bring a new Finder window over here, and let me bring a downloads. Click the any specific images. For instance, let me bring this, and if I drop this, and currently it's showing the upload progress, it's because that is what the text that we kept inside, and it is being successfully uploaded. And that's the reason we get the get back URL, and this is the host we need to configure in our, where it is, net config, and right after here I need to configure the host name, get the host name out of it and configure it. Save these changes, and let's make sure over here, let's get into the storage, and there we go. We have the vehicles, and inside the vehicles we do have the cover images, and inside the cover images, this is the image right now which I have uploaded, and that the download URL we got back, and the host name is not configured, so that's the reason it is not displayed, and it's get this error as a runtime error. So now let's try to upload one more time, and we will get that URL instantly. Let me try a different image now. So let me drop it over here, and it's showing the upload progress. Still it's being uploaded. Okay, now it is uploaded, and that image it's being successfully displayed at the bottom over here. See? And if you check it out over here, now if you refresh this, we should get two different images. This is the image that we got. Right now, let's go ahead and write the delete functionality for our image uploads. So where we have the delete feature, right? So this is the place where we have the delete feature, right? Over here, enter it. So for this on delete, I'm going to supply the URL string, right? Inside here, I'm going to say const file reference, get the file reference is equals to, from the reference, and supply the storage. Then I'm going to supply the URL. So now we have the reference which we want to delete. Then I'm going to use the delete object from Firebase storage, open it, supply the file reference to it, and then function, open it. Then I'm going to catch the any issues in case if there is any issues, then get a callback function in it. Inside here, if it is successfully removed, I'm going to use the on remove for our component method, because we need to remove the URL from our form data as well as. Then I'm going to say toast dot error. Sorry, this is supposed to be success. Toast dot success removed, and the description which is going to be description, which in case it's going to be image removed from our cloud, right? So save these changes, right? Which in case if there is any error is happening, let's get the error out of it, open it. Then I'm gonna bring this error, whatever the error it is, I'm gonna display it. All right, so let's save these changes, and now let's go ahead and check this. Now if I wish to click this, oh, okay, that is an issue. It's because we kept this as a button, and this type it's need to be a button itself. because by default a button will be what to say, that's a submit button, and whenever you click that button it is going to submit the entire form. So that's the reason all these error message is happening. Okay, and for this I'm gonna call on click, I'm gonna call the delete button. So I'm gonna call this on delete function and I'm gonna supply the URL to it. So save this, and now if I click this, it is going to say removed, image removed from the cloud. Let me get back over here, and now if I click this, which means one image is successfully deleted from there. Let me delete this image as well, which we uploaded previously. So which means our image upload functions, it's working perfectly, and the drop feature is also working perfectly, and the delete function is also working perfectly, which in case we successfully created a reusable component. Let's get back over here and let's finish the what is that, the images, the other images field where the user can upload the different vehicle images for that specific vehicle, right? So right after this division, what I'm going to do is, this is the place where we have to keep the images field, then div class name column span 3, enter. Okay, and I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna paste it over here. Instead of cover image, I'm gonna keep this as an images and true, and then which in case it's going to be true multiple images, and which in case this is going to be images alone. And here what I'm going to do is values, which is going to be the value itself, field dot value itself. And then on change, I'm going to extract the URLs, then I'm going to supply the on change with the URLs, entire URLs. And on remove, I'm going to extract the URL, then cut this out, open it, and here what we need to do is field dot on change, open it, then field dot value dot filter. From that I'm going to extract the item, then that item should not be equals to the URL, to this exact URL. So that specific item alone will be removed from that array, right? So save these changes. All right, so instead of this cover images, this is going to be the vehicle images. Save these changes, and this is going to be the multiple images, and let's check that theory too. Okay, so I think I closed the Finder window. So let me bring my Finder window over here, download. Let me choose different images and click and drag and drop this, and it's showing upload progress. Okay, we failed to finish the upload progress, so let's go ahead and finish the upload progress. Okay, so which in case it's uploaded all the 3 images, and let me check it out over here. Vehicles, cover images is there, and we have all the 3 images. And let me delete this. Working. Let me get back over here, and if I click the images now, everything is empty. Now let's go ahead and finish the upload progress. For the upload progress, what we have to do is we have to create a separate component. So what I'm going to do is, inside here I'm going to say uploading progress.tsx, and which in case is going to be use client, right? And interface, let's say progress status props, open it, and let's keep this progress, which in case it's going to be the number itself, number progress, which in case it's going to be the number. Then right after here I'm going to create an RAFC, which is going to be uploading progress status. Copy this, and this is how it should be, uploading progress status props, right? So I'm going to destructure it over here, then I'm going to supply the progress uploading progress status props, then I'm gonna get the progress out of it, save these changes, right? So for the uploading progress, which is it's having a custom SVG code. So what we have to do is go to the gist file, which I given to you, scroll all the way to the bottom, and there you can find this upload progress.ts, that specific division. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to replace this entire division over here. Okay. So I think I'm misspelled the progress word over here, and now that should fix the issue. So it's having a custom SVG circle, which is updating the inner circle length. So which is quite looking like this. Now if I, okay, don't wait a second. I need to go to the image uploads. Then I need to, yeah, this is the place where we are displaying that division. Delete this. I'm going to bring the uploading progress status from there. Then I'm going to supply the key, which is going to be the file name. Wait a second. Let me delete this. Okay, so I'm gonna create a div, then I'm gonna say class name, which is going to be flex row, and then gap, which is going to be 2, and inside here I'm gonna bring that, open the object dot entries of this upload progress. Then I'm going to use the map function, open it. From there I'm going to call a callback rendering function, enter, and inside here I'm going to break it as an array, get the file name out of it, then get the progress out of it. Then let's apply it to the uploading progress status. Though here we need to supply the key, which is going to be the file name. Then let's apply the progress, which is going to be the progress itself. So save these changes, and now let's apply the file. If I drag and drop it, you should see the different uploading progress for each and everything. See, look at that, and that's looking good. And now we have this images which is uploaded successfully. And now if I click this and click this, even if you want to make it this one even more much attractive, and what I can do is you can create a delete state over here, and you can make sure whether if the button is deleting, you can display the loading state for this over here, right? So I think that's more than enough for the time being, but you can do that. So let's make sure whether the entire form is working fine or not. In that case, what you need to do, all you have to do is to create a button, submit button, in order to get the details and everything. So we have the images fields, and where is this? Right after here, I'm gonna create a div, let's say class name, which is column span 3 by default, and flex item center, and justify everything at the end. And here I'm gonna bring the button, and this button is going to be the action button, action. And for this button I'm gonna say type as the submit, and size, which is going to be the small, and it should be disabled whenever the button is still submitting or is submitting, or if the button is not valid. If the button is not valid, or this button every form field, if it is not saying that, so currently it is not valid, it's because every single field is empty. So let me say Honda CB or choose an year, and I'm gonna bring the price field as something like this, and select the category bikes, and choose, let's say, sport bike, and enter the location TTL, which is manual petrol variant, and mileage so far 10,000 kilometers. state Tamil Nadu, Madurai, and report no accidents. And let us bring the images, new window. So I'm gonna bring downloads, images store. Okay, images. So I'm gonna bring this. So these are the images which I downloaded from the internet. So you guys please go ahead and download it. Okay, so I just uploaded it. It is uploaded, and here I'm gonna upload the multiple images. It's been uploading. Okay, and now you should able to see the entire form is valid because all the fields have been entered successfully. Now if I go to the inspect elements, click the console, and now let me get back over here because this is the place where our on submit form is being triggered. Now if I click submit, why we are getting this? Oh my goodness. From where this error is coming from? So we are getting it. It is a warning. So where is our object? I'm getting this 18 different warnings. Where is our? Here it is. See? Don't worry about that warnings. It is because of this. It's coming from that which is it's in case from the drop zone. From there we are getting the main important thing that you have to notice is we are getting the category ID, cover image, districts, engine, and the images. All the three are images as an array, and the location and the make, mileage, model, postal code, price, report state, subcategory, transmission, and the year. All the required fields have been filled successfully, and we got the values over here. All right, so let me delete all these fields, images, delete this, delete this, delete this. Now you should be able to see the create vehicle is user can't submit this form until or unless he filled all the required fields over here. Okay, that's perfect, and that is what we needed. So successfully we created the form with the required UI and all those things, and now all we have to do is to go ahead and write an API in order to save these details. So let's go ahead and do that now. Alright then, so since we successfully finished the form UI design and the form is completely working including the validations and all those things, so now all we have to do is to save the form details into our API through the API into our database. Right, so let me refresh the MongoDB and make sure it has been logged in successfully, and I think it is need to be authenticated again. So I'm gonna close all the things to the right, close everything, and let me log in one more time with my account, minimize everything, and in this case, okay, so inside the app we already do have the API. So for this, inside the API folder, I'm gonna create a new folder called vehicle, and inside the vehicles I'm gonna create a new file called route.ts, and inside the vehicle I'm gonna create one more folder called vehicle id. That's the for specific vehicle in order to update it, and inside here also I'm gonna create a route.ts. So far I'm gonna keep this empty. So let me finish the form on submit event, then we can go ahead and start writing the code for that. So this is the place, so I'm gonna delete this. So now let's finish the on submit function. Okay, so let's open the try and catch over here. So whenever there is any specific error, okay, so now what we have to do is if there is any specific error over here, so we need to bring the toast that error message. Let's bring the toast. Okay, so in this case I'm gonna bring that toast message with that like this. So something went wrong, so please go ahead and display that error message, import this. Okay, so inside the try and catch, if there is an initial data, which means we need to upload update that, we need to call update API. If that is not initial data, then I need to call the create API. So this is the place where we are going to create a new vehicle. So let's say await Axios, use the Axios dot post method, open it. So I'm gonna call slash API slash vehicles. Please make sure that's the folder name slash API, where it is. Yeah, slash API slash vehicles, VEHICLES vehicles, and that's the thing. And right after here, I need to supply the data which we are receiving from the form. If it is say so, then I'm going to say toast dot success. So this is the place where we are going to say toast dot success with the success toast message, right? Like this, with the success toast message. And if it is going to be this is the place where we need to call update the vehicle. So all I have to say await axios dot patch. This is going to be the patch request, which in case it is going to be copy this vehicles, and this is going to be the dynamic string literals, copy slash, and right after here I need to supply the vehicle IDs. From the params we can access the vehicle ID dot what is the params of this. So let's copy that vehicle ID. From the parents instance we can get that vehicle ID, or we can supply the initial data dot vehicle ID as well. As both of them are same, right? So we can use that as well. As then supply the data. Then right after this I'm going to supply the data is updated, toast dot success updated description toast message, right? So let's go ahead and create this API routes now. So first I'm going to create this route, the post route. Then let's go ahead and work on the patch route. So here I'm just going to say export const post request, which is going to be async open it request open it, right? Then I'm gonna open the try and catch in case if there is any error is happening. So what I have to do is I need to display that console.error, and I'm gonna send the internal server error as well. As so return this response next response as internal server error. Now inside this try and catch, now what I have to do is I'm gonna fetch the user ID. So get the authenticated user ID. So we need to get the authenticated user ID from auth Next.js server. Then all I have to say, if there is no authenticated user ID, we need to return the response next response as the unauthorized response. Then what I need to do, I need to parse the body data. So I need to fetch the body data from the request itself. So here this is the place where I need to destructure the entire request body, whatever the thing I'm receiving from the user from the body. So I'm going to destructure all those fields, whatever the fields that we have in the vehicle form, this one, all these respective fields. So let's bring all those respective fields. Please make sure all of them are exactly the same. Make, model, year, all of them are exactly the same thing. Okay, so pause the video and please make sure all those fields are exactly the same thing. Alright, so next what I need to do, I need to validate all those required fields. All of these fields are required, none of them are optional. So I'm gonna bring all those, make sure, right, an if condition to make sure all those fields are required fields. If not, I'm gonna return a next response, all fields are required, right? Then what I need to do is I need to convert the images into a JSON array because it is coming as a string. So I need to convert them into a JSON array. So stringify, so I need to convert it into a string. Sorry, it's coming in as an object. So I need to convert it into a string to store it in our Mogodb, right? Then right after here, this is the place where we are going to create the new vehicle, right? So const new vehicle is equals to await db, bring the db inside and bring the vehicle dot create open it, open the object, supply the data, open it. Then all I have to do is to supply the data over here, copy the data and put it over here. These are all the required data fields that we need to supply for that, right? Once it is being successfully created, I need to push the notification for the user who created that vehicle. Then I need to push the notification for the admin that a new vehicle has been created successfully. So let's create create a notification for the vehicles owner first. So in order to do that, I need to access the user details from So create a notification for the vehicle user. So let's access that user detail from the our database, get that user information. Then let's create the new notification for the user who created that vehicle. So this is how you need to create that. So await db.notification.create data message your vehicle and that specific model has been submitted for review. That's notify the creator, that's the user ID, and what specific vehicle ID, the new vehicle ID which we generated, then what is the type of the vehicle and what is the status, right? By default it is going to be status as the pending. Then I need to notify the admin as well. So let's do the same stuff for the admin as well as over here. Await db.notification create data new message user ID. This is going to be the admin user ID which we are accessing it from the environment variable. Then for the same vehicle ID we are sending the status as pending, that is a new vehicle has been created successfully. All right, then right after here what I need to do, return the newly created vehicle by the user. So return the newly created vehicle data, save it. This is going to be your post route, right? So yep, this is all about the post route. And let's get back to the patch. Now all we are going to do is the patch route. So just exactly the same way, export const patch, and it's going to be an asynchronous callback function. So please make sure, yep, I'm going to copy the request, put it up over here. Then along with this I'm going to access the parameter as well as, so please make sure that we need to access the parameters as well as, and make sure this vehicle ID is matching this vehicle ID, otherwise it will cause an issue, right? So inside here, just like the same way, we need to access the authenticated user. So first what I need to do, I need to open the try and catch, and inside the catch I need to return that there is an error. Whatever the error it is, I'm going to print that error, then I'm going to return the response like this. Next response from the next server, failed to update the vehicle. And inside the try, now all I have to do is to get the authenticated user information. So let's get the authenticated user information. So over here, get the authenticated user information. Then all I have to do is to say, if there is no user ID, of course we need to return the next response over here, something like this, next response unauthorized 401, right? Then I need to extract all the data from the body, the data which I need to update. So let's get the body data. Then I'm going to destructure the body. So I'm going to get the cover image and images and the rest of the vehicle data, because we need to update the, which in case if you wish to update the cover images and vehicle data, right? So that's we need to delete the existing images from the database. So that's the reason we are extracting those cover images and images, right? So now we need to fetch the current vehicle data. So let's fetch the current vehicle data because we need to update it, right? So I'm going to get the DB from the database, from the vehicle model schema, find the unique vehicle by using its vehicle ID, which is coming from the parameters, right? So right after here, if not vehicle is there, then I need to say vehicle not found error, return the response as vehicle not found. Otherwise, all I have to say, and then before deleting it, I need to make sure if the vehicle owner is the authenticated owner, then he has the access to delete it. And then he has the access to update it. So that is what we need to say. Check if the authenticated user is the owner of that vehicle, then he has the privilege to update it. Otherwise, he is not authorized. So we need to return the message as unauthorized action. Then we need to update the cover image. If that is the cover image, we need to update the cover image. If the images is there, then we need to update the images as well as. Then if the any specific apart from that any other vehicle data are being updated, we need to update the rest of the data, vehicle with the new data, right? With the new vehicle data which we have. Okay, so that is what we are getting the vehicle. This is the place where we are getting the rest of the vehicle data, right? So save these changes. Then we need to return the newly updated data. So that is what we are going to return over here. See, we are extracting the cover images and images, then we are updating them separately. Then we are getting all the rest of the fields as a vehicle data, then we are updating them separately, right? So that's the reason over here. Perfect. Cool. Now all we have to do is to create one more route in order to delete it. So let's create export const delete is equals to asynchronous callback function, open it. And just like the same way, we need to copy this and put it into over here, save it. And let me copy from here to here, copy it and paste it over here. Inside here, I'm just going to delete from here completely, right? So, which in case error on deleting vehicle, fail to delete a vehicle, something like this, right? So please make sure updated it properly. The reason why I'm copying and pasting it's because it's already crossed 6 hours. Still we have a lot to do, so that's the reason. But I'm explaining the code what exactly what we are doing, right? So now we need to fetch the vehicle in order to delete the cover images and the images, right? So we need to fetch the vehicle first. If there is no vehicle, of course we're gonna simply say that it vehicle not found. Otherwise what I need to do, and I need to make sure before deleting a vehicle, the owner and the admin only he can able to delete the vehicles, right? So we need to check whether the authenticated user is the owner or the user ID is matching the admin ID. If none of these are matching, I'm just simply going to return unauthorized access. Otherwise, I'm going to continue the delete actions. So first I need to delete the image from the Firebase. So I'm going to say delete image from Firebase, which in case it's going to be a custom function, right? Which helps us to delete the image from the Firebase. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the library and I'm going to go to the utils. So right after here, I'm going to write a function to delete the image from the Firebase, right? So here I'm going to create two different function. One, which is going to be a single function, which is going to delete a single image from the Firebase. So let's bring the reference. Let's get the storage and let's delete the object. So this function is going to receive an image URL and it's going to return a promise which is going to do nothing. Okay, and this function is going to pass that reference to the our storage reference with that image URL. Then we are deleting that object and we are returning the data. And we are going to have one more function which in case it's going to delete the images based on the arrays. Delete images from Firebase, which is going to be a string array, and I'm going to get the string URL map through it, get the every single URL out of it. Then I'm going to call this delete from images one by one, right? This is how we are deleting the image from the Firebase. So let's get back over here and let me bring that image into it, delete from. So by this way we can delete the single image, and now we have to delete the multiple images. So let's convert the images, parse those stringify images into image array, then use the array.isArray function to make sure it is an array. Then if the length is greater than 0, I'm going to call this function delete multiple images and supply that images array into it. So that will delete that image arrays from there. Then we need to delete the data from our Mogodb. So db.vehicle.delete, where the ID is going to be the vehicle ID. And at last, at the end, we need to send the message as the image is being successfully, sorry, the vehicle data is successfully deleted from the MongoDB, right? So this is what we did, and it is successfully finished the delete route as well as now the entire API route has been finished. Let's get back over here and let me click the network. Let me keep this clean. All right, so let me fill all those details. Let's say Honda CBR, pick an year, which is going to be, come on. This is the model and price. 1,25,000 something. Bikes, sport bikes. Location, RK, Colony, TTL, manual, petrol, mileage, 25,000, and state, which is going to be Tamil Nadu, and Chennai, keep it as Madurai. Report no accidents, and I need the images, right? So let me bring, this is going to be the cover image. It is been uploading now. Okay, it is uploaded. Then let me choose the multiple images for it. Okay, so these are all the images for this. All right, perfect, perfect. It is uploaded now. Let me close this. And now if I click create vehicle, it's showing vehicles, and we are getting an error. What is that? Payload. This is the payload. Internal server error. We are getting the message as internal server error. Inconsistent column data. So the data what we are trying to do is user ID. Somewhere we are sending the user ID, owner ID. So model name user. Okay, so somewhere I think I missed the place where I am fetching the user ID. Yep, this is not supposed to be ID. This is supposed to be the clerk ID. That's the issue. This is supposed to be the clerk ID. And please make sure that the place wherever you are fetching the user detail, make sure that you are fetching the details from the clerk ID. Okay, so now if I stop this and if I click create one more time, yep, here we go. See, it's showing that the value is successfully created. Let me get back to the MongoDB and let me click the vehicle. If I refresh this, okay, so I think the data is already saved, but still we got the error on the previously. So let me delete this both. Now we don't have anything, literally nothing. And here, if I click save now, we are getting the created vehicle as successfully created. And if I click the images, we should have 3 images. And if I click cover image, I should have 1 image. Perfect. And if I get to the MongoDB, I should have, yep, now we have the complete informations with all the data which successfully filled. And but the problem is form is not refreshing after the successfully saving the details, right? So in once the form is successfully saved, what I have to do is we need to redirect the user to the router. We need to redirect the user router dot push the user to slash manage vehicles. This is the place. So whenever now it will, let me refresh this. So now whenever the user is successfully save a new vehicle, it will push the user to the page, and we need to check the notifications as well, as because we need 2 notifications to be saved, which means we 4 notifications right now because one mistakenly saved the detail. and another one we saved it manually. Oh, come on, why is it taking this much time to load? There we go. So we having four different notifications. So this is wrongfully committed data, and this is the manually we pulled the record again one more time. So notifications is also saved successfully. So push notification data is also saved over there. Perfect. And that is what we needed. So we successfully created, and now all we have to do is to get back to our manage vehicles. If I click the vehicles, and this is the place where we need to bring and display the data, and that is what we are going to do next. All right, then. So now what we have to do is basically we have to bring the data and we have to display the data entirely over here. So that is what we are going to do now. So let's go ahead and do that now. So first what we have to do is to basically let's jump into the route, dashboards, manage vehicles, and page.tsx. This is the place. So this is the place where we are going to fetch the entire vehicles. And by the time when you are fetching the vehicles, we need to make sure that the same page, the same function should ready to fetch the entire vehicles, even the vehicles which is not created by this specific user. And as the same way that needs to by defaultly, it should display only the vehicles created by the user itself. Unless and until if the user is an admin, he can able to view the entire vehicles. So in order to achieve that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a props over here. So interface, and I'm going to say manage vehicles props, open it, and I'm going to say search params, which in case it's going to be all vehicles. It's an optional parameter and it's going to be a string one. Okay, and let me break down the props and let me get the search params over here. Okay, and I'm going to keep this function as an asynchronous function. All right, so right after here, what I'm going to do is this particular page, if there is no user ID, if not user ID, then all I have to do is to redirect the user from make sure that is being imported from Next.js navigation, next navigation, and let's push the user to the sign in page. Okay, so right after here, next what I need to do, I need to check whether the all vehicles query param is set to true or not. So we need to make sure check if all vehicles query param set to true or not. We need to make sure that. Okay, so by default it will be always be false only. Okay, so const all vehicles is equals to search params dot all vehicles. If it is say so, then we're gonna keep this value as true, right? We're gonna keep this value as true as a string. Okay, if it is true, then what I need to do, I need to fetch the vehicles based on whether the all vehicles is true as an admin view, or if it is false, we need to fetch the user specific data, right? So that is what we are going to do now. Okay, so in order to do that, this is how. So we need to fetch the vehicle based on all vehicles. If it is true, that is mean admin view, or false, that is the user specific view. So far we don't have this get vehicles by ID. So that is the function that we have to create right now. So let's go ahead and create that. All I have to do is jump into here. So I'm gonna say get vehicles by id.ts. All right, so here all we have to do is to get the vehicles. So let's say export const get vehicles by id, and that is going to be an asynchronous function, and this function is going to take two different parameters, one which is going to be the user ID itself, and that is going to be a string, and another one is check. It's a boolean value. So basically that boolean value is check. This particular value is for what? For this all vehicles, whether it is checked or not, just to make sure. So let us import this from action at vehicles by id. So now it has been imported, right? So without say, now all I have to do is to bring the necessary import statement. So import from at slash library slash db. In that case, I'm going to extract the db. Then I'm going to extract all the necessary things from Prisma client at Prisma client. From here, what are the things we need to get? We need to get the category, we need to get the subcategory, and we need to get the favorites, notifications, and the user. Then we need to get the vehicle, and then we need to get the view. These are all the necessary things that we need to fetch from there, right? Inside this function, basically it's going to return a promise, right? Basically this function is going to return a promise, which in case it's going to look exactly the same way what we did for get vehicles by id. So I'm going to copy it from here to here, and I'm going to paste it over here, right? But this, it's returning a single vehicle, but this is going to return array of vehicles. That's it. So let's change that into an array. And then inside here, we need to get these try and catch. So I'm going to bring the try and catch as well as break it. Okay. And inside here, next what I need to do is, this is going to be the vehicles. Await db vehicles, find, instead of find unique, I'm going to find many. And then here, if the check, if check is check is check, that is quite different. We can't access this value. Why? Okay, so let's do something. Oh, my bad. Problem is there are two different columns. That's the reason. Yep, I forgot to change the two different columns over there. So let's change this to find many, and instead of this, I'm gonna say if is check, if this particular check is true, then there is no specific condition, written everything. Otherwise, I'm gonna fetch the data by using owner id, which in case it's going to be the user id, right? And then at the end, add comma. Then I'm gonna extract all the specific informations from there. Okay, and here we need to add this because we opened a promise and we need to close the promise right after the null value. I forgot to, when I'm copied it, I made a mistake, right? So then all we have to do is to we are including it, and right after here we need to order by the data by using the created at in the descending order, right? So if the vehicles dot length, if it is equals to 0, in that case we just going to return the value as null. Otherwise we're going to return the entire vehicles data which we fetched it from here, right? If the vehicles, right? And then on the console log, so I'm going to update the console log statement just like this. So error on fetching the vehicles, if that is whether it is checked, then we need to display it empty for that specific error. Okay, so basically what we are doing over here is, if I enable this, that means it's an admin view, so we need to entirely fetch the entire data. If I don't fetch it, I just need to fetch the user specific data. That is what we are doing over here. If it is checked, if that is check is enabled, that means we are in admin view, so there is no specific condition to fetch the record. Simply fetch everything and display it. If it is not checked, then we need to fetch the data based on the user ID, and that is the owner ID, and we are including all these necessary informations in that fetch, and we are returning the descending order based on the created date and time. And if the vehicles.length is equals to 0, that means we need to return a null value. Otherwise, we are returning the entire vehicle values. So save these changes and save these changes over here as well as. All right. So now we will have the vehicles. So if I console.log, and if I say like what is it, vehicles, and if I get back over here, see, I'm getting the entire okay, so we are getting an error. So if I refresh this, Let me check it out. Wait a second. Vehicles. Come on. Let me check it out. Where, yeah, we are getting the vehicles values as null. Okay, so its reason is because we are getting an error over here. Malfunction on objects by owner ID. So let me check vehicle scheme. Oh, come on. Schema. Okay. User, where is the vehicles? Owner ID, it's going to be string. Let me check it out on the vehicles. Yeah, we do have the clerk ID over here. Why it is happening? All right, so the reason why we are getting this error is because it is checking that it is the invalid object ID, because somewhere we are still referring for the user as the default ID which we are generating for our MongoDB, right? So for every time whenever the new user, it is going to generate this object ID. So we referred this particular ID somewhere inside for the ownership. See, this is the place where we are generating the relationship for the user, right? So we referred the term relation as the owner ID, which is mapping the ID. Basically, the ID is mapped to our underscore ID, object ID, which is automatically generated. But we are trying to refer it with our user ID, which is not in that specific pattern matched for our object ID. So here you need to change it to clerk ID. So owner needs to be mapped with the clerk ID. So make sure over here on the favorites as well as change this to clerk ID, because that is what we are trying to refer. So then on the view as well as here, it is needs to be mapped with the clerk ID, because every time we are sending the clerk ID of that user, not the ID. You should not send the ID. You need to send the clerk ID, because we are using this to for our verifications. Even for the notifications as well as try to send the clerk ID only for the user. Wherever the term you use the user relation, try to send the reference clerk ID as the reference. So by that way, we can avoid that specific issue. So let's stop the server, clear npx Prisma generate, clear, and npx Prisma db push. All right, so clear npm run dev. Now we should not get that issue. Let's refresh this. And here we go. See, now we are getting the data which we are expected, right? So basically it's just the relationship table ID issue which we got. So now the issue is resolved, and let me get back over here and I'm going to delete this, save these changes. And now all we have to do is to go ahead and display the data table. So data table. Okay, so for the data table concept, so here they are using the tan stack. We check it out over here, tan stack table. This is the one they are using. Basic table, row actions, pagination, sortings, visibilities, and all. The row selections, reusable component. These are the things that they are defaultly providing when you're working with the tan stack. So let's copy this and let me install both of them. Copy, paste. Then I'm going to copy this, then paste it. Okay, so now what are the prerequisites that you have to do? So basically, if you wish to work with the tan stack this data table. This is how the folder structure should looks like. You should have the data table, then you should have the columns. What are the types of columns that you're going to keep in that, and on that, based on the columns only, this is the columns, and this is the data that you're supplying to it. This is how you need to work with that. And these are the basic table definitions, how to create the columns and how to define the column definitions and how to work with the column definitions and all those things, right? And this is the data table, the basic data table. Okay, and then how to render the table and how to do the self formatting in the table and how to do the row actions, all those things. They provide you the entire stuff, row actions, right? And pagination, how to add the pagination stuffs. So all these things are here. Just you have to follow the documentations and work with the documentation stuffs and everything. So in this case, in order to work much faster, I just have the fully customized table, including the paginations and all those things. All you have to do is to nothing. I didn't do anything. I just follow these steps and added the paginations. See how to add the pagination, just copy paste and all those things, and I bring the complete ready-made code for the entire data table for sorting, filtering, paginations, and including the row actions. I created the complete stuff. You can copy it from the gist and you can paste it over here, right? So if you open up your UI folder, so go to the components UI folder, and there what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a new file called datatable.tsx, right? So usually what you have to do, you just have to go over here and copy this data table, and then you just have to paste it over here, right? So if I get back over the basic table, see, yeah, here is the data table, the basic data table, use client and all those data tables and everything. Just you have to copy it and then you have to paste it over here, right? And then you need to do the pagination options, and then you need to do the sorting options in that existing code, and then filtering options in the existing code, all those things. But what I had did is I already created that stuff for you, and then all you have to do is to just copy and paste it. See, just from here to here, copy it and paste it. This is just the data table. All you have to do is to just create the data table, and then either you can copy the same code or you can copy it from here and do all the steps, pagination, sortings, filterings, and everything by yourself, right? In this case, I just copied and paste which is the code which I created for this particular thing, right? And then added two more props in that existing data which they provided. In that thing, what we are going to do is basically we are supplying the columns, which is going to be the column reference itself. Then we are going to supply the data, that's a table data, which is these two are already there. If you check it out, you can see these two are already there. This is the thing, see, these two are already there. Along with that, I'm just supplying one more thing, which is nothing but the search key. On what term basis that we are going to search the key. And if you scroll down on the input level, in this specific input, by default they are using where is the data table? Here, see, oh come on, here, see, this is the interface which they provided, right? And that is what we do have. Along with that, we are having the search key, that is our custom field. And in then next, what we are going to do is, if you scroll all the way to the bottom now, and there somewhere you can find this sorting. So I think this is the one, or filtering here. If you check for the filtering options, by default they are using the email field for the filtering purpose, right? They are using the email field, but here we are supplying our own search key. If it can be email, or it can be name, or it can be whatever it is, we are just filtering based on the data what we are supplying to it. Just this particular prop, we added it in this component, right? So let us save this. Let me get to the page.tsx, because that is the place where we are going to render the things. And now all we have to do is to go ahead and customize these columns. So if you check it out over here, they do have their own column definitions, how to define your own column. See, from the tan stack table, how to define the columns and everything, right? In this case, we are going to create this column definitions. Okay, and either you can just follow this, or you can simply type it completely by yourself, or you can simply copy the code which I given in the what is that, in the gist folder, and you can copy and paste it for your column definitions. So in that gist file, if you scroll all the way to the bottom, and that you can find the complete column definitions which we created for our this particular data table, vehicle data table, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this from here to here, and inside this page.tsx over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create columns.tsx and paste it over here, right? So in this case, of course we will get the error for the cell actions because we don't have any cell actions so far. For this cell actions, we don't have any cell actions. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a new cell actions.tsx, and let's say use client RAFC cell actions. Save it, and then let us re-import it from here. All right, so this is just type error, don't worry about it, that will be resolved. Okay, so now still nothing is happening. It's because we haven't used the original data table. So let me explain what exactly the column is happening over here. So if you check it out over here, this is how the columns it's been defined. We need to import this column definition from the @tanstack React table. So that is what we imported over here. Along with this, you need to supply the data type. What are the data types that you are going to use? So these are the column data types that we are going to use: ID, make, model, year, price, category, subcategory, cover image, and the owner informations as well as. These are the things. Then we need to go for the column definitions. So we are creating the column definitions using this specific type. Okay. So first, what kind of things? First is going to be accessory key, the column name, what exact column name that you are going to use. Then the header name which you are going to display. These are the things, and I'm going to bring the custom cell data into it. So I'm going to create myself a cell, then extract the single row which is going to be rendered in that. From that row, I'm going to extract the owner information, and I'm going to create this element, and I'm going to render the owner profile image inside there. Right? So just like this, I customized for each and every specific field. Okay, I customized for each and every specific field. So you guys can go ahead and customize all these things. And if you want to check about how they're exactly doing all these things, you just have to go through this documentations. Cell formatting, if you check the cell formatting, you can understand how they did the cell formatting. And if you check the row actions, you can see how they did the row actions as well as. And if you want to check about how they are doing the sorting, you can click see how they did the sorting over here, right? And so all you have to do is to follow this documentation. So I don't want to jump into the complete data table concepts inside and bring this as more than for this particular concept. I don't want to spend more than 30 minutes or 1 hour in that specific concept. So that's the reason I just copied and pasted it over here. Okay. So then now all we have to do is to we need to format our data based on this column specification. What are the things that I need to submit? Then I need to render the data table. So now all I have to do is to go ahead and format the data. So const formatted vehicles, which in case it should be in the type of the vehicles column from our columns definition, and it should be an array. Then I'm going to extract the vehicles. Okay, so we need to do the safe map over the vehicles, because otherwise you will run into an issue. The reason is because the data what we are trying to fetch over here either send us the array, or it is going to return you a null value. If you check it out over here, it's returning a null or an empty value. So if you don't fetching anything, it is going to return you a null value. So that is why here, if there is a vehicles, otherwise keep it as an empty array. Then I'm going to start map through it, map it. Then I'm going to extract the vehicle out of it. Then I'm going to get the value object in it, enter. Now I need to bring all the necessary fields which I have created on the columns. First field, which is going to be ID, which is in case it's going to be vehicle.id, then make, which in case it's going to be vehicle.make. Then I need to bring the model, let's say model vehicle.model. Then I need to bring the year, which in case it's going to be vehicle.year. Then I need to bring the price, which in case it's going to be vehicle.price. Then I need to bring the category. So basically this price field, it's a number, I need to convert it into a string. Okay, then I need to bring the category. So category, which is going to be the vehicle dot category. If it is say so, then I need to extract the name, or else I need to key say not available. Then I need to create the subcategory, which in case it's going to be vehicle dot subcategory. If it is say so, extract the name, or else keep it as not available. Then I need to extract the cover image. It's going to be vehicle dot cover image. If it is not there, then I'm going to say not available. Then status is going to be vehicle dot status. Okay, then I'm going to extract the owner, which in case it's an object. For the owner, I need to supply the name, which is going to be vehicle dot owner dot name. If it is not there, not available. Then I'm going to extract the profile image, which is should be vehicle dot owner dot profile image, which is not there. In that situation, I'm going to render the avatar.png, which I already do have in our assets folder, avatar.png, right? And finally, I need to supply the created at colon. So vehicle, if the vehicle dot created at field, if it is exist, then I'm going to format. So you need to use the date fns function, use the date fns format function. I'm going to supply the new date into it, new date, then open it. Then I'm going to supply the vehicle dot created at into it. Now from here, I'm going to extract this and I'm going to format it in this way: month, date, and the year, in this very specific way. If it is not there, then I'm going to simply say as not available. So now the formatted vehicles, it doesn't show any issues. It is ready to render the data, right? So next, let's scroll down all the way to the bottom, and this is the place where I'm going to bring the data table. So I'm going to bring the data table from add components UI data table. Then I'm going to render the columns from underscore components columns. Then I'm going to supply the data, which is going to be the formatted vehicles. Then here I need to supply the search key, which is going to be search the data based on the make field. So save it, and now we should be able to see the data. I think the server is up. The server is not running, so let's rerun the server and let me refresh this. Okay, so we have to add this specific column in our host, because we are trying to display the owner profile over there, right? So we need to add that as well as on the host. Yep, save these changes and now refresh this, and now we should be able to see the data table. Yep, here we go. See the data table and the status, everything over here, right? So I can able to search the data based on over here. So if I search for TVS, currently it is showing there's no data. And if I enable this, see, now I can able to see the data which is created by the other user also, because here we are sending the all vehicles is equals to true. So that's the reason I should be able to see this. And if I disable this, now I am on the user specific the data, which in case showing only the data which is created by myself. If I enable this, the route is updated, so search param is updated. Now it is getting the data which is created by everyone else, right? Good. That's perfect, literally perfect. And now all we have to do is to go ahead and work on the cell actions, and that is what we are going to do now. All right then, so let's have a close look how the cell actions are being done. If I click the dashboard over here, and if I click vehicles, and if you check it out over here, see these are the cell actions that I need to create. Copy ID and this, all these things, view the data, all these things, these are the cell actions that we need to do, right? So let's go ahead and bring those cell actions. So let me close all these things, close all, and let me open the cell actions alone, just the cell actions alone. Okay, so now we have the cell actions in our hand. Okay, so basically the cell actions, inside the cell actions, now what I'm going to do is what are the things that we are sending, where it is, columns. So we are supplying the data, right? Basically we are supplying the data for our cell actions, so we need to receive that cell action props. So what I need to do is I'm gonna create a cell actions. So if you wonder how to create the cell actions and all these things, you can search for the cell actions, row actions, where it is here, row actions, how they are creating the row actions and everything. See, basically they just did create a new responsive component in it by themselves, but all we did, what we created ourselves a separate component in order to manage all these cell actions. We are getting the id and we are supplying the data to it, which is in case actions, create a cell, supply the row to that particular entire data. That is what we are doing over here. So here I'm just going to create that cell action props interface, cell action props, open it. We're gonna get the data, which in case it's going to be the type of the vehicle column itself. Bring the vehicle columns in it, right? Then I'm gonna destructure that cell action props, and now you should not see any error on the columns table because we added the prop in that cell actions component, right? So inside the cell actions things, I'm gonna bring the necessary hooks. So first, router hook is equals to use router from next navigation. Make sure it has been coming from next navigation. Then I need to extract the params, const params equals to use params from next navigation, use params from next navigation. Yep. Then I need to fix the hydration issue. That's the most important thing which cause whenever you're working with over here. So use state, bring the snippets is mounted, and by default it is going to be false, and use effect, open it, keep it as an empty array injection, and here set is mounted as true. Then I'm gonna say if not is mounted, I'm gonna return null. All right, so this will fix that that hydration causes and everything. And right after here I'm gonna say use state snippet loading. So basically this helps us to for the loading state for monitoring the button loadings and everything. So false, by default it is going to be false, and use state snippet open. So this helps me to open that drop down actions, false, open state for that. Then I need to extract the user id, use auth. Since it's a server client side component, make sure that you're getting the from the client side hook. So I'm going to extract the user id, right? And I'm gonna, yeah, these are all the necessary stuffs that we needed it right now. Okay, so inside this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this. Let me get back over here. Okay, so here I'm going to bring the react dot fragment, and inside this react fragment, so first what I'm going to do is if you check it out over here, I need to bring this actions, and whenever I'm trying to delete this, okay, so I deleted that record. All right, so let us keep it over here. Okay, so it is deleting that record. Perfect, fine. And now for this drop down actions, I need to bring the drop down actions over here. All right, so all these, what are the drop down actions we do have? Pending, approve, and reject, all these things. or you can keep these actions on where inside the we do have the same actions inside here also. If I open it in the admin or mode, I can able to see this actions inside over here as well as, right? So that is also fine. So that's up to you where you wish to keep and how you wish to keep the records and everything. Perfect. So now all we have to do is to create a div, class name, flex, item center, and justify its center, right? And inside here, this is the place where I need to bring that the tooltip button. If I hover it, I should able to see this tooltip button. Basically, that's a tooltip. If you search for tooltip over here, you should able to see the tooltip, how it is appearing, the tooltip and everything. So this is exactly what we need to do. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to install it. Tooltip, make sure that it's been installed successfully. Then all I have to do is to go ahead and create that responsive component. So what I'm going to do is it is going to be a reusable component with the variants and all the stuffs. So over the components folder, I'm going to create tool tip button.tsx, right? So basically we are going to keep this button as a client. So use client, right? Then here we need to bring the button variant. What are the different button variants that we are going to create for this button? Like this button needs to be displayed for destructive and on for different purposes, right? So I'm going to create type button variant, which in case it's going to be it can be, these are the button variants like a ghost, null, or undefined. These are the things. These are the different types of button variants that you are willing to create. Type button variant. Then, and we need to create the interface for the tooltips. So interface for tooltip button props. Open it. So first we need to supply the tooltip content, what content that we are going to keep in the tooltip, which in case it's going to be string itself, right? Then we need to bring the icon, which is going to be the React node. Then we need to bring the on click button variants, button class names, and tooltips and disable. These are all the stuffs that we need to bring inside. So pause the video and type it, right? So then all I have to do is to create a component for it. Okay, so here, see, this is how they just created the component. If you wish to create it in this specific way, feel free to create it in this exact same way itself. So in this situation, what I'm going to do is sfc, create that component, let's say tool tip button, and which in case I'm gonna bring inside over here, I need to bring the necessary packages over here. So let me change this and let me bring this import statements and put it over here, and inside here I need to wrap this with the tooltip provider. Okay, and later I need to supply the necessary things. Let's do that first. Tooltip button props, and here I need to extract all the necessary stuffs in it, right? So I need to bring all the necessary stuffs. So let me bring all the necessary stuffs in it with the default values as well as just like this. Tooltip icon on click button variant, by default it is going to be ghost, button class name empty, tooltip delay which is going to be 0, and disable it's going to be false. These are the necessary things. And for this provider, I'm going to say delay duration, which is going to be the tooltip delay which we do have. Tooltip delay which we have, and inside this tooltip provider I need to bring the tooltip. Then inside this tooltip I need to bring the tooltip trigger, and inside this tooltip trigger I'm going to bring the button from the ./UI button, and inside here I'm going to render that icon. Whatever I'm receiving, I'm going to render that icon. Then this needs to be disabled when the button is say disabled, and the size, of course, it is going to be icon size. Then variant, what variant that you're going to use, which is going to be the button variant. Then class name, what variant that you're going to use, button class name. Then on click, what you need to call whenever the user clicking it, I need to call the on click, which we have created in our props. These are the things, right? So now we have all those things, and where I need to display the content, right after the tooltip trigger, I need to display the content, tooltip content, which in case it's going to be a paragraph tag. And here I need to bring the tooltip content. Save these changes. This is going to be the reusable and responsive that tooltip provider button. So first I need to bring the tooltip provider button over here. So I'm gonna bring that button, which in case we need to import this. Okay, so tooltip. Okay, my bad. Tooltip button. Yes, it is. And here let me bring tip button from add components UI, and make sure to import this copy icon from Lucid React. And on copy, so far we don't have this function, so let's say const on copy, which in case it's going to be an on copy function. So whenever I'm clicking that function, this function is going to get an id string, and this function is going to copy the id of that record, right? So I'm going to say navigator, it's a default TypeScript object, navigator dot clipboard, get that, and then write the text in the clipboard. What we are going to type, we're going to type that id in that clipboard. Then I'm just going to say a success toast message, which in case it's going to say that it has been successfully copied to our clipboard, right? So this is the function. So if I save these changes, and now you should be able to see this button over here. See, now we are getting the tooltip instantly. If I click this, on click is not working. Yeah, see, now you should be able to see copied the product ID, it's been copied successfully. So I don't want this as a success. Let's keep it in this way. If I click this, this is how it looks, right? It has been successfully copied, and even if you paste it, you should be able to see that ID. See, it has been successfully copied, that ID on the clipboard, right? Which in case it is working exactly how it's supposed to be. So for we added that one specific tooltip. And next, what is the thing that we need to bring? We need to bring one more, which is going to be for viewing that record. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and I'm going to bring it over here. So instead of this, I'm going to say view. Instead of copy, I'm going to bring the I, and that is going to push the user to manage vehicles with that specific ID. So now I should be able to see the I where I can view that specific record. If I click this, that is going to take the user to the specific page where I can view this entire record. See, all the entire record which we added for the specific record. So currently the form is opening the record in the view mode, so I can able to see the entire records over here. So that is the issue on the view form for the district options. It is not viewing the record properly, so we have to fix the district options. Okay, so let me get back over here. So currently the view is working perfectly. Then I need to bring the record for delete as well as. So I'm gonna bring the record delete as well as. So let's delete the bring this, and I don't have this function for on click delete action, so I need to bring the delete action. So in the API also, we already created the API for vehicles on that vehicle ID. Go to the route patch, and we already do have the delete API route, right? So we need to go ahead and delete that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that function over here, on delete function. So whenever the user clicks that on delete, I'm going to copy this. Okay, so here we're going to bring that loading, set loading state, and I'm going to import the Axios, and I'm going to delete slow, which is going to delete the data from where API slash vehicles, and you have to supply the data.id, which in case it's going to delete the record. And once it has been done, and it's going to push the user to the manage vehicles page if the record has been successfully deleted, right? So save this changes. Okay, so right. All right, so I know that this data it successfully works, and let me check it out. Let me create some dummy record. Let me choose a dummy record. I'm just choosing some dummy record in order to make sure whether it is working or not. All right, so now all this data it's been uploaded. Yep, now if I click create, it has been created, and here it is. And now if I click delete, yep, it is saying that deleted successfully, right? Which in case the data has been deleted and the data table is also successfully updated. Perfect. And next what I have to do is we have to fix this view. If I check this view and I can't see this district option, so we need to fix this. And I can't see this report as well as, see, we can't see the report. And but here if I open it, I should be able to see the report and the district as well as. So we need to bring that, we need to fix that now. All right, so the reason why the district it is not being displayed is because in our code over here, if you check it out, we are fetching the districts, but we are not updating the states for the district. We failed to do that. So here I need to say set district options and display the districts which we fetched. So now if I save these changes, and there I should able to see the district which I which is coming from the data itself, from the database. So the report is not working as it's supposed to be, and I need to figure it out why it is not working as it's supposed to be. So this is the place where we are updating the report. If it does have the initial data, we are spreading out the entire thing and we are fetching the report. Otherwise we are keeping it as the low mileage field, right? So, and even the report is not displaying the data based on that. So I'm wondering, so let me scroll all the way to the bottom and let me get back to the report field. This is the place where we are coming from, the report field. So items, it's going to be report options, select a report, selected value, it's going to be field.value. Okay, so everything is fine. All right, so let's do some console log because I couldn't figure it out why it is not displaying. So let's do some console log over here. Report, which in case it's going to be initial data dot report. Let's get back over here to the inspect elements console. Okay, so this error is also there. It is showing that report has no accidents. So I think there is a problem with our combo box then. So which, if it is not displaying the data as we expected, then in the sense the problem might be inside our where it is, yep, in our combo box. Problem should be in our combo box. See, the selected value field is empty. So we need to fix that issue. what we have to do. See here, this one. By default, we are setting the selected values, right? So by default, setting the value as an empty string. So here we need to supply the value as the selected value. Yep. And now see, there we go. I should be able to see no accidents, and I should be able to see sports bikes and everything. Cool. So now we fix that issue. Oof. So that's quite hard, right? So we finished the copy ID, view and delete actions, and the rest of the things which is going to be the same stuffs which we are about to do for the pending, approve and rejects. And that is what we are going to do next. Update the status based on that. Alright then, so now what we are going to do is basically we are going to update this pending, approve and reject status. So in order to do that, all I have to do is to close. Okay, so let me get back over here. So let me get into the app API, vehicles, and inside the vehicles. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new route to in order to update the status. So inside the vehicle ID, I'm going to create a new folder called status, right? And inside this status, I'm going to create one more file called route.ts. So this is the place where we are going to create a patch function in order to update that function. So let's say export const patch is equals to an asynchronous and arrow function. Okay, so basically this function is going to get two parameter. One is going to be the request and another one it is going to be the parameter, and make sure that this vehicle ID matches this vehicle ID, otherwise we will run into an issue, right? So inside here I'm gonna bring the try and catch, right? And in the catch statement, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna return a response. So let me bring that return response, which is going to be the next response from next server. Install it, import it, right? And inside the try block, now what we are going to do, we are going to fetch the authenticated ID. So let's get the authenticated ID, which is coming from auth Next.js server 1. Then I need to make sure if that is not, this user is not authenticated, we are not supposed to update the status. Neither the user ID, if that user ID is not equals to the admin ID, which is we mentioned in our environment variable, he is not supposed to authenticate it. Save it. Anyways, we hide this. If this is not, the authenticated user is not an admin, we are not going to display these options. But anyways, we need to make sure that on our API's actions as well as. Then we need to pass the body data. We're going to extract the status alone. Then we need to validate the status, right? So based on the allowed statuses. So this is optional. So this is not necessary, because apart from any other statuses which we are supposed to pending, approve, reject, if the user trying to do anything apart from it, we are not supposed to allow the user to do that. It's optional, but you can, that's for security concern. Now I need to fetch the vehicle data based on the vehicle ID. Okay, let's import the database, and based on the parameters vehicle ID, we need to get the vehicle data. Then if the vehicle is not there, we need to return that vehicle not found error, right? So we need to say vehicle doesn't found. Otherwise, we need to update the vehicle status. Just like this, we need to update the vehicle status, right? Await vehicle update, where ID is going to be the param.vehicle ID. Then update the data status, whatever the status that we are receiving through our body over here, right? Then right after here, I need to create a notification for the user, right, and the admin, so that the user, that's the admin approved the vehicle, and that needs to be notified for the user as well as. So let's create the notification for the user who created this vehicle. This is the way you can say your vehicle, this way make and model has been successfully updated, like rejected or whatever the status it is. We need to notify that user. And as the same way, this is for admin. If you desire to update the admin as well as, right, notify the admin if you desire. This is optional, right? And at the end, we just need to return the response. This response. All right. So now the API route is successfully created. And now all we have to do is to get back into our vehicle form. And this is the place where we are displaying the buttons, right? For those buttons where it is initial data, these are the buttons. See, These are the buttons that we are displaying for that actions, right? So for this button, now what I'm going to do is, so basically for this buttons, I'm going to create a function. So just right after this function over here, I'm going to create a function in order to update the status. Const update status is equals to asynchronous function, and this function is going to get a parameter which in case it's going to approve only these new status: pending, approved, and rejected, right? And inside here I'm gonna bring the try and catch, and if there is any error is happening, I'm gonna throw this error, right? And inside the try, once the try action is it's been, so I'm gonna say set loading button as true. Button needs to start the loading. And finally, inside the finally block, if either the error is happening or not happening, it doesn't matter. It should be finally, it should keep these values like this, right? So this is not supposed to be the boolean value. It need to set the value as the new status. Whatever the status that we are getting from the over here, it's need to update the status. So that is going to be the loading button. So based on the status string value only, the button is going to perform the loading options and everything, right? So here, this is the place where we are going to send the request. So await axios dot patch, open it, use the dynamic string literals and get the API slash vehicles. That is the one. And we need to move into the params dot id. So params dot vehicle id. Then right after here, I need to supply the status because that is the place where we have created this route. See, API, vehicles, vehicle ID, then you need to supply the status. That is what we did. Then right after here, I need to supply the data, which in case it is going to be the status itself. So status, because that is what we are fetching, right? What we are fetching. See, that is what we are fetching over here. See, the status. We are trying to extract the status from that data. So status, which in case it's going to be the new status. Whatever the status that we are getting, we need to send it into the patch method, right? So once this is successfully done, I'm going to say that status is successfully updated. Just like this. So save these changes. All right. Now I need to call this method. When I need to call this method, whenever I'm clicking the button over here, the first button. What is the first button? Which in case it is going to be the pending button. So whenever I'm clicking this button, okay, so this is the on click. So right after here, I'm going to call that updated status. On click, I'm going to call this updated status as a pending, and I need to disable this button whenever the loading button is equals to pending. And whenever the loading button is equal to pending, I'm going to display the loader animations, right? Then right after here, so this, for this, I'm going to bring the update status as approved. Make sure these two are same, right? Then the loading status, which in case it's going to be rejected, right? So make sure all these things are same. So save these changes. And in this case, I'm just going to keep this function. Let me check it out. Reject. It's see the loading, it's performing. And status, it's saying that it is successfully rejected. And if I get back to the vehicles, and I should be able to see the status as it's showing the rejected. And if I open it again, and if I click approve, now it is approved. And if I get back to the vehicles, and I should be able to see the status as it is approved successfully, right? And if you wish to keep the same options over here as well, as just like here, on the, see, just like here on the cell actions, if you wish to bring it on that way also, you just need to upgrade the cell actions over here, right? If you wish to do that, you can add the cell action, drop down menu actions and all those things. But in this case, I think that is not necessary, right? It's because anyways, only the admin is going to update it. So why not keep it in that view itself? I can open it and I can verify the data, then I can approve it. I think that sounds more reasonable than compared to keeping it in that openly outside, right? So that is the thing I feel. And then one more thing, that we need to bring the delete option here inside as well as, right? So what I need to do is, in the cell action we did the same on click whenever we did this delete actions as well as, right? So I'm gonna copy this on delete function, then I'm gonna get back inside over here. So right after here I'm gonna bring the delete action, right? In this case what I'm going to do, I'm gonna delete the data from where params dot vehicle id, and we don't have this state, and I don't have this state as well as, let me delete this state. And where is that button, the trash button? For this I'm gonna call on click on delete. That's it. So anyways, we know that this data is working, this API is working, so I don't want to check again whether it is working or not. I know that it is working. So let's get into the vehicles now, and here I can able to see the admin vehicles, and I can able to see the different statuses. Now I can't see the notifications, and that is what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we are going to do is, so we are going to display the notifications something like this in the read and unread way. So where the user can able to mark all the notifications as a readed one, and as the same way the user can delete all the notifications instantly, right? Like this. So this is what now we are going to create. So let's go ahead and create that. So now I'm going to close all these things, close all, perfect. And let me, okay, so let's open the notification actions. So this is the place where we are displaying the bell icon. So in order to get this, so first we need to fetch all the notifications, right? So let's go ahead and fetch all the notifications. So over here, let's say get notifications by user id.ts, open it, perfect. And I'm gonna export const get notification by user id. It's a function, and let's make sure this function is going to be an asynchronous function, and inside this function I'm going to get that user id, which in case it's going to be the string itself, right? And it is going to return a promise, which in case it is going to return a promise of notification where which includes the notification, the user details, vehicle details, and all those informations, right? So get the notification from there, and in this case I don't need the blog, right? In this case we need to import the user and get the vehicle, oops, get the vehicle from @prisma client, and inside here I'm gonna bring the try and catch, right? So this is the place where we are going to get those informations over here. If there is any error, this is the place, this is what we are going to do, error on fetching notifications by user with the id along with the whatever the error is. Then I'm gonna fetch the informations from by the user id. So const notifications is equals to await db, get the db, then notifications dot find many, open it, open the object. Then inside here var user id, which is going to be the user id itself. Then include, what are the things that we need to include? We need to include the user informations, true. Then we need to include the vehicle informations, true. Then we need to include the blog information, sorry, blog is not necessary for the time being, later we can upgrade it. Then all we have to do is to order by, open it, we're gonna order it by created at on the disk, descending order. All right, so at the end all I'm going to say return if the notifications dot length is greater than 0. In that case return notifications or as empty array, right? So this is what that we are going to return, and we are getting an error. Okay, so I forgot to close the promise. Yep, that's the issue. So save it. So here this is supposed to be greater than, yes it is. Yep, now we are done. Okay, So this function, it helps us to fetch the notification details. So now let's get back into our notification actions. So this is the place where we are going to load the informations, but we need to this is basically displayed on user where it is being displayed. I think I need to figure it out where it is being rendering now. So let's get in the header client, and yep, see, this is the place. I think we are getting in the header. In the header, we need to get the notification. So that's the place we need to get the notification, right? So what I have to do is, so basically, if the user IDs exist, I need to get the notification. So const notifications is equals to await get notifications by user ID imported, then supply the user ID to it. So that is going to give you the complete notifications informations. And I'm just going to make sure console.log notifications, save it, and let me check it out. There we go. So we are getting the complete array of informations of that notifications. Cool. So which in case it's working perfectly as we expected. Save it, and let's supply the notifications over here, and we are getting an error. Let's jump into the header client. Okay, so here in the header client, we need to fix that header client. It's because we are expecting the notifications of array, right? So we need to bring that type over here, notifications. So save it, and over here I need to supply the notifications. So we need to fix that issue. All right, so we have to change it the same thing on our toggle container as well. So let's bring the notifications. Okay, so I think there is a problem when we are importing this. See, when we are choosing notification, this needs to come from @Prisma client. Make sure that is coming from @Prisma client. Now we don't get any issues on the header, and we are getting the issues from the toggle container as well, because make sure that is being coming from notifications coming from @Prisma client. That's the thing. So save it, and now we are getting we're not getting any error at any point. So now we are getting the notifications from the header passed to header client, then it's passed to toggle container, right? So we can use that notifications here inside the toggle container. So here, so inside the toggle notification actions, now we need to send that. So that is what we are going to do now. So what I'm going to do is, so right after here, oh no, here I'm going to say interface notification actions props, open it. I'm going to bring the notifications, then I'm going to bring the notifications which is coming from @Prisma client as an array. Then I'm going to destructure it, and I'm going to bring the notification actions props. Then I'm going to supply the notifications to here. So save it. Let me get back to the toggle container, and this is the place. Then I'm going to supply the notifications to the notifications itself. Save these changes. Now we don't not need of that. Now we have to get back inside here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, so I'm going to create so what we have to do is, so we need to here, so if you check it out over there, so we are bringing a drop down, right? When I'm clicking it, I'm gonna bring a pop-up over. So let's go ahead and bring that stuff now. So for that, we are basically, they are using the drop down menu, this one. See, just like this. When I click it, I need to bring it. So that is what we are going to do now. So in order to do that, you have to copy this, and let me install it, paste it, and install it. So we have to install that. Right, so now we successfully installed it. So let's go ahead and create that now. Okay, so now what we have to do is, since we successfully installed it, for the time being, I'm going to cut it from here. Then I'm gonna use this one, the drop down menu trigger and all these things. So let's go here, and I'm going to bring the drop down menu from /UI drop down menu, which in case it's going to be @components @/components add slash components from UI drop down menu, right? And here I'm going to bring the drop down menu trigger from add components UI, and inside here I'm going to paste it, the bell. All right, so right after here I'm going to bring the span tags, so where I can able to display the notification counts over there. So here I'm going to bring the span, which in case I need to figure it out how many unreaded notifications are there. So for instance, let me show you. If I click to the dashboard, right, and if I click the vehicles, so far for this user I don't have any vehicles, and let me put it on pending, and it can see now I do have one new notification over here, which in case it's an unreaded notification. Let me mark it as readed one. Now I don't see that count, and now if I change it to approve, and now I do have one new notification, which in case it's an unreaded notification and the readed notification. So we have to differentiate like this. So in order to do that, I need to figure it out how many unreaded notifications are there. So we have to do that. Okay, and at some point over here we might run into that hydrations issues as well, so we need to fix that one. So use state, bring the use state snippet is mounted, and by default it's going to be false. Then bring the use effect hook, open it, then array injections, and inside here set is mounted as what, true. Then right after here I'm gonna say if not is mounted, then in that situation I'm gonna return null. I'm not going to return anything. So save the changes. So this will help us to avoid the hydrations issue. Then I'm gonna use state, get the loading state, loading, and by default it is going to be false. Then I'm gonna get the router, which in case is equal to use router from next navigation. So make sure that is being imported from next navigation. So save these changes, and let's bring it to the top of it and bring it to the right after here. And this is also needs to be add slash components. All right, save these changes and let's break over here. Perfect. So next what I need to do is so let's separate the readed notifications and the unreaded notifications now. So right after this, let's keep it all the way to the bottom. So first what I need to do, so we need to separate the readed and the unreaded notifications. So here const unread notifications is equals to notifications dot filter, open it, dot filter, open it. Then I'm going to extract the notification out of it. If which it should be readed, it should not be. If it is readed means is read will be true. So I'm going to say not notification dot is read. If the user readed the notification, this value will be true. If it is true, the user readed the notification. If not, it is not readed yet. So I'm going to copy and duplicate this. This is going to be read notification, which in case a reader notification, and this is remove this not symbol. Save these changes. Now we have those both of the values. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a span tag, open it. And the span tag needs to be rendered only if the unreaded notifications dot length is greater than 0. In that situation, I need to render this. Unread notification is possibly undefined. So if that situation, what I need to do is unread notification and check this condition. Yes. Now here I'm going to bring the span tag. So let's say class name, which is going to be absolute, and it should be always on right 0, top 0, then rounded full, then BG, of course, it's going to be red 600, then text, of course, should be white, and width of course it should be 4, height also 4, and text which is going to be extremely small, and flex item center, justify center, right? Then inside of that span tag, let me bring the word wrap. So inside of the span tag, all I have to do is to unread notifications dot length. All right. So now if I save this, you should be able to see how many unread notifications I do have. See, you can see that it's saying the count as 11, right? So all I have to do is to bring the drop down content in order to display those the what is it those notifications. So right after this drop down trigger, and I'm gonna bring the drop down content from add components UI, right? And this content need to be aligned where it needs to get to be aligned. It need to be aligned at the end. Then side, of course, it is going to be bottom where I need to display that drop down at the bottom. Then side offset, how long, how much space it should have to 10. Then class name, which in case minimum width, I need to display, I need to show the minimum width as, let's like say 72 or something, or 64. I think this is okay, minimum width like this. Then maximum width, it's in case it's going to be XS, something like this. Then from the medium devices onwards, maximum width is going to be XL. Then maximum height, which in case it's going to be 96, not more than that, and overflow Y, it's going to be auto, right? Then inside here, I'm gonna bring the drop down label from add components UI, okay? And inside here, I'm gonna bring the notifications, and for the drop down label, I'm gonna say class name, flex item center, and justify it between. So save these changes, and now this is how it looks, right? Notifications, this is how it looks. Perfect. Then right after that label, I'm right inside here, this is the place where I need to bring these two buttons. So let's go ahead and bring those two buttons. So for that, I'm going to create a div class name, which in case flex and item center, and space x, it's going to be 4. And inside here, I'm going to say bring the tooltip button, which is coming from there, and it's a self-closing tag. And for this, I'm going to supply for the tooltip content, which is going to be mark all as read. Then I need to supply the icon, which is going to be check circle that icon. And for this class name, which is should be width 4 and height as well as 4. Then on click, whenever I'm clicking it, I'm gonna create a function called mark all as read. This is the function which we don't have yet. So let's go ahead and create that const mark all as read is the callback function. For the time being, let's keep it as an empty one. Then right after here, button variant, which is going to be the ghost. Then button class name, which is going to be text neutral, text NEUTRAL neutral -500, that's the color. And disable, when the button needs to be disabled, if there is no notification, or the notification dot length is equals to 0, this button needs to be disabled. If I save it, you can see that notification and this button is currently disabled. It's not disabled, it's because we have the notifications, right? So that's the reason we can able to see that tooltip. Now it is working, and I'm gonna bring one more, which in case it's going to be delete all notifications, and we're gonna have the trash 2 icon. Then this button is going to be ghost as well as, and this is going to be red. So and save these changes, and you should be able to see this icon, and I can make it 1. So I think that is more than enough. And instead of this, I'm going to keep the delete all notifications. So I'm going to create one more function, const delete all notifications as an callback empty function. That's it. So now we have finished that one. And next what I need to do is, so right after this drop down label, I'm going to bring the drop down separator from add components UI self-closing tag. Save it. All right then, so now we have the notification separator over here. You can't see it, but you will see it later. Okay, so next what I need to do is right after this separator, first I need to display the unread notification. Unread notifications. Oops, my spelling. DION. All right, so here let's get, so unread notifications and unread notifications dot length is greater than 0. In that situation, let's render it over here. So I'm gonna bring the react dot fragment. All right, so inside here I'm gonna bring the drop down menu label, which in case it's going to be unread. Then I'm going to say unread notifications dot map, open it, extract the notification out of it, then bring the render function, and inside here I'm going to bring the drop down menu item from add components UI item, close this and supply the key to it, which in case it's going to be the notification dot ID itself. Then inside here I'm gonna bring the span tag where I can display the message itself, notification dot message. Then right after here I'm gonna bring one more span tag where I can display the time and date of that specific notification when it's been created. So class name, which in case it's going to be text XS, which is extremely small, then text gray 500. All right, and inside here I'm going to open it, new date, use the date normal date function, open it, then supply the notification dot created at date into it. Then I'm going to convert it into local string, open it, then I'm going to use the en hyphen us English language, then open it and supply the date style, which is going to be the short date. Then I'm going to supply the time style, which is going to be the short time. All right, I think so this is more than enough now. And for this drop down menu item, I need to create a class name, which in case it's going to be cn a dynamic. Okay, so here I'm going to say bg gray 100. Okay, then I'm gonna say flex column and items start. All right, save this changes, and here we go. See, this is how it looks. Okay, so we are making some, this is not supposed to be look like this. Oops, no comma. Yep, there we go. See, this is how it looks. The unread notifications, all these are unread notifications, vehicle, Honda, CBR. Okay, so the date and the time when it has been created and the time. Okay, so now we have the unread, you can see the notifications. This will be triggered only if I click this. I can able to see this. Perfect. All right, and all I have to, right after here, this is the place where the unread notification is completed. Then we need to bring the read notification, read notifications, and this is going to be read it. open it. We can't see anything because there is nothing, right? So reader notifications, we don't need to keep the VG, so I'm going to keep it as a transparent one. Okay, transparent one. And text gray, everything is going to be, it is not too gray, this is supposed to be text gray. That is why it's looking weird. Yep, now we should be able to see some changes in the time. Perfect, that's looking perfectly fine. And yep, so far so good. Now all we have to do is to go ahead and create the route in order to mark everything as a read and delete everything. So let's go ahead and create that. So what we have to do is, so basically I'm gonna get into the API folder. Where it is, API app API. I'm going to create a new folder over here called notifications. Inside the notification, I'm going to create a new folder called read. I'm going to create a new folder one more time, and that is going to be delete. And inside this read, I'm going to say route.ts. So for the read route, what we have to do is I'm going to say export const patch equals to asynchronous callback function. All right, so inside here now I'm going to get the request, which in case it's going to be the request itself. Then I'm going to bring the try and catch. If there is any errors in the catch statement, of course I need to do the console log, then I need to return the next response as well as. So let's import the next response from the next server. And inside here now what I need to do is I need to bring the user ID. So fetch the user ID from the authenticated clerk user. Okay, get that, make sure he is authenticated. If not, return the response as unauthorized. Now we need to update all notifications for the authenticated user. So const updated notifications is equals to await db.notifications.update many. Use the update many function, and here you need to supply the where condition where the user ID is going to be user ID. Then is read, it's going to be false. Only the read thing needs to be false. So right after here, then I need to supply the data. Open it. Is read is equals to true. So we are fetching all the notification which the created by the user, and the read statement should be false, and fetch all the false so that you can make sure we are selecting only the unreaded notification. Then we are marking all the notifications into true, right? Which means we are making them into a true. Then all I have to do is to return that next response, which with the updated notifications with this updated notification. Okay, so save these changes. So this helps us to update that, and then let's jump into the delete route and create a new route over here. So what I'm going to do is, so basically over here, export const delete asynchronous and callback function, and inside here we are going to get the request itself. Then I'm gonna bring the try and catch, and inside this catch statement I'm gonna bring this next response statement that there is an error while deleting it, and I'm gonna get the user ID from the authenticated user ID from the clerk auth. Make sure, and right after here I'm gonna delete all the notifications, even if it is readed or not readed, it doesn't matter, delete everything. So await db.notifications.delete many, open it, where the user ID is equals to this authenticated user ID. Then all I have to do is to return new next response as the notifications deleted with the status as 200. Save this. Now it is done. Let's get back into the notification actions, and inside this functions, these functions, we need to do the respective thing, asynchronous function, and change this inside here, set loading as true, set loading as true, right? And then change it, and inside here I'm gonna bring the try and catch. If there is any error is happening, I'm gonna bring that toast message to display that error, bring the toast. And right after this finally block, I'm gonna bring the finally, and then I'm gonna say set loading as false, right? So if there is anything happening, so I'm gonna bring await axios, import the axios, and use the patch method. That is the what we are doing. So slash API slash, what is that, slash API slash notifications, make sure copy it, notifications slash then read. That's the notification that we are try to call read. That's the patch method that we are trying to call. Okay, and then what we have to do, we need to refresh the router, refresh. So router dot refresh. Okay, save it. So whenever I click this button needs to display the loading animations. So if you wish to bring that, you can bring that loading animations as well as, so that's the reason we do have this loading state over there. So let's check it out over here. If the user clicks this, see, now we can simply say the entire notification is changed into readed, right? So let's check that whether it is displaying the delete action as well as, let's mark delete all these actions as well as. So let's change this into an asynchronous, and I'm going to call this from here to here, notification, change this to delete, and yep, so this is going to delete that. Make sure that is successfully changed to delete. I think this is enough. And now if I click this, nothing is happening. I think there might be an issue. Yep, let's check that in the console. In the console, okay, so somewhere we are getting this error. I think we already fixed that mount issue, but still we are getting this warning. Where, from where we are getting this drop down menu? I think it's coming from the drop down menu, maybe because of this span tag. Nope, not because of that. Then where it has been coming from, let me make sure. It is coming from notification actions only. See, we are getting this error from the notification actions in the drop down menu only. It is coming from here only. From the drop down menu only we are getting that error. Drop down trigger is there, perfect. And it's a warning, because the reason why it's because if this kinds of warning will lead us to the hydration issues. That's the thing. We need to be careful. So that's, even though I just used this, still I'm getting this error. Okay, this is preventing from, for the time being. Let's check it out later. All right, so let me get back to the network, stop it, and if I click delete, something went wrong. Let me try one more time. What is that? Request preview headers. Method not. Oh, okay. So this is supposed to be delete method, right? So that's the reason. Yep. I was wondering why it is not working. Yep. So now if I click this, it is saying that, yep. Now you can see that we don't have any notifications here. So, which in case, if there is no notifications at all, in that situation, right after here, if the notifications, if not notifications and notifications dot, sorry, or the notifications dot length is equals to 0, in that situation I need to display the drop down menu item as no notifications. All right, so now we are getting the messages no notifications over there. Perfect. Okay, so yep, so now let's check it out with the new notifications. Let's see if I click the dashboard and if I get to the vehicles and if I update this one. So let me change this to pending state. So vehicle, see, now I should be able to see two messages. The reason is because your vehicle, the one for admin or another one for user. That's the reason, since this is the same user is the admin itself, so I'm getting two notifications. And let me change this to mark all as read. Now everything is read now, and if I click approve again, now I will get another two new notifications. See, unreaded and the readed notifications, which in case we successfully finish the notifications, which is working perfectly as it's supposed to be. Good, right? So we successfully finished the notifications, and let's move on to the next one. All right, then, since we successfully finished the push notifications, and next now all we have to do is to get back to the search screen, and that is what we are going to bring now. So I'm going to close all these things, close all, and I'm going to collapse all these things, get into the app routes, and here I'm going to create a new folder called search. That's the one, search, inside the routes, not in the dashboard, inside the routes itself, right? So here I'm going to bring a new file called page.tsx, which in case it's going to be sfc, and that is going to be search vehicles, search. And now if you click this, this is how it looks. Okay, so let's bring the interface for the search props, which is going to be like this. Interface search props for search params, make, model, price, from, price to, location, from year to year, report, all these things. These are the different filters that we are trying to filter our record. Let's restructure it over here, get the search props, and let's bring the search params in it. All right, so I'm gonna keep this function as an asynchronous component, and here I'm gonna say export, because I don't want to catch this page, because every time whenever you are making some changes, because when the user clicks this, and because it is going to update the record, right, like as a favorite one and all these things. So make sure that you don't add all these. So if you don't do that, it will going to cache the memory and you will not see the result instantly. So I'm going to say revalidate, export const revalidate is equals to 0. So this will allows the instruct the page to not cache in the memory. Okay, so next what I need to do is, so right after this here, basically what are the things that we need to do? First, we need the data in order to display the information. So we need to fetch the approved vehicles. So fetch the approved vehicles, right? That's the thing. Then I need to display fetch the categories, fetch the categories. These are the things that I need to do. So in order to get the approved vehicles with the matching search params, whatever the values that I'm supplying, that it needs to basically, so if I'm supplying the price range from something like this, 1 lakhs to 2 lakhs or something. If I'm changing, whenever I'm making some changes over here, it's need to bring the details and along with the year as well as, see, dual sidebar, like this. We do have the dual slide bar over here, and when I change the manual or if I change it to automatic, it's need to fetch the details and it needs to display the informations according to that over here, right? Whatever the filter I'm applying, it is working. So based on the search params, I need to fetch all these details, right? So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is, so right after here, const vehicles is equals to await get approved vehicles, which in case it's going to destructure all the search params, whatever I do have. So I'm going to copy this, and inside the actions folder, I'm going to create a new file called get approved vehicles.ts, and inside here I'm going to say export const get approved vehicles. Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to use the exact same search param, whatever I used over here. I'm gonna use it. Okay, so copy this and I'm gonna paste it over here. Search params. These, I think few of the fields are missing, so I'm gonna supply the same thing over here as well as, right? Make, model, price, location, from year to year, report, transmissions, engine, state, district, category ID. All these fields are going to be in our over here, and of course this is not there, so it will throws an issue. And for this function, I didn't make any specific, so if I save it now, it will resolve it, but this type error will remains because inside this function we haven't given anything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the search params, which is going to be the type of the search params itself. Now that type error will be gone in your search page.tsx file, and this function is going to basically return a promise. Okay, and inside this promise we are going to supply the array of vehicles informations along with the categories and subcategories and all those things. So let's bring the vehicles, and along with this category, subcategory, then along with that owner, user, then favorites, then views, then notifications. All these informations needs to be included, right? So now inside here, now what I need to do is I need to extract all those values from the search params. So don't worry about this error, because basically this is not an error because it is expecting that promise. None of the promise have been returned from this function, so that's the issue, right? From the search params, so we are going to fetch that. So from the search params, we are going to extract all these fields one after another. Then right after here, I'm going to construct a query inside a try and catch. Now, if there is any issues are happening or during the catch, I'm going to return it as an empty. Okay. Otherwise, here now I'm going to construct the query const query equals to, and this query, it can be any data type, any string, any type, where open it. Status, the status field, it's need to be approved. Only the vehicle, the status approved, I need to display it, and it needs to include the category field. It's need to include the category field, which is going to be true. Then it's need to include the subcategory, which in case that is also needs to be true. And along with this, I need to bring the owner, favorites, notifications, and all the rest of the fields. All these things needs to be true. And I'm going to order by the record based on the created at field, which is going to be in the descending order, right? So this is going to be the query. Then right after here, next what I need to do is I'm going to filter the data by category wise. So if I do have the category, if I do have the category ID, then query.var category ID should be equals to the category ID, whatever I selected. Then if the we need to filter the data by make and model, which is case sensitive search. So in that situation, what I'm going to do is, so here, if a make or model, we're going to write var and condition and create an array. Inside that, we're going to check the make field. If I do have the make, open it, then make should contains the whatever the text which I have, right? And do the same for model. If I do have the model, open the and condition and check the model field. It should contain the model value whatever I supplied into it, right? And the filter value should be true. Only if it is true, then it is going to be apply these constraints into our queries. Okay, then we are going to apply the range filtering by price range, filtering by price range. In that situation, what I'm going to do is, if the price from or price to value, if the price from or price to value or any of this value, I'm going to make sure that is from coming from where, from the price field. Then I'm going to destructure whatever the conditions I do have. If I do have the price from, then I'm going to check that value should be greater than price from. If I do have the price to, and that value should be lesser than price to, right? These are the conditions. These are the operators that is coming from where, from the Mogodb, right? Save these changes. Then we need to filter the data by location. I'm gonna say filter the data by location. If I do have the location, we need to make sure that location contains that value in that location itself. Then I'm gonna filter the date by range, year range. So from year to year, if you have any of these values, I'm gonna check those values in the year. So I'm gonna destructure the spread out the conditions. If I do have the from year, make sure that the value is greater than from year or lesser than 2 year. So that's the thing. So this is how you need to write the conditions. So pause the video and write the conditions properly. So I'm going to filter the record by the same way, filter report wise, then transmissions, engines, state and district. Rest of the things are going to be exactly the same way what we did for the report. Just copy and change those names and everything. And finally, now I need to, using this query, I need to filter those vehicles. So vehicles is equals to await db dot vehicle dot find many, open it and supply the query in it. Then at last you need to return the vehicles. Save these changes, right? So this function needs to be an asynchronous function, and still we are getting this error on the vehicles. The reason is because this is just a type error. So what I can do is I can ignore that type error, ts ignore, so that error will be gone, right? Perfect. And let me get back over here. Now here all I have to do is to console.log vehicles, save it. I should be able to see the vehicles at the all the way at the bottom. See, I should be able to see the vehicles, Honda and all those things, right? So if I'm supplying the year, how it is. So here from year, for instance, if I need to search the value, for instance, let's say from year is equals to 2000, something like this. If I hit the enter, and still I should be able to see the array of records. One, yeah, I do see only one record over here which is approved, and think another one is not yet approved. Yep, this is still in pending. So let me open it and let me approve this one as well as. Perfect. And now if I get back to the vehicles back again, now here I should be able to see two different vehicles, 1 and 2. Yes, we are seeing the two different vehicles, which in case it's working as we expected, right? So right after here, I'm going to get the categories. So const categories is equals to get categories, and make sure await before save it. Yes. So now inside here, what I'm going to do is class name, which should be in the flex column, and space y, which in case 12, and margin top and bottom, which in case it's going to be 12. That's how it looks. Then inside here, I need to bring the custom breadcrumb, and which is should be the breadcrumb page. It's going to be the search itself. Okay, search. Then right after here, I'm gonna bring the search by title field, which is going to bring the container. So we don't have that, so let's go ahead and create that search by title container. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna say search by title. So for the time being, let's keep those things. So right after here, I'm gonna say underscore components, and inside here I'm gonna say search by title.tsx, convert this into a client side component, and RAFC, and let's say search by title. This is going to be search by title, not but. Yes, save it, and let's get back over here and let's import it. Search by title, and that should display the search by title. Then as the same way, I need to bring the filtering. This is the place I'm gonna bring the filters component, filters, and let's say filters component or something. So I'm gonna create a new component called filter component.tsx. Okay, so the filter component needs to be as well as a client side component. Use client, then RAFC filter component, save it, and let's import it over here. Save these changes. Then right after here, I need to display the main client data. So main client, which is going to render the data, and here I'm gonna say client.tsx, and this needs to be not here. Let's delete it. That's need to be in the client, in this global component client.tsx, and that client.tsx, it's going to be the use client itself, and then RAFC, which is going to be the main client. Save it, and let's bring it over here. Right, this is how it is going to looks like. Right, search by title, and search by title is nothing but the search by title and the search vehicles. This is the filtering sections, and this is the data section. All right, so first, what we have to do, we have to go ahead and display the data, something like this, and that is what we are going to do now. All right, then, so now what we have to do is, so let's jump into the main client and let's display the data. So first, what we have to do is we have to create the interface in order to bring the vehicles and everything. So let's create the interface. So here we go. This is the interface that we have to bring. So let us import all these things. Just like the same way, vehicles, I need to bring the category, then I need to bring the subcategory, then I need to bring the user information, then notifications, then views, then favorite, all these things. Save it, right? And let's destructure it and supply these to main client props, which is going to be the data. Then over here, data is equals to vehicles. All right, perfectly fine. Right, so let's get into the client. Okay, so what I need to do is, so if there is no data, found, what I have to do, let's say if it is automatic, see, this is how I need to display that there is no data. Sorry, there is no data at all. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna say a new component over here, and that is going to say no data hyphen found.tsx. right, so let's keep it right here, and let me get back to the client. So for the time being, let me keep it as a use client or AFC, and let's say no data found. Save it. Let me get into the client, and here, if for the time being, the actual condition should be over here. If the data dot length is equals to 0, in that situation I need to return this specific component, no data found component. But in this case, I'm going to change this condition. If not equals to 0, I'm going to render it, so it's showing no data found. So let's get back over here and let's customize this no data found over here. So let me bring the interface for this interface, and let me destructure that over here, no data found props. And for this, I'm gonna destructure all those message and then action test, then on action clicked function, right? So we are going to considerably reusing this function for like the error. If there is any error is happening when you are rendering this page, we need to display the message like get back to the previous page, something like that. So that's the thing. So we're going to use the same component. All right, so now here what I'm going to do is, for this I'm going to say class name flex column, and item everything should be center, and justify everything should be in the center, and the flex of course it's need to grow completely, so flex grow. Then width of course it should be full, height of course it should be full, and padding of course it's going to be 6. And then inside, instead of this no data found, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a div which is going to be class name margin bottom 4, and inside here I'm going to bring the front icon, this sad icon from Lucid React. Then I'm going to say class width 16 and height 16, and then text gray 700, right? And then right after here I'm gonna bring an h2 tag where I can display the class name margin bottom, it's going to be 2, text of course it's going to be Excel, and font of course it's going to be bold, and text gray which is going to be the 700. And inside here I'm going to display the message itself, right? Then I'm going to bring a paragraph tag, and I'm going to say sorry, we can't use this this symbol. So what is that? The apostrophe. So what we can do is ampersand apos semicolon and T. So by this way you can see that apostrophe symbol is there. Then find any data for your request, save it. Then for this, let's adjust it, class name which is going to be text gray 500, save it. And yep, all these things needs to be outside this division. Yep, now everything is in the center. Yes. So right after here I'm going to say on action click, if it is say so, if it is does, then I'm going to bring a button from .ui button, and I'm going to bring the action text, save it. Then for this class name I'm going to say padding px4, py2, margin top 6, text of course sm, and font medium, and text which is going to be white, and bg purple 600, and then rounded medium, and on hover bg purple 700. Save these changes. And whenever I'm on clicking this function on click, I'm gonna say on action click. So by this way we can use the same function even if the page, if that 404 or page or wherever it is, we can use the same data. Now let's get back into our no data client file and change this condition into equals to. So I should be able to see the main client now. Now I'm going to use the framer motion So let me install the framer motion for animating the layout kind of animation purpose. So let us bring it over here. I'm going to delete this, then I'm going to bring the animate presence. Okay, so let me import the animate presence, then import from framer motion. So let us bring the animate presence, then motion, all these things. All right, so let's bring the animate presence, and let's bring the motion dot div. Enter. Inside here I'm going to render the vehicle data. Along with this I'm going to use the layout animation. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a separate folder for animations. Let's create animations. So let's create a new file over here called index.ts, and I'm going to keep this animations fade in and fade out, initial state, animate state, exit state, and I'm going to spread out that fade in out animation over here. All right, so right after that, next what I'm going to do is this is going to be the main grid layout, grid, and then gap, of course it's going to be 6. Small devices onwards, grid column it's going to be 2, and from the large device onwards, grid column it's going to be 3. Save it. And inside here now we have to render it. So if I do have the data, then get the data map function, vehicle render function. Then here I'm going to bring the data pin, which is going to be a component where I can render this data. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new, which is going to be data pin.tsx, and it's going to be use client, then RAFC, which is going to be data pin. Save these changes, and I'm gonna import it over here, data pin. Then I'm gonna supply the key, which is going to be the vehicle dot id itself. Save these changes. Now you should be able to see the data pin and data pin. Let's get inside the data pin over here. Okay, and let's create the data pin props, which in case going to be like this. So you can copy the same props from here instead of just this array, remove that array and put it over here. Then I'm gonna copy these all import statements right after here. Then I'm gonna destructure it over here. I'm gonna bring the data pin props, and I'm gonna bring the vehicle, and here I'm gonna say vehicle, which is going to be the vehicle itself. Save these changes. All right, so and now all we have to do is to we have to design something over like this. So what I have to do is I'm gonna bring the necessary import the states and all those things. I'm gonna bring it over here. So let me import all those things. So const here is equals to you from the use auth. I'm gonna get the user id. Then I'm gonna bring the that high issue, the hydration issues. So use state is mounted. By default it is going to be false. Then use effect, open it, callback function, then array injection, and inside here set is mounted as what, true, and then if not is mounted, then return the value as null. All right, so right after here I'm gonna bring the favorite, whether it is a favorite or not. So use state snippet is favorite, and by default it should carries on the value for vehicle. If the vehicle dot favorites dot sum function, open it, I'm going to extract the data out of it. If the data dot user id, if it is equals to authenticated user id, then it is marked as already as a favorite, otherwise true or false. It's going to carry on the boolean value. Save it. Then right after here I'm going to get the loading state. Use state is loading. By default, it is going to be false. Then we need to get the router. Const router is equals to use router from at next navigation. Save it. Okay. So we need to have a function in order to const toggle favorite. So it's going to be a callback function. Let's keep it as it is, like that. Okay. Then all we have to do is to we have to have one more function just like this, and that is going to be handle handle navigation, something like that. Okay, so these are the functions are necessary for it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this. I need to import one more. Let's bring these two on the top of here, and right after here I'm going to bring import from framer motion. I'm going to bring the motion. Okay, all right then. So next what we have to do is, so we imported that motion from here. Then over here I'm gonna delete this, and I'm gonna bring the motion.div inside div. All right, so for this div as well as I'm going to use the layout, so that will help you whenever you're filtering, if multiple cards are going to disappear and again it's going to pop in again, so it will the framer motion will do the layout animations properly. The card will move smoothly here and there, so that's the purpose we are using the layout. And now inside here I'm going to bring the card, so I'm going to use this card. Okay, so this is the one. I'm gonna bring it. Let me load it over here. So here npm Shadcn latest add card. So let us add these things. All right, so here I'm gonna bring the card from the UI card. Okay, and for this card I'm gonna say class name overflow should be hidden. And cursor, of course, it need to be pointer. Okay, and whenever I'm on clicking it, on click, I'm going to bring the handle navigation. So first, inside this card, what are the things that we are going to display? So first we are going to display the image section. All right, so I'm going to bring the flexbox from /flexbox, and for this class name I'm going to use the relative position, then height 52, then I'm going to say overflow as the hidden, and inside here I'm going to bring the image from next/image, and inside here I'm going to bring the source, which in case it's going to be the vehicle dot cover image, and then I'm going to bring the alternative text, which is in case it's going to be vehicle dot name itself, vehicle dot make, then class name, which is going to be width, of course it should be full, height of course full, and object should be cover. Then I'm gonna use the full. Save it, and yep, there we go. So this is how it will looks. So when you're using a proper image, it will perfectly fit inside over here, right? So which means what I'm saying is you need to create an image in a proper format like this, right? So then the image will perfectly fit inside, not just like this. See, this image is perfectly fit because that is on the specified size, so that is why it is fixed, displayed properly over there. Then I'm gonna bring the title section. Then here I'm gonna bring the flexbox again, and inside here I'm gonna say class name padding px4 and justify between, and margin top it's going to be 2. Okay, then inside here again I'm gonna bring the flexbox, which in case it's going to have a gap as 2 itself, 2, enter. Then I'm gonna bring the card title in it inside this. So this is the place where I'm gonna bring the card title and make sure it has been imported properly. So now we should able to see the card title. Refresh it. That's that is quite confusing. Why I can't see the card title? Oh my goodness, this needs to be outside this flex box. And now I should able to, yes, here we go. See, I can able to see the card title now. Okay. Then right after this card title, I'm going to bring the flex box, and which is going to have a class name as a gap as 4. And inside here, I'm going to say vehicle dot favorites dot length. If the length is greater than 0, if the length is greater than 0, then I need to render this, where I can display the flex box. And let's say class name gap, of course it's going to be 1. Then I'm going to close the flex box, and inside this here I'm going to bring the heart filled icon. Okay, from here I'm going to say class name, which in case it's going to be w3 height 3 and text muted foreground. Okay, so only if the favorite, so basically it is going to display the favorites over here, just like the views, it's going to display the favorites counts over here. So I'm going to bring the class name, which in case it's going to be text sm and text muted foreground. And here I'm going to display the vehicle dot favorites dot length dot to local string of en-us, because if thousands of users are marking this as a favorite one, so it does need to use the comma separator properly. That's the reason, right? So now just like the same way, I'm gonna bring the I'm gonna copy this right after here. I'm gonna paste it wherever the term favorites I use. I'm gonna change this into views, and instead of heart filled icon, I'm gonna bring the eye icon from the Lucid React, right? So save this changes. Now you can't see anything, but we will see it later, right? So then what I have to do is, so right after here, after this section, this particular section, this is the place I'm gonna bring the button where I can mark it as a favorite, mark as favorite. Then I'm gonna say button dot slash UI button. So here class name variant, which is going to be ghost, then size, which is going to be icon, and then on click we are going to toggle the favorite, then disabled whenever it is loading. And inside here I'm gonna bring the favorite icon. So basically I'm going to bring the favorite icon, which we don't have created it yet. So what I'm going to do is, so right after here, which is const favor right icon, which is equals to, if it is favorite, then I'm going to use the heart filled icon, otherwise I'm going to use the heart icon. That's it. So now I can bring the favorite icon over here. Then I can say class name width, of course it is going to be 4, height 4. What I can do is cut this out, open it, cn function, bring it, supply it. Then right after here, if it is favorite, then I can change this to text into red 500. Then I can change this text into neutral 500. Save these changes. This is how it looks. All right, so now we have this button over here. So if you wish to keep this as a tooltip button as well, as that's up to you, then you can keep it as a tooltip button, but in this case I'm not willing to keep this as a tooltip button, right? So right after this button, we do have this flex box finishing where it is. So right after here, this is the place where we are going to bring the detail section, right? So here I'm going to bring the card description from dot slash int. So class name px, it's going to be 4 and minus margin top -1. And here I'm going to bring the flex box again. Inside I'm going to bring the paragraph tag, which is going to be the capitalize, right? Inside this paragraph tag, I'm going to bring the mileage of the vehicle. So we need to bring the mileage, petrol or manual, whatever it is. So I'm going to convert that mileage into a number of vehicle dot mileage, then convert it into two local string. Then I'm going to use this local string and I'm going to display the kilometers. So that is going to display the kilometers like this. So this is the reason we are converting into a two local string. Okay, perfect. So for this py also I need to add some padding, top and bottom. So now I have some padding over here for the code description. Perfect. Then right after this paragraph tag, I'm going to bring one more class name, which is going to be capitalize. Then I'm going to copy and paste it one more time. And inside here, I'm going to bring the vehicle.engine. And inside here, I'm going to bring the vehicle.transmission. Save these changes. All right. So now I need to have some gap between these things. Class name, gap, let's say 2. Okay, then along right after here I need to bring the dot icon. I'm gonna bring the dot icon here as well as. So now I able to see the dots in between. So if you do, let's adjust this gap now and let's see how it is looking. Okay, I think this is more than enough, I think so. Okay, so I don't want the gap anymore. Right, so right after this card description, this is the place where I need to bring the owner section. So I'm going to bring the card description one more time, close this, and let's say class name px, it's going to be 4, and minus t, it's going to be 1, and my, it's going to be 2. Okay, so right after here I'm gonna bring the flexbox and class name, justify it between, and items should be on the center. Here I'm going to bring the one more flex box, and that is going to be class name, gap, of course it's going to be 2, then text neutral 600, then items should be center, then maximum width, which in case it's going to be 75%, not more than that. Okay, and here I need to bring the avatar section. So what I can do is I can search for avatar and I can import this, install this, open it, paste it, do it. All right, so let's bring the avatar, that particular avatar section in it over here, and I'm going to import the avatar from ./UI avatar image, and basically we are using the GitHub image itself, which is provided by the Shadcn itself, and avatar fallback, which is going to fall back to the owner name, just like this. Okay, so save this changes and you should be able to see the owner informations now. See the owner detail. All right, perfect. Then right after the avatar, this is the place avatar has been ending. Over here I'm going to create a div class name, and I'm going to mark this as a truncate. Then inside here I'm going to bring a paragraph class name, which is going to be text sm, and then font semi bold, and inside this paragraph I'm going to bring the vehicle dot owner dot name, otherwise keep it as an empty. So now I should be able to see the owner name over there. Then right after this I'm going to create a div class name, flex item center, and gap 1, and text, which is going to be at 12 pixels like this. That's the size of that. Then I'm going to bring the map pin icon, close it. Then I'm going to say class name, which is going to be width 3 and height 3. Then right after here I'm going to bring a paragraph which is going to display the location, just like this, where I can able to display the location, district, state, and the postal code, just like this. So that's the reason we wrapped it into a truncated division. and this division is the maximum length of 75%, so that's the reason it's taking the 75%. It is not going to display beyond that. Okay, so then right after that, what I need to do is inside this flex box, this is the flex box, so right after here, division, yes, right after here, then I'm going to create one more division which is going to say class name flex item center, then text gray, which is going to be 900, enter, and here I'm going to display the Indian rupee icon, and I'm going to display a class name which is going to be width 4 and height 4. Then I'm going to display the paragraph over here, so save it. See, this is how the price will be displayed over here. So now we have the complete data pin, right? So all we have to do is to now make sure to work this toggling this favorite icon. It is working as it's supposed to be, right? And then we need to whenever I click the image, this entire card, wherever I'm clicking this, that needs to take the user to the specific page. Then in order to do that, I'm gonna get into that handle navigation link function. So I'm gonna get into over here. So this, I'm gonna say router dot push the user over to where dynamic string literal, get the search, then I'm gonna supply the vehicle dot id, so we can push the user to the specific page. Now when I click this, it is going to take the user to the specific page which we don't have yet, where we need to display the entire the UI of this entire, the very big screen, the very big. If I click this, it is going to take the user to that specific details page, right? See, this is one. This is the one that we have to create. So that is what we are going to create now. Perfect. And let's go ahead and do that now. And before that, we need to finish this toggle favorite. So that is what we need to do next. All right, then. So now let's go ahead and do that, the toggle navigations. So, sorry, the toggle favorite option. So what we have to do is, so we need to bring the vehicle ID favorites. So we need to bring the favorites. So what we have to do is jump into the app API, vehicles, vehicle ID, and here I'm going to create a new folder called favorites. Favorites, favorites. Inside here, I'm going to create a new file called route.ts. All right. So here I'm going to create okay. What we need to do is we're going to create a patch request. So export const patch, then asynchronous function, open it, and here inside here we need to get the request and as well as the make sure this vehicle ID, oops, let's paste it here, and please make sure this vehicle ID it matches this vehicle ID, right? So that is what we need to keep it properly. Then here I'm going to bring the try and catch, and inside this catch statement, if there is any error is happening, we need to do that. Return the next response as there is an error whenever we fail to toggle that. Then inside this try, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the authenticated user informations and fetch the vehicle ID from the parameter, from the params. So we fetch the vehicle ID from the params. From the params, we got the vehicle ID. Then first I need to check whether that vehicle is already marked as a favorite one. So let's import that one, save it, right? And even before it, what we need to do, we need to find that check the vehicle exists. In that situation, exists. In that case, const vehicle is equals to await db dot vehicle dot find unique where id is equals to vehicle id. In this case, if not vehicle, then I'm gonna return next response dot json at let's apply the message as no data found, and then along with this I need to send the status 404. This is the status. Otherwise we're gonna update that okay, we're gonna find it and we're gonna update it if the existing favorite, if the vehicle if it is already marked as a favorite. Otherwise, if existing favorite, if it is already marked as a favorite, if the db dot favorites, then delete it, open it, where id is equals to existing favorite dot id. So we're gonna delete it. Otherwise, open it, and here I need to return a response as it is marked as a removed one. Otherwise, here I need to create a new favorite. So await db dot favorite dot create, open it, data dot vehicle, data is going to be the vehicle id, supply the vehicle id, and as the same way supply the user id who created that, and then finally return that. Right after here, return the messages this. So basically what we are doing, we are authenticating the user, make sure he's authenticated, make sure we are getting the vehicle id from the parameters, and then make sure that vehicle is already exist. If it is not there, then we are returning the data not found, no data found as a 404. Otherwise, we are making sure whether that this particular vehicle, for this specific vehicle id and for this specific user id, whether he already marked it as a favorite or not. If it is already marked as a favorite, then we need to remove it. So we are deleting that particular id from the favorite. Otherwise, we are marking that as a favorite by creating a new record in the favorite table, right? This is what we are doing. So now the route is completely finished. Let's get into the toggle. Okay, so here this is going to be an asynchronous, and inside here I'm going to get the event. The reason is because we are clicking over here, click event, but it is when you click anywhere inside this card, it is going to take you to the next page. But when I click in this particular button, I need to stop that propagation because it is going to act as a button, right? So for this, I'm going to get the event, which is coming from react.mouse event, right? Then here I'm going to say event, or not event dot stop propagation, right? Then right after here, if I don't have the user id, if not user id, return the user, please log in to mark it as favorite, right? Then right after here, set loading as true. Then I'm gonna get the try and catch, which in case if there is any error is happening, I need to display a toast message. And finally, in the finally block, I'm gonna say set is loading as false, right? Inside the try, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna extract the response from where API slash vehicles slash vehicle ID, and then we need to get into the favorites, right? So we're gonna extract that. So over here, we need to jump into the API slash vehicles slash vehicle ID, then we need to jump into the favorites. So make sure that this folder name, which is exactly the same name as this, right? And import the Axios, and this is supposed to be the patch method, patch, right? Then right after here, if the response dot data dot action So we are sending the action. See, we are sending the action. If the response.data.action, if the action is equals to triple equals to added, let's make sure, copy this from here. If it is added, then in that situation, I'm going to say set is favorite to true. So I need to change the icon, right? True. Then I need to send the toast message as that you added the vehicle as a favorite one, right? Otherwise, I'm going to open the else block. Then I'm going to copy this. I'm going to change this into false. Then right after here, I'm going to say that message it is completely, that particular ID it's been removed. Then I'm just going to say router dot refresh, right? Save this change. And now if I click this, it is saying that, see, it has been added. And if I click this, it is saying that removed, vehicle removed from the favorites. If I click this now, it is going to added, vehicle added to favorites. And if I click this as well, as it is going to add it as a favorites one. And you should be able to see the like option. See how many person liked it. But if I click this, now it will not going to display it because we removed it, right? Perfect. So now that is what we wanted, right? Right, so we successfully built the data pin, and next what we have to do is we have to go ahead and let me come to this part later, and we have to fix this one, finish this one, search it by title. This is what we are going to do now. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right then, so now what we have to do is we have to jump into bring this search title, something like that. So what we are going to do is let's get into the search title, and I'm gonna extract the I'm gonna bring the states, whatever the necessary states I need to bring it over here. So first, I'm gonna bring the use state. Let me bring the search title. Then it is going to be a string, which is going to be the type of string itself. Then I'm going to bring the router instance, which is coming from use router next navigation. Save it. Then I'm going to bring the handle search click is equals to, this is a function which helps us to when I click the search button, it's going to push the make or model name, whatever in it, it is going to push it on the URL param over there, right? Then right after here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say flex box, bring it from there. Then I'm going to write some styles, which is going to be it's going to be a very big style. So instead of typing it, I'm going to bring it over here. So you guys pause the video and type it. So justify. So this is how it looks. And inside here, I'm going to bring one more flex box, which in case it's going to be having another big style over here, just like this, to bring that white text box over there. Then right in it over here, what I'm going to do is we are going to bring the search from Lucid React, which is case it's going to be text muted foreground. Then I'm going to bring the input from add components UI. Then I'm going to supply the placeholder, which is going to be search here. Then I'm going to say value, which is going to be search title. Then I'm going to say on change, extract the event. Then set search title event dot target dot value, right? Then I'm going to supply the class name, which in case height, of course, it's going to be 10. Then outline, which is going to be none. Then border, which is going to be none. And shadow, which is going to be none, right? Perfect. Then I am going to add one more button from add components UI, variant, which is going to be same. Then size, which is going to be the icon, and inside here I'm going to bring the search icon with the class name of width as 4, height as 4, just like that. Okay, so that is not looking good. So what we can do is, let me delete this, and on click I'm going to handle search click, then class name, margin right is going to be 2, then bg gray 900, then minimum height it's going to be 12, minimum width it's going to be 12. Then whenever I'm hovering it, bg gray should be 950, like this. So we can make it from 700 to 950, something like this. So that looks much better. All right, so let's handle this, handle search. So what we have to do is, so we need to import a query string. So let us adjust all these things. Let's bring to the top, and let me put it over the top. Okay, along with this I'm going to import the query string. So let us import the query string over here. All right, so because whenever the user clicks this, I need to get the current params first. So that is what we need to do first inside this. Whenever user clicks this, I need to access the current params using the query string. Then I need to add or update the title param in the search input. If the title is there, then update it, or else I need to add it. Then I need to clean the parameters if there is any null values or any empty values, all those things. And I need to construct a new query string. And by the time when you're constructing the new query string itself, you can skip the null value or empty string. Anyways, we have to do the cleaning process, because the reason is because we are pushing these values to the URL params, because instantly it will shows the as a 404 error, because that page will not exist, right? So that's the thing we need. Whenever we need to be very careful when we are working with this, right? So push the query string in this specific way. Now if I search for Honda and if I click it, we are getting the value, right? So the reason, so it's make sure I fail to add this mode as an insensitive by the time when we are creating this query. Make sure that add these values wherever the term we use the contains. Wherever the term we use the contains, we need to add all the occurrences mode as an insensitive, right? So make sure that you added all these things over there. Then only if, even if it is a case sensitive issue, it will work over here, right? So now we are getting the data, right? So next all I have to do is to bring this the entire filter section where I can able to clear the filters as well as in order to bring the records, right? So let us go ahead and create that filter sections, right? So that is what we are going to do next. All right then, so now what we have to do is we have to bring this filter contents, which is exactly that what we are going to do now. So let's go ahead and finish all those values. So let's first what we have to do is we have to create the that, what is that? Let's get into the filter component. So for this filter component, let's create the search props. So basically the props for all these filter components, it's going to be these exactly the same search params. Along with that, we need to supply the categories from the Prisma client. Okay, then we have to destructure those from this filter component props. Then I'm going to supply the search params along with the categories. Save it, and I need to supply the search params with the search params. Then I need to supply the categories with the categories. Save it. All right, so next what I have to do is I need to bring the necessary states, values and everything. So let's bring all those states, values one by one. First I need to bring the router, right? So I need the router, so make sure that is being imported over here from Next navigation. Then I need to bring the filters, one to show the filters. Okay, so the like this. So if I wish to display this is the one is for this, right? And then another one is for the hash filters. So if there is any new changes on the filters, then we need to keep track those filters, right? So hash filter change, that's another state that we have to create. Then we need to, what are the filters that we need to get in? Make, model, price, from, price to, for all these things we need to create a separate states. So I'm gonna bring that one by one. So pass it and type it one by one. This is for make, then this is for models, and this is for price range, set price range, which is going to be like this, type an array of number and a key and value. So search params, if it does have the price value, bring it, otherwise keep the initial value 75,000, and from price to maximum value, keep this value as a maximum value, something like this, right? Then do the same thing for the year. If it does have the number, the search param value, default value, keep it, otherwise keep the starting value as 2000 and keep the maximum value as the current year. Then I need to access the location. Let's get the location into it. Location. Then I need to get the engine transmissions. Then I need to get the engine report category and subcategories and all these things. Engine report category and all these things. Then at last we need to bring the state and district. State and district, and the selected state and district. This is the selected state, this is the district, and this is the selected district, right? All these necessary states. And then we need to bring the transmission options, engine options as well as in it, right? So pause the video and type all these things. All right, so next what I need to do is I need to format the category just exactly how we formatted in our create form. So I'm going to bring the formatted category in it in order to supply it for our combo box. Just this is the exact same thing what we did in our create form. You can copy it from there and you can put it over here. Then next what I need to do, I need to create a use effect where I can update the states and the selected districts. Let's get the use effect, and let's get this from our helpers. So first I need to get the selected state. According to the selected state, then I need to set the district options. So this is exactly what we did in our create form as well as, so you can copy this one also from there. Now all I have to do is to create a debones value. So let's go ahead and create a custom hooks in order to delay that values. So I'm going to say hooks. Then inside this hooks folder, I'm going to create a new hook called use debones.ts, and here I'm going to import from React. From the React, I'm going to get use effect, then use state, these two. Then I'm going to export the const use debones equals to a callback function, right? And this, it is expecting the value as this specific type, and it is going to return the value in this specific type. So what is the type that we are expecting in, which is going to be value, which is the type of t itself. Then number, by default it is going to be 300, right? Then here I'm going to bring the custom use state values, which is going to match that specific type in it, right? Then I'm going to bring the use effect hook, use effect hook, open it, and here we need to update the debones value, so here const handler is equals to set timeout, and I'm gonna fix the timeout as the delay value, whatever the delay. So this should be delay with the type of number, yes. So use that delay value over here. Then I'm gonna say the set debones value with that value, whatever we are getting in it. We need to wait for that certain delay and we need to update that value. Then I need to clean up. This is the place where we are going to clean up. Return get that function and then clear timeout and supply that handler. Then at last, where this use effect hook has been finishing, right after here, get that array injection, supply the value and the delay effect. Then at last I need to return the debones value. So now we will got the debones value. Then I need to debones, or I need to get all the debones values for the entire states. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it like this. You guys can just pause the video and type it entirely like this. Whatever the states we created, we need to supply it to the debones, then we need to get that debones value. That's it. You guys just type it exactly as it is, right? Then we need to create two functions in order to handle the filter change and in order to handle the clear filter change. So let's create two functions. Const handle filter change, a callback function, then copy and paste it. Then this function is going to be handle clear filter change. That's it. These are the functions that we need to create. Later we can worry about the actions, whatever we need to do it inside the functions, right? So then we need to figure it out, the state changes value and as well as the debug state changes value. So create a use effect hook, in order to keep track this state changes whenever there is a state change is happening. So we just need to set the hash filter change as a true. Then we need to keep tracking these states, whatever the default states which we created, we need to keep track. Any changes happen, we need to update the states. And as the same way I need to do for the debones value. Whenever there is a changes happening in our debones value, I need to call this handle filter change method, which we haven't done anything in it. So we need to do that, because what we are going to do, whenever there is a changes happening in it, we're gonna update the query param and it is going to filter the record. That's it, right? So you just have to pass it and then type it exactly as it is. And now let's go ahead and create the UI part over here. So class name flex column space y, it's going to be 4, and margin top and bottom it's going to 8. Close it, and inside here I'm gonna bring the heading section first. Heading, right? This is the place where we are going to bring the heading section. So div class name text exactly, it's going to be in the center. Then I'm gonna bring an h1 tag and a paragraph tag where it's going to display the text like search vehicle and find the best vehicle based on your preferences, right? Then right after this division, this is the place where we are going to bring the filter buttons. Okay, so let's create a div class name flex item center. Okay, and then space x, it's going to be 4, and overflow x, it's going to be auto. Then hide, we need to say scroll bar none. Then we need to say py top and bottom, it's going to be 2. So this is the place where we need to bring the vehicles. So let's say vehicle models, this is the models that we need to display. Map, then we need to get the vehicle model out of it, then render it. Then here I'm gonna bring a button from add components UI button for this variant. Okay, so if the selected vehicle model vehicle select, wait a second, I think I have missed one value, which is this specific state. Yes, that's the thing. I have missed one particular state. I missed that. So you guys go ahead and type that one, right? So then all we have to do is to here select vehicle model. If the selected vehicle model is equals to vehicle model dot label, in that case I'm going to keep it as a default one. Otherwise I'm going to keep it as the ghost one, right? Then for this class name over here, now for this class name I'm gonna bring the cn function, open it, right? Let's say white space, come on, white space, no wrap. Then px, it's going to be 4, py, it's going to be 2. And next what we need to do, the select vehicle model, if it is equals to vehicle model dot label, In that situation, BG is going to be gray out of 100 out of 80 percentage. Then border, then shadow medium, then shadow gray 100, then text gray 700, then whenever we are hovering it, BG gray 200. Then right after here, the hover, it's going to be BG none, just like this. Now inside this button, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring the vehicle model dot label, and on click, I'm going to say call a callback function, and here I'm going to say set selected vehicle model into vehicle model dot label, then set model is equals to vehicle model dot label. Save it. This is how it looks. Now if the user choose this Civic, and you can see it is being selected, right? But we are not being pushed it to the browser parameter, so that's the reason it is showing like this, right? Because the handle, this function is completely empty, right? This function is empty, so that will not do anything, right? But the time being, we finish this division. Next, what I need to do right after here, we need to bring the primary filters. This is a place where we are going to bring the primary filters. Class name, which is going to be grid columns 2, then on LG grid columns 6, then PY it's going to be 4, PUX it's going to be 4, and gap, which is going to be 8. Enter. And here we need to bring the make combo box. So what I need to do, I need to bring the combo box which we created, import it. Then here I need to supply the items, which is going to be vehicle makes, then selected value, which is going to be the make itself. Then I need to supply the placeholder, select a make. Then I need to supply on select. I'm gonna get the value. Then I'm gonna say set make with the value. Whatever I selected, get the value, then update the state. Save the changes. Now I should be able to see the make over here. Just like this, I'm gonna copy this, and then okay, so combo box, it's not necessary. So here I need to keep the state select. So I need to bring the select from add components UI select. Then for this on value change, I'm going to extract the value. Then I'm going to say set selected state, which is going to be with that value. Then I'm going to say value, which is going to be the selected state. Inside here, next what we need to do, this is the place where we need to render those contents and everything. So let's say select trigger, which is coming from add components UI, enter it. Inside here, I'm gonna say select value, add components UI as a self-closing tag. Then inside here, placeholder, I'm gonna simply say select as state. Then right after here, select content, add components UI. Then inside here, India states and districts dot map, open it. Then supply the state objects, get out of it, then render it. Inside here, I'm going to bring the select item from add components UI. Then for the key, I'm going to keep the state object dot state itself. Then the value, which is going to be state object dot state itself. Then inside here, I'm going to bring the state object dot state itself. Save it. Now we should be able to see a select where I can able to select the states, right? Then right after there, I'm going to bring this district. I'm going to copy this. Then this is going to be district. and I'm going to paste it over here. This time, instead of set selected state, I'm going to say set district selected district, and here selected district, oops, selected district, select district, and in here you just need to update this. First I need to find, so I'm going to use the find method, open it, then I'm going to get the state object, then state object dot state, it should be equals to the selected state. Then right after here I'm gonna get the districts, then I need to map through it, so that is going to have the district. I'm going to extract the district out of it, then I'm going to display the district, which is going to be the district itself. I'm going to extract the district. Okay, so we messed up somewhere. Dot, yes. Okay, so now we should be able to see only if the user select the, okay, so here we need to extract the district, then we need to supply the district because we are getting an object only, right? So we need to supply the district. That's the issue. District. See, what we are doing is, first we are trying to filter the record based on the selected state, and we are extracting the districts out of it. Then we are using the map functions to render it. Now if I choose the state, I should be able to see the district over here, right? Perfect. All right, so next, right after this, I'm gonna bring the combo box in order to render the formatted categories, just exactly the same way for what we did on the create form. So copy and paste it exactly as it is, right? So make sure the combo box is spelled properly. All right, so save it. Now I should be able to see the categories combo box over here. Perfect. Then right after here, I'm gonna bring the report combo box. So I'm gonna just duplicate this, I'm gonna paste it right after here, then I'm gonna supply the report options. Where it is? Okay, so I forgot to bring the report hash options also. Bring the report options. Now here if you search for report options, and here you can say select report. Don't worry about this report options array, which we used exactly the same thing in our create form only, right? Then all we have to do is to wait a minute. So here I need to supply the report, then on select, what I have to do is I'm going to extract the value, then I'm going to select set report is equals to the value, whatever the selected value is, I need to set it over there. Now I should be able to see the report as well as over here. Then I need to bring the another division over here. Let's say class name flex item center, and gap, of course it's going to be 2, and from medium devices onwards it's going to be justify evenly. Enter. And here I'm gonna bring a filter button, right? So button, and here I'm going to say filter icon from Lucid React, where the class name is going to be width to 4 and height to 4, and minimum width is going to be 4 and minimum height is going to be 4, right? And the button variant and all these things are going to be just exactly like this. Set show, whatever, if it is displaying, hide it. If it is not displaying, enable it, right? So this is how the button should looks like. All right. And then I need to bring the clear filter, which is going to be right after here, just like this, which in case it's going to handle the clear filter change. And I need to bring the eraser in it. Save it, and that is how it looks. Now if I click this, it is going to bring a component. If I click this, it is going to remove that component as well as, right? So what I'm going to do is, and right after these two divisions, I'm going to bring the additional filters, and that additional filters need to be displayed inside the animate presence. Then I need to bring the motion as well as, where it is, let's bring the motion as well as, and let's arrange all these things needs to be on the top. Okay, then the rest of the things needs to be arranged properly. Okay, fine, that's fine. Let's scroll all the way to the bottom, and inside here now, not show filter. If it is not that, then I need to display it, because by default I'm keeping it as a false, which means it should not be displayed. So if you wish to, so if it is false, I need to display it over here, right? So I'm doing the exact opposite reaction over here. So try to understand, right? If it is true, we don't want to display it. If it is false, we need to display it. That's what I'm saying. So here I'm going to create the motion.div, enter. Then for this, I'm going to bring as a specific styles class as a grid name, and I'm going to have the initial and exit state animations. The height, I'm going to adjust it to auto based on the content. Then I'm going to change the height into 0 based on that, because it looks like stretched out, something like that. Okay, then inside here, what we are going to do is we need to bring the dual range slider, which is exactly like this, right? So we need to create that dual range slider. So we will do that now. In that, let's say div class name column span, which is going to be 8, and on large divides column span, which is going to be 2. And inside here, I need to create a label from add components UI label. Okay, then I'm going to say price range, and inside for this price range, I'm going to say text gray 600. Okay, so now here I need to bring the dual range slider. So let's go ahead and create that. So I'm gonna keep that over here, dual range slider dot tsx, and use it as a client. Then RAFC dual range slider, save it, and let me import it over here. Save it. Now I should be able to see the dual range slider. So if I hide it, it will not display. If I enable it, it will be displayed just like this. Okay, so let's go ahead and install this slider. Okay, but this is a single slider, but we need to convert this into dual range. So let me show you how to do that. And I'm going to import this. All right, so now let's jump into the dual range slider over here. So let's go ahead and fix the hydration issues first. So I need to bring and fix the hydration, these issues, these exactly the same thing. Okay, so let's fix this, save it. Then right after here, I need to create the props, right? So for this, I'm gonna bring the props. What are the necessary props that is supplied for this, the dual range slider? So value, we need to supply in the key and the value pair, and on change, we need to update the key and value pair based, and the minimum value, maximum value, step value, and the price, whether it is price or year, because we do have two dual ranges, price and year. It needs to be reusable for both, right? Then I'm gonna destructure it over here. I'm gonna destructure it from dual range sliders. And inside here, I need to supply all those values props in it with some default values as well as. for value on change function, for minimum, what is the minimum value, what is the maximum value, and what is the step value, and what is the price value. If I don't supply any of these values, it's need to have some minimum values, right? So that's the thing, right? Then next what I have to do is I need to create a flex box. So here I need to create a flex box with the style class name, which is going to be flex column, and width, of course, it's going to be full, right? And inside here, next what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the slider root, right? So if you check it out here with their docs, so you can customize it with your own slider roots and everything, right? So first what we need to do is we need to get the slider root, slider. Okay, so make sure where that slider has been coming from, which need to come from at Radix UI slider. Then from there I can access the root. Enter. So make sure from where it has been accessing. So for the slider root, you need to supply some styles and everything. So that is the thing that we are going to bring. So here, these are the styles that you need to supply. Wait a minute. So slider needs to be imported, not like this. That's the reason we are getting that error. It's need to be imported in this way. We are going to import everything as slider. Then we are going to access these things. Now the error is gone. Okay. So now what I need to do is inside this slider root, next what are the thing? I need to bring the track and the range, right? So over here, we are going to bring the track, slider track. So let me bring the slider track over here, just like this. Now inside the slider track, you can bring the range, slider dot range. So just the styles are looking different. You just have to pass it and then bring the styles exactly as it is. Okay, so now if you check it out over here, now we have the slider range as exactly how we wanted it. Now, right after the track, I need to bring the two different thumbs. So let me bring the two different thumbs for you over here. See, thumb number 1 and thumb number 2, which is the starting thumb and which is the ending thumb. See, starting and ending thumb. The color combination itself, you can identify the difference. Then right after the slide root over here, I'm going to create a div, which is going to be a class name, flex column, then item, everything should be on the start, then width, of course, it should be full. Then right after here, I'm going to display a division where it is going to display the text like from and to. Save it, where you can see the from and to, which is exactly the same way how we did it. Then right after this division, this is the place where we are going to display the price and the value. Copy it. I'm going to bring it over here. So I'm going to install the Indian rupee. If the is prices field is exist, then I'm going to bring the price value. If it is not, then I will not going to display it. That's what I did it over here. If the prices exist, then I need to display the Indian rupee. Otherwise, I don't want to display the Indian rupee icon. Okay, so now let's get back to the filter components. That is the place where we have to supply the value for our price ranges over here. So let's supply the value for our price range. So this is how the dual range slide bar will looks like now, right? Then we need to display the same dual range slide bar for our year. So let me bring the same dual range slide bar right after here for the year now. So if you save it, this is how it looks, year range from how to how, right? Then I need to bring the transmission group, just exactly the radio button group, which we created for our create form. So I'm going to bring the exact same radio button group, how exactly what we did on our radio group imported from add components UI and radio group item imported from add components UI. Create a div which should occupy the column span of 4 and the large device column span of 2, and bring the label. And then we need to bring the radio group where the value is going to be the transmission. On value changes, we're going to bring the state value of that set transmission, then give the class name. then bring the transmission options which we created the array and map through it and display the radio group item just like this. Okay, just exactly what we did on our create form. Okay, nothing else. I'm just copying and pasting the content from exactly the same what we did already on our create form. Nothing which no alterations, nothing changed, just these values, engine options and the state values and the state name. That's it, nothing else changed, just exactly as it is from there, right? Cool. Now all these values are happening, it's clicking and it is working perfectly. Now all the things what we have to do, we have to update these filter changes whenever the function is being triggered over here, this function, right? So inside this function, if there is no filter changes happening, what I need to do, I need to keep it this function return simply, nothing, I don't want to do anything. Otherwise I need to construct the query param. So I'm going to construct the entire query param with those respective values, updated search params, destructure whatever the params which is already there, and I'm going to update the make value. If the debounce value is equals to 0, I'm going to keep it as an undefined. Otherwise I'm going to keep the debounced value itself. Just like the same way, I'm going to keep the model, price from, price to, location, year, transmissions, engine, report, state, district, as well as literally everything. Then I need to generate a new query. Then I need to push it to the query param, just exactly what we did for search by title, just like that. So we need to bring the query string. So let's go ahead and bring the query string. So let's scroll all the way to the top, and right after here I'm going to bring the query string and keep it on the top of it. All right, so now we have this issue is gone inside over here. Now whenever I choose the state, for instance, if I choose Maharashtra, I don't get the data over here. But if I choose Tamil Nadu, I will get the state. But if I choose the Madurai, both of them are same. Coimbatore, see, both of them are same. That's the reason we are not getting anything. If I choose Madurai, and if the price value literally from 3 lakhs to 5 lakhs to it, I don't get anything. If I choose 60,000 to like 1 lakh 65, still we have something. 1 lakh. Okay, so one less than 1,25,000. See, we are getting only one record, which in case it's working perfectly. Now when I click this, I need to clear this filter, and that is what we need to do. So in order to clear the filter, all I have to update the state values into literally an empty string values. So let's go ahead and update all those state values into empty, just like this, right? Then I need to same again update the query param and push it to the string, push it to the query param. Now if I click this, it is going to remove all the filters. So you might guys wondering that why I'm simply copying and pasting. It's just I'm not literally copying the logics, I'm just copying the state actions and everything. So you just have to pause it and then type it. The reason why is because it's already exceeding the time limit, so I need to compress this video within a 12 hours. That's the reason I'm just copying and pasting. So bear with it and just pause it and type the code, and then you should be able to work with the all these changes whatever we copied and pasted, right? All right, so we successfully finished the vehicles the filtering components. So the search page, the search by title, literally search by everything will works perfectly, right? And now the search options and clearing filters, everything is working as it's supposed, smoothly, it's working perfectly. And next what I have to do is to, when I click this, I need to display the search page, the vehicle by search page, and that is what we have to do next. Right then, so now what we have to do is to, since we successfully finished the filters and all these things, now all we have to do is to go ahead and create an vehicles page just like this, where we have the sticky container and where we have the information, the gallery view of the bikes or car, whatever it is, and the car view, so the overview of that specific vehicle. So this is supposed to be vehicle overview, right? So we need to display the related vehicles as well as whatever the related vehicles which comes under this specific category, we need to display it over here as well as. Currently there is no related vehicle, so that's the reason it's showing like this. All right, so next what I need to do is, let me get back over here and I'm going to close all these things, close all. Let me jump into the collapse it, apps, routes, search, Inside here, I'm going to create one more page called vehicle ID. Make sure vehicle vehicle ID. And inside here, I'm going to create a new file called page.tsx. All right, so let's create a page.tsx file, tsx, right? So let's keep it as sfc and let's say vehicle detail page. And let's create a div, vehicle detail, something like this. Now whenever we click this, that is going to take us into that vehicle detail page where we can access this vehicle details, right? So let's go ahead and let's access the ID which we are getting from there. I'm going to keep this as an asynchronous function, and inside here I'm going to access the params, and this params, it's going to be the type of params itself, which in case it's going to load the vehicle ID in it, and let's keep it as a string out of it. And here I'm going to bring the params.vehicles itself, params.vehicle ID, save it, and now we should be able to see the vehicle ID over here. Cool. Perfect. So now all we have to do is to just exactly the same way how we did validated for the vehicle ID over here. We need to validate the vehicle ID over here. So I'm going to copy this, copy it. Then I'm going to get back over here and I'm going to put it over here. So then this is supposed to be Prisma client, and let's get the vehicle by ID from there. All right, so this is going to help us to fetch the details, and let's do the console.log. Okay, instead of console.log, we can simply say over here, I'm going to say vehicle dot make something like this, save it. And there we go. So now we got our details over here, vehicle details, that's TVS over here. So that helps us to display the informations. All right, perfect. So next, what I need to do is and along with that, at the same way, I need to fetch the complete vehicles informations as well as. So if this vehicle is not there, what I need to do is if not vehicle, we need to return as no data found. This is the one that we need to return, right? If the vehicle is not exist, right? And then I need to fetch the complete vehicles information as well as. So const vehicles, because we need to display the related vehicles information as well as, right? So let's fetch the await get approved vehicles and send the empty object in it. So that is going to give you the approved vehicles list over here. So in this vehicles instance, then later we can just filter it out, just accept this ID matching on this specific category. We can display the rest of the informations, right? So now what I have to do is I'm just going to delete this div. I'm going to say class name and flex column. Okay, flex column space y, which is going to be 12 itself, and margin top and bottom 12. Enter. And in here I'm going to bring the custom breadcrumbs, which in case it's going to display the breadcrumbs items like vehicles and the vehicle model over here. See, just like this. And then breadcrumb page, just like this. So save changes, and now you should be able to see home, vehicles, and the brand name along with the model name. Okay, so we are getting that information. Next, what I need to do, I need to go ahead and bring this client data where I can see the gallery and the sticky info section. So let's go ahead and bring that now. So I'm going to create a page client, and in that page client I'm going to supply the data, which in case it's going to be the vehicle itself. Vehicle. So let me get into here, and let me create a new folder under this underscore components, and inside here I'm going to create client.tsx, and let's say use client, and here RAFC page client, save the changes. And this page client, it's going to receive the vehicle informations, right? So I'm gonna bring that props, which exactly what we did used for the everywhere, which we used. All these things are already be used inside the action functions. Wherever we use the vehicle information, we are using the exact same way, so you can copy it from there and then paste it over here. Then subcategory, then I need to bring the users, then I need to bring the favorite, then I need to bring the notifications, okay, and then I need to bring the view informations. All these informations needs to be added in order to get the relational informations. Then I'm gonna get the page client props, then I'm gonna extract the data from out of it. So save it, and I can import this over here. Okay, so yeah, this is exactly the same thing that we are using over here, but why we are getting the issue, that's the thing. What is the, so we are getting a type error over here. So wondering what is the type error over here. Let's get the vehicle by ID. This is the place where we are getting the data, right? Yeah, that's exactly the same, only I'm using here. Yeah, vehicle, and we are returning a null value. Either it should have a data or it should have a null value. Yes, that is what we are returning there. But why we are getting an error over here? Either this vehicle should have the vehicle informations. Let's try this. Let's put this informations over here as well as, and let's import all these things. Category, subcategory, view, user, favorite, and notification. I think I missed the notification over here. Nope, I didn't. Yep, now the issue is gone. Yep, it is exactly, it is expecting the same thing over here. All right, now the type error is gone, which is properly typed, properly mapped with all the specific types, right? So now all I have to do is to get into the page client, and let's get back over here, and we have to display all the necessary informations, which is nothing but the gallery and the info sections. So let me jump into the client page. This is the page where we are rendering it. So I'm going to say class name, and I'm going to keep it on the large devices onwards, grid, and large devices onwards. Grid column is going to be 3, and large devices onwards gap x is going to be 8. Okay, so inside this page clients, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring two different sections. One is going to for the gallery, and another one is for info section, info, right? These two sections. So for this gallery sections, what we are going to do, create class name. Since we break it into 3 columns, so this needs to access on the largest devices onwards. The column span should be 2, and space y it's going to be 8, right? This is the for the gallery section, and for the info section we can keep it as the column span as the 1, right? So inside here, what are the things I need to bring? First, I need to bring the gallery, then I need to bring the other informations. So if you check it out over here, so if you scroll over here, this is the sticky container where the user can't scroll, and if you scroll down over here, you can see we have the gallery, and then we can see the other informations as well as. right? So that is what need to be displayed over here. Right, so let's go ahead and display the gallery. So in order to work with the gallery, so you need to install the tabs. Oops, not Gatsby, tabs. This one, tabs. So let's go ahead and copy this, and then I'm going to install the tabs npm Shadcn latest add tabs. Right, so you can see how to use the tabs and tabs content and everything. So let's go ahead and start customizing over here. So I'm gonna bring the gallery. So gallery, which is going to be like this. Let me get back over here, and inside the components I'm going to create a new folder called gallery, and inside this gallery I'm going to create gallery.tsx. right? So here let's keep this as a client component, and RAFC, let's keep this as the gallery itself. Save these changes, and let me get back over here, and then I'm going to display the gallery informations. Let me get back over here, and I should be able to see the gallery now. Right, for the gallery, what are the things that I need to supply? I need to supply the images. So let's go ahead and create the props for gallery. So for the gallery, what are the props that we are going to use? This is the props images, which is going to be a string array, and let's destructure it over here, gallery props, and let me destructure the images into it. Now I need to supply the images from the page client, which is going to be the images itself, images, which is equals, if the data does have the images, then I need to convert them by parsing it from string to an object. So convert the stringify images into objects, otherwise supply an empty images array, right? Save it. Now we should be able to get the images inside the gallery, right? So inside the gallery now we have to create it something like this: tabs, tab list, and the tab content. This is what we have to do, but here they are displaying the tab contents at the bottom and keeping the tabs at the top. If you check it out over here, see, this is how it's displayed. But in our case scenario, we need to bring the content on the top and the tabs at the bottom, right? So I'm gonna delete this. Here I'm gonna bring the tabs from add components UI, enter it, right? And by default value I'm gonna display the very first images from the images. I'm going to display the first index, that is going to be the default value, and the class name, which is going to be width, of course full, and space y, it's going to be 12, right? Then the orientation of the tab, which is going to be the vertical orientation. Like if you wish to keep it on the left to right, then that's also fine, but in this case I'm going to keep the tab button at the bottom. If you wish to keep it over here, that's also fine, right? So then I'm going to render the images over here. So images dot map, then I'm going to get the rendering function, and inside the function parameter I'm going to supply the tab and as well as the index of that specific tab, right? Then I'm going to bring the tab content from add components UI. I need to supply the key, which is going to be the index, right? Then I need to supply the value, which is going to be the tab, which means the array, the image URL, and I need to convert it into a string. Okay, then I need to supply the class name, which is going to be, I just need a border. That's it, nothing else. I need bring the border, and inside here I need to bring the gallery content image, which in case it's going to display the image, and that is going to have a URL prop, which is going to be the tab itself. So let's go ahead and create that. Inside here I'm going to bring gallery content image.tsx. so make sure this is a use client component and RAFC. Then let's bring the gallery content image, and this is going to have an interface, which is going to be the gallery content image props, and that is going to have a URL prop, which is going to be a string itself. Then let's destructure it over here, gallery props image, which is going to be the URL. Save these changes, and let me get back over here and let me import it from here. Now I should be able to see the gallery content image, and let me jump into the gallery content. Okay, so inside the gallery content, this is the place where we have to bring a division. So class name, width, of course, it should have a full, and height, I'm going to fix the height as 480 pixels, not more than that. And it should be a perfect square, so aspect square. And in small devices onwards, rounded LG, and overflow, it should be hidden, and the relative position should be relative, right? Something like this. I think I can keep the rounded LG on everywhere. Okay, so then now what I need to do is inside here, I'm gonna bring the image from next image. Make sure that you add the relative position. Then I'm gonna supply the source, which is going to be the URL. Then I'm gonna supply the alternative text, which is going to be the URL itself, the alternative text. Then I'm going to supply the class name, which is going to be width full, height full. Then object should cover the entire stuff. Then it should fill properly. Then it should use the priority. So in order to load the image, it should use the priority, right? So for this image, as I told you, so if you're having a proper image, which you have predefined images like this, then it will display it properly, and it should have a proper background and everything. Otherwise, what I have to do, I have to use the content in order to display the entire image inside this, right? That's also fine. That's up to you. Whatever you wish, you can change it as you wish, right? Then what I need to do is, right after here, we need to bring the gallery tabs, right? So let's go ahead and bring the tabs. So right after this images section, so we need to bring the tab list. So let's bring the tab list from add components UI, enter. And for this tab list, I'm going to say class name, which in case it's going to be BG, of course, I'm going to keep it as a transparent, and width, of course, it's going to be full. And on the medium devices, I'm going to say space X, it's going to be 4. Okay. All right, so now inside this tab list, what we have to do, we have to bring all these images inside in it. So in that situation, so I'm gonna render it images dot tab, not tab map. Open it, open a callback rendering function, and inside here, now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna get the tab and its index, right? So for this, I'm gonna say tabs trigger, which is coming from add component UI. And inside this tabs, I'm going to bring my own gallery tab, which we don't have yet. Of course, we need to bring it, and that is going to be URL, and it's going to have the tab in it. Okay, so basically the gallery tab, which is going to be exactly the same way as the, what is that, this gallery content image section, but the width and the size is going to be different. So what we can do is, we can restructure this gallery content image. Like what we can do is, I can get over here and I can say is tab, which means it's a tab, and it is going to be a boolean, and this is an optional one, right? And I'm gonna get the is tab, and by default it is going to be false. By default it is going to be a false. So here I'm gonna cut it out. Let's destructure it and get the cn function, open it and paste it here, and let's cut this out. And at the end, what I'm going to do, add comma is tab, in the sense I need to display something, otherwise I need to bring this style. If it is a tab, the width, of course, it's going to be 24, and height, of course, it is going to be 24, something like this, right? So save this changes, and let's get back over here. Instead of gallery tab, I'm going to bring the gallery content image itself. And for the tab trigger, now what I need to do is, I need to supply for the gallery trigger, I need to supply the key, which is going to be the index. Then I need to supply the value, and which is going to be tab dot toString. I need to convert it into a string. Then I need to say class name, which is going to be a cn property. So let me save it, and this is how it looks, right? Um, hmm. Uh, uh, uh. So the reason is because it is not working properly because I forgot to send the tab value as true. Yep, now I should able to see the tab value. Okay, and I need to make some customizations when I'm hovering all these things, because if you see, check it out over here. If I click this, see these tab highlight sections needs to be somehow different, right? So for that, I'm gonna write some styles, which in case it is going to be, there is an active state. If you check it out, inspect elements, and it does have a state, data state, where it is. This is that division, and here see it's having the data state is equals to active, but this is how it's tracking the active information, so active styles and everything. So we are going to customize that by supplying the informations. What we have to do is here inside the class name over here. So this is, I think this is not necessary, we can directly write these styles. So let's get the data array, and here I'm going to say state if the state is equals to active. Okay, if it is say so, then I need to enable the border, bring the border. Okay, then what I need to do is I'm going to copy this and paste it, and the border should be gray 200. Then the shadow should be medium. Save the changes. Okay, now you should be able to see some changes in the shadows and as well as. All right, so the tab content, it is looking, if I use the object cover, see how it's looking, it is covering the entire UI, something like this, right? But I don't want to cover it, I just keep it as a contain one, so I can see the complete image inside here. Okay, I think this is the entire picture I do have, I think so, right? So right now the images are not looking good. It's because I don't have a proper image which I created like here, right? So you have to use a proper image when you're uploading it. All right, so now we successfully finished the gallery tab over here, and now all we have to do is to go ahead and bring the info section on the right hand side. So let's go ahead and bring the info section where it is. Let me create in the components, I'm going to create a new file called info.tsx, and here I'm going to make this as a use client and rafc, and that is going to be the info, right? Save it, and then let me get into, I don't need this gallery and gallery content images. Let me get back over here, and in the info I'm going to bring the info section, and that info section, it is going to have the exact same props just like this it did had. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to put it over here and change this and bring all these input statements. Let me put it right after here, and let me change this to info props data. Save it, and let me get the info and supply the data, which is going to be your data. So let's send the data object to the info. Now I do have the info section over there. Now here what I need to do is, so this might cause some, at some places we might wonder, so this might cause an hydration issue, so I need to fix that. So is mounted, by default I'm keeping as a false, and use effect, open it. So during the time of development at this specific pages, I do get the hydration issue. That's the reason I'm just setting this up. Set is mounted true, and I'm gonna, if not is if it is not, the client, if the server is not ready, if finished completely, the client should not get mounted, so it needs to return. null, right? So this will fix that issue in future in case if there is anything is happening, right? So then all I have to do is to create a division, which is going to be class name, and it should be a column span of 1 and space y, which is going to be 4. Save it. Still looks the same. Then inside here I'm going to bring the card from add components UI card, close it. And for this card class name, I don't need the shadow should be none. I don't need any shadow. Then rounded, it should be medium, and py it's going to be 3, and px it's going to be 4, and it should be sticky to the top 24. Save it. Then inside this card I'm going to bring the flex box from add components UI, and I'm going to say justify between. Then inside here I'm going to bring the card title from add components UI, and I'm going to bring the card title as the make and the model together, just like this, make and model together. Then right after here I'm going to create one more flex box. Then inside here I'm going to create if the data dot favorites, if you already added as a favorites, and the data dot favorites dot length, if it is greater than 0, in that situation only I need to render this, which is going to display your heart filled icon, just like the same way what we did for on the card when we are displaying the product, just like this. When we are displaying over here, see, just like this, that's just exactly the same thing, right? So let me bring it over here, and if I save it, and you should be able to see the heart icon over there. Then just like the same way I need to display the views as well as, so I'm going to bring the same thing and I'm going to put it over here, and I'm going to import the eye icon, and I'm going to add some gap for this flex box. So now currently the view is empty, so we haven't added any functionality for view API. So we need to do that by increasing a unique view for every time whenever this user views that specific product. We need to increase the view. I'll show you how to do that later. And we need to display the views as well as, see, just like this view. Okay, so then what I need to do is I need to jump into the detail section. So right after this flex box, I need to get into the detail section, where I can display the details information inside the code description from add components UI. And inside here I'm going to bring the flex box, and inside this flex box I'm going to bring the engine and the transmissions informations and all those things. Let's go ahead and bring that informations, and I'm going to bring the dot from Lucid React, import it. This is how it looks, right? Just like this. Then I need to bring the location, the address information. So I'm going to do the same thing, which is all these things are already added up in our card item, the data pin itself. We can just copy it from there. Then you can just import the packages it's necessary. Then you can display the informations. Perfect, right? So now we have the address sections, and right after this address sections, all we have to do is to bring this option, the budget, this UI. So basically that is nothing but the badge. If you search for badge, this is the one which we are using. So click this and install it, npm add badge, right? So what I'm going to do is, so right after this card description, I'm going to bring the flex box, and here I'm going to create a div class name, which in case height, of course, it is going to be 1 pixels of height, and flex, which is going to 1, and bg it's going to be neutral to 100, right? Then right after here I'm going to bring the badge from add components UI. Then here I'm going to bring the gem, which is coming from the Lucid React class name. Then width, of course, it's going to be 3, height, of course, it's going to be 3, margin right, it's going to be 2. Then I'm going to bring the text called budget, save it, and you should be able to see like this. And let me change this color to class name BG black. Yep, now it looks something like that, like this. Perfect. So then right after this flex box, next what I need to do is I'm going to create one more flex box where we can display this price and this EMI calculations and everything. right? So let's go ahead, create that. So inside here, I'm going to create a flex box, which is going to have a class name called justify between, and margin top, of course, it's going to be 6. Then inside here, I'm going to create one more flex box, and which is going to have a flex column, and items, everything should be on the starting point. And inside here, I'm going to create one more flex box, and which is going to have a class name as item should be in the center, and the gap should be 1. And I'm going to bring the Indian rupee from Lucid React, and which is going to have a class name as width of 4 and height as 4. Then right after here, I'm going to bring the price, which is going to be a paragraph field where I can display this, right? So save these changes. Now you should be able to see the price. Then right after this inner flex box over here, I'm going to display a paragraph tag where it is going to say a class name, which is going to be text muted foreground, and text should be extremely small. And for this, I'm just going to say fixed on road price. Okay, something like this, fixed on road price, right? So then right after this flex box, the second flex box, right after here, enter, I'm going to create one more flex box, and which is going to be a class name, and it's going to be flex column, and item should be on the starting point. And inside here, I'm going to create one more flex box, which in case it's going to be item center, and gap is going to be 1. Then right inside here, I'm going to bring the EMI calculations, right, which is going to be exactly the same thing, but I'm going to bring it over here, copy this and put it over here. Say, oops, wait a minute. Yep, just copy this and put it here, save it. Now it looks like that. But what we are going to do is, so basically the text color for this, it's going to be text purple 700, and for this as well as text purple 700. Save it. It looks like that. And right after here, this needs to be displayed in a proper way, right? So this is the place where we are converting everything into, this is the value, we are converting everything into that. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to bring wait, so let me cut all these things, cut it out, bring a dynamic string literals, open it and paste it. And instead of this price, before this price, I need to do some calculations, which is going to be a number, bring a number of, and open a bracket, and bring one more time number of, paste it. Then right after this number over here, /12, then I need right after here to fixed, we need to convert it into a decimal unit. Then we need to convert entirely all these data into a local string. Now if we save these changes, it will brings the EMI of this specific value for 12 months by default. And if you want to display much more EMI plans, you can bring those EMI plans and you can display it over here, right? So so this is the place where we are finishing that one. So right after that, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to bring one more flex box, and inside here, we're going to keep the gap as 2. I'm going to bring a paragraph tag where it is going to display this EMI plans, right? Then I need to bring a tooltip provider where I can display something like this. Okay, this is not supposed to be as a, what is that, a button, so we don't want to keep it as a button. Maybe in future, if you wish to keep it as a button, you can bring it and keep it as a button, but in this space, I'm just going to bring the tooltip provider just like this from add components. Make sure everything has been imported from add components. right? So now we have the info icon and you should be able to see the EMI for 12 months, something like this. So we have that. Then I need to bring the owner details. So right after that, so after all these flex box, I need to bring the card footer. Okay, inside the card footer, I'm going to say padding, which is going to be 0, and margin Y, which is going to be 3. And here I'm going to bring the flex box, which is going to be the class name, and flex should be in a column direction. Then item, everything should be the starting point, and gap, which is going to be 4, width is going to be full. And here I need to bring the owner section first. So I need to display the owner section just exactly the same way what we did on the same data pin itself. I'm going to bring the avatar image from the add components. Okay, then I'm going to bring the avatar callback from add components itself, right? Save these changes, so you should be able to see the profile informations. Then right after this specific flex box, I'm going to bring a button where the user can inquire about it. Buttons, add components, and here I'm just going to keep it as the inquire now. So actually in our real example, this is not supposed to be like this. This is supposed to be inside here. Yep, class name, which is going to be width full, and bg, it's going to be a black, like this. So actually in a real project, what we did is whenever you click this one, see, when the user clicks this inquire button, it is going to take the user to a chat screen where the user can communicate with the owner, so he can chat with him. But for this, in this series of video, we can't bring the chat screen because this will separately cost you 2 to 3 hours more. So we are planning to keep it as a separate content for this another video. So right now we just completed the inquire now button. So however, I'm just going to keep the BG transparent, right? So for that's the main motive for creating the chat screen. So you can see, you can directly chat with that user, and where along with the time when the message it's been delivered, so the user can contact him later through the chat, and they can share the contact number and they can communicate locally, right? This is the plan of the project, but right now we can't complete that one in this video itself, so we keep it as a separate one. All right, so far we completed the info section, and next we need to go ahead and I need to bring the other section, which is going to be this the overview of that vehicle. So that is what we are going to do next. All right, then, so now what we are going to do is we are going to bring the other info section just like this. So where we have to do it over here, right? So that is what we need to do. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here and change this to other info, which we don't have yet. So let's go ahead and create that. Inside this components, I'm going to create the other info.tsx, and here make sure this is a use client and or AFC, and keep this as other info. So, and this is also going to get the same props. Copy this and I'm going to bring it over here, and I'm going to make sure this as another info props. Bring the Prisma client right after here. Okay, and destructure the other info, and then I'm going to extract the data props. I'm going to extract the data out of it, save it, then I'm going to import this one, save it. So I should be able to see the other info over here, right? So let's get into the other info sections and let's bring it. And I need to fix if there is any hydration issues also happening, so I need to fix that. So I'm going to bring it over here. Import it. So this will fix the hydration issue. Then what I need to do is, so for this class name, which is going to be flex column, and space y, which is going to be 4, And inside this, instead of this, I'm going to create a paragraph tag where it is going to display a vehicle overview, which is going to display a vehicle overview. Okay, and this vehicle overview, it's going to look somehow with a specific style like this. Okay, like this. Then right after this vehicle overview, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the card. Right, I'm going to bring a card from where it has been imported at cards UI. So for this, I'm going to say class name px, which is going to be 4, and py, which is going to be 5, shadow which is going to be none, then border, we don't need the border, and rounded, which needs to be excel, then bg gradient, which is going to be 2 bottom right. Okay, bg gradient to bottom right from white to gray 100. Save it. So we can't see anything, but yeah, here we go. So next, let me enable the word wrap. So next, inside over here in this, I'm going to create a div which is going to have a class name as a grid columns as a 3, then gap, which is going to be 2. And inside here, so I'm going to bring the date, publish that, and the date, right? So that is what we are going to do. So if the if a data dot created at field is exist, then I'm going to bring the this info section. So basically we don't have this info section, so let's go ahead and create this info section. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get into here, create a new one, and I'm going to say info section dot tsx, and make sure this is as a client, and rafc, and which is going to be the info section itself. And I need to create an info section props interface, info section props, which is going to be a label that is must compulsory. Then I need to bring the value, it's an optional one, which is going to be string itself. Then I'm going to destructure it from info section props. What are the things that we needed? Label. Then I need to get the value, save it, and let me bring it over here. See, label and the value, that's the thing. So save it. So now you should see the info section. So inside this info section, so let me go ahead and customize this. So since we are going to, so the why in this particular page that we are wondering to there are possible way for getting the hydration issue is because of this paragraph tag. Inside the paragraph tag, we're going to have the span tag, and that is going to cause at some time it's going to cause a hydration issue. That's the reason we used this use effect thing. Okay, so inside here I'm going to bring the label, then I'm going to open a span tag, then I'm going to supply the value in it, save it. This is how it looks. So for the paragraph tag, I'm going to bring a very specific style like this: text to small, muted foreground, width full, and truncate. And for span tag, I'm going to have a very specific styles as well. As so for the span tag, this is how it's text neutral, font bold, block, width full, truncate, capitalize. The reason we are using block, it needs to come to the next line. That's the reason. This is how it looks. Then right after get into the other info section, just like the same way, we need to bring the info section for the registration when it is being registered. Right after here, bring it registration here. This is how it looks. Then right after here, just like the same way for registration, we need to bring for we need to bring the fuel type as well. As bring the fuel type, save it. Next, I'm going to create this division, something like this. I'm going to create a div. Right inside here again, I'm gonna have 3 different columns. What are the 3 different things that I need to display over here? See, kilometer driven, transmissions, and the report, all these things. So I'm gonna bring the kilometer driven, transmissions, and all those things. Just I have to duplicate the info sections, then I need to display these values, right? So I'm gonna bring the, see, just like this, right? And next, what I need to do is I need to have a separator. So right after this division, I need to bring the separator from add components UI separator, and class name which is going to be margin top and bottom, which is going to be 4. So you should have the separator over here, see, something like this. Then I'm gonna copy this division. Right after, this is the place where it is being ended, paste it and duplicate this, and I'm going to copy this separator one more time. Then I'm going to put it over here, right? So right after here, next what I need to do, I need to bring the insurance validity, insurance types, and RTO, all these informations. So let me get back over here, and I'm going to supply those informations just like this: insurance validity and the date and everything. All right, so right after this, I'm gonna bring the separator one more time. Then I'm gonna bring the info section of the vehicle location, just the vehicle location at the end, just the location, district, state, and the postal code, just like this vehicle location. So it looks like this, right? This is the other info sections. Maybe in future, if you wish to add much more information, you can just keep on add it right after this card, right? And let's get into the client, and inside the client, and this is the place where we are displaying all these informations for the entire section. And let me get into the page, and this is the place where we have to display the related table informations. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to filter the data. So here it's looking quite awkward because of the related vehicles. It's not showing us a no data found. If we do have the related tables, then we can related vehicle information, we'll display it. Otherwise, we don't want to display it. So here, what I'm going to do is const filtered, except this vehicles, I need to display the remaining vehicles dot filter, open it. So let's get the vehicle out of it, or let's keep it as an item. So get the item out of it. So the item dot id should not be equals to params dot vehicle id. Yep. And we need to write one more condition, and the item dot category id should be equals to the loaded vehicle dot category id, right? Something like this. Save it. Okay, so now we have the filtered data, and here if we have the filtered and the filtered dot length is greater than 0, if it is greater than 0, in that situation I need to render this react dot fragments, and inside this react dot, let me import this react at the top. Okay, and here now what I need to do is I need to bring the a paragraph tag where I can display the related vehicles. Okay, now I should be able to see the related vehicles. Then right after here, I need to bring the main client, just exactly it is coming from add components client. Then I need to supply the data, which is going to be the filtered itself. So that should display the remaining data. So the related vehicles, which should be the condition which we written for it. So the loaded vehicle ID and the parameter vehicle ID should not be same, because we don't want to display the same detail in the related. Then it should be matches the category ID, what category it's been loaded, it should matches that category ID. So the related table will be, related vehicles will be displayed over here. And you should see this the Honda, it's displaying properly, sticky, it's displaying properly, but the header menu, it's not coming up properly. So we need to fix the header menu. So what I need to do is let's jump into the header client, open it. So this is the place where I need to get the whether the page is scrolling or not. So what I need to do is right after here, I'm gonna bring the use state snippet, and let me say is scrolled, and I'm gonna keep it as false. And for this, import the use state. Then I'm gonna get the use effect hook, open it. I'm going to bring an array injection, and inside this I'm gonna figure it out whether the page is scrolled or not. So I'm gonna get const handle y scroll, y-axis scroll, open a callback function, and if the window dot scroll y, if the window dot scroll y is greater than 50, in that situation set is scrolled to true, else set is scrolled to false, right? Then right after here, I need to add this listener event, window dot add event listener called scroll. Whenever the scrolling is happening, I need to call that, and then I need to clean up this event, return a callback function which is going to remove window dot remove event listener, open it, the scroll, whenever the scroll is happening, remove that same event itself. So save these changes, right? So now what I need to do is I need to make some styles changes as well as over here. So for the header class name, open it, I'm going to supply the cn package, open it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to write these styles. It's going to be fixed by default. It is going to be fixed top 0, left 0, and width, of course, it's going to be full, z, which is going to be 50, and the transition, it's going to be all, and the duration, which is going to be 300, and ease in out. Right after here, I'm just going to say if it is scrolled, then I'm going to keep the bg as white and the shadow as lg. Otherwise, I'm going to keep the bg as transparent, right? Still it looks the same, right? But if I started scrolling, you should be able to see the changes now, right? This is how it looks. So this is what we needed. So now we fix the header issues, and let me get back to the vehicles where you can see all the filterings and everything. And if I open it, and I should be able to see, the only one thing that we have to do is to add the view and the contact UI. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, then, so now what we have to do is to every time whenever the user opens the specific page, we need to calculate the view. So in order to calculate the view, so now what we are going to do is, let's get into the page, and this is the page client, right? So every time whenever a user get into this page client, what we have to do is we need to handle the view. So here I'm going to create a new handler called view handler, which in case it is going to inside the handler, I'm going to create a new file called viewhandler.tsx, view handler, and which in case it's going to be a client side component, the RAFC view handler. If I save this and let me import this over here, and I should be able to see the view handler. Don't worry, the UI is now collapsed, but we can fix this. So what I have to do is wait a second. Yeah, so we need to create just exactly the same way what we did for in the auth handlers. We need to do the same stuff. So let's get into the view handler. So this is the place where we have to bring the details for fetching it and displaying the calculating the views and everything, right? All right, so let's go ahead and do that now. So what I'm going to do is so So we need to do that only if the user authenticated, right? So I need to make sure the user is authenticated properly. So in order to do that, I'm going to bring exactly the same thing what we did on our auth handler. So I'm going to bring all these informations. So import all these informations, get the user informations, user router, and use path name. Then I'm going to get all these things. Okay, let's keep it, and later we can remove the unwanted packages and everything, right? So I'm gonna get the use effect, open it. Oops. Then I'm gonna bring the array injection, and inside here, all right, so it is needs to here what I'm going to do is I'm gonna bring a function called const check user view data. That's a function, right? And this is going to be an asynchronous function. And inside here, if the user is not signed in, so this is needs to happen only if the user signed in and the user data is there, otherwise it should not happen. So I'm just going to say try and catch. Inside this catch statement, while doing this, anything is happening not properly, so I'm just going to, for the time being, I'm going to keep do that. And finally I'm going to get that set loading state as false, and inside here I'm just going to say set loading state as true, right? And I'm going to call this function store or check user vehicle data, called the function, and this needs to keep on happen whenever the user sign-in state is changed, or the user state is changed, or whenever the router state is changed. And I think I don't need the path name, so I can remove the path name, save it. All right, then what I need to do is whenever the user is loading, I need to bring the loading informations, right? So here, if it is loading, bring this loader animation state, otherwise return the value as null. I don't want to return anything, right? So now it will not happen, it will, the UI will be fixed. So this is the place inside this try, right after here, this is the place where we need to write the API to check the view, right? So now let's go ahead and write the APIs in order to like what is that, in order to check that view APIs. So let's get into our routes and go to the apps, go to the API, go to the vehicles, vehicle ID, and inside here I'm going to calculate the views. So I'm going to create a new folder over here called views, and inside here I'm going to create a new file called route.ts, right? Wait a minute. Okay, so now inside here, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function, like we need to just update, create a new view. So it is going to be a post method, export const post, which is going to be an asynchronous function. Open it, and this function is going to extract the request and the vehicle ID from the parameters. Make sure that is coming from the parameters, and inside here I'm going to bring the try and catch, and if there is any error is happening, I need to bring that specific error inside over here. So let's bring the next response from next server. All right, so so here what we need to do is, let us open the schema, and if you check the view, see, we having the unique property. So we are trying to calculate the user, right? We are trying to calculate the that for that specific vehicle ID, and for that specific user should be calculated only one time. So we need to increase the count only one time. So that's the thing that we are trying to do now. So inside this try block, okay, so here I need to make sure that the user is authenticated properly. Then I need to access the vehicle ID from the parameter, right? So let me import the get the authenticated informations, user ID, then get the vehicle ID. All right, so here I'm going to use the upsert in order to handle the checking, and if it is not there, I need to insert it. All right, so use the upsert, right? So await db dot view. So make sure this is coming from db. So dot view dot, use the upsert method, open it, open the object, where, open it, user id vehicle id. So since we are using the unique property over here, right, because of that this field it's automatically created. So the reason you able to use the vehicle id and the so user id underscore vehicle id, it's in the query, even though if doesn't explicitly appear in your schema, that is because of this specific unique attribute, right? So this at unique help creates a composite unique constraint, ensuring that the combination of the user ID and the vehicle ID is unique. That's the reason. Okay, so now inside here, I need to supply the user ID and I need to supply the vehicle ID. Both of the things needs to be supplied. Then right after here, if it is not there, then I need to create it, and I need to supply the user ID, then I need to supply the vehicle ID, both of the things. Then right after here I need to do update. In case if you wish to do any updates or specifications, here no update is needed if the user is already exist. I don't want to do anything else. If it is not there, only I need to do in create it, right? If this it is going to check for the user ID and vehicle ID. If it is not there, it is going to trigger the create method. If it is there, it will trigger the update method, but we are not going to do update anything, just leave it as an empty, right? Then at the end, what we are going to do, if there is anything like once the data is successfully enrolled, I'm just going to return the response as view view record successfully, right? Save these changes and this it. And now let's get into the view handler, and that's the page where we need to call that API, right? So inside here, now I need to call the API in order to do that. What I'm going to do right after here, I'm just going to say await axios, bring the axios dot post method, open it, bring the dynamic string literals slash API slash vehicles slash dollar params. So I need the params. Const params is equals to use params. So I need the params dot vehicle ID. From the params I need to get the vehicle ID, then I need to call the views, right? If it is say so, it is going to update that, right? Save this changes, and it is loading, and it is, I think it's increased or in the network. Let me bring it on the bottom. Now let me refresh this, loading it, and where it is, we are not getting any view. Yeah, here we go, we are getting the view, and it's getting the see, it is being calculated. Now it is showing the view count. Even if you are refreshing it, see, still the count is 1 because of the unique property, it is creating that. So now we successfully created the view handle view as well as, so we successfully finished that. So let's go ahead and create the contact UI, which we don't have, and that is what we are going to do next. All right then, so now let's go ahead and create the contact. So I'm gonna close all these things, close all, and let me collapse this app routes, and here I'm gonna create a new folder over here called contact, and here I'm gonna create a new file called page.tsx, and here sfc, let me change this to contact page, and div, let's say contact page, save it. This is how it looks, right? So let me, okay, so for this division, let's say class name flex column, and space wide it's going to be 12, margin top and bottom it's going to be 12, save it. And instead of this contact page, I'm gonna bring the contact client, which we don't have yet. So let's go ahead and create that inside here, underscore components dot tsx. Oops, and this is going to be a new file called client.tsx. Here use client, and let's say RAFC. Let's keep it as a contact client, save it, and let me bring the contact client over here. The reason why we are keeping as a server and client component, because later we need to do on the next part, we need to do the save the contact informations, right? So that is what we are going to do. So for the time being, I'm going to provide you the complete contact UI which we have, so you can copy and paste it from the gist file. So click of that gist file and you can see the contact client all the way to the bottom, and you can just copy and paste it directly into your client. Okay, you can just copy it entirely and you can paste it directly into our contact line. Just copy that entire code and then paste it just by replacing it over here, right? So you should be able to see the entire contact UI just like this. So later all we have to do is to write the code to create an API in order to save all these informations, and I need to access those informations into the dashboard, right? So if you check it out over here, so we successfully finished the home screen, and if you check the vehicles, you should be able to see all these informations where you can apply all the filters and everything. And we finished the contact UI, and in the dashboard section, if you check it out, the vehicle sections over here where I can see all the vehicles, right? And I can able to view the single vehicle over here, where I should be able to see view the single vehicle, and I can change the status, or I should delete it. I can delete the entire record, and I can change the images. Just all these images are being uploaded to the Firebase, right? And if I get back to the vehicles, I can able to copy its ID, or I can able to delete it directly from here, right? So all these things are successfully done. And if I open any specific vehicles, it is going to make sure that it is marked as a favorite, or it's calculating the unique view of that specific vehicle as well as, and it's showing the related vehicles information over here. So we successfully finished the part 1, and maybe in the part 2 we can integrate this the chat feature, right? Integrate this chat feature where the user can directly communicate with the owner, right? All right then, so now all we have to do is to push all these changes into our git. So I'm gonna say make sure the changes, which is say project part 1 completed something, and then commit it and pull or push to the origin, main origin, which in case it is going to push this to the entire data into that origin. And then I need to deploy this project, so let me get it the versos to my project folder. Okay, so I'm going to create a new add new project and choose your GitHub, and here we go. So it's showing Next.js full stack used vehicles Prisma. Just now it has been updated, so I'm going to import this, right? And I'm going to Next.js directory, it's been there, and environment variables, I need to add the environment variables, get into the env, and I'm going to copy this. Okay, so before jumping into and copying all these things, what we have to do is I need to make some changes in the package.json. I failed to add one more script in it, which is going to be the post install script, where the Prisma needs to generate it on the server, right? So that's the reason. Make sure the post install Prisma generate command it's added, and get into the changes. Let's give the changes post script updated and commit it, and get back over here, pull or push to choose the origin. So that is going to push the changes, right? And now let me get back over to the home and choose add new project, and it is being updated right now, just now, because of the changes which we created now, right? It is updated on the source, right? Then let me click import, and now all I have to do is to get back into the env and copy the entire thing, and I'm going to paste it in the environment variables straight away over here, right? No changes in that. All right, these are all the things, necessary things, and all I have to do is to click deploy. So this might take some time, so sit tight until it's successfully completed. All right then, so now in my case, the project is successfully deployed. So let me click continue to dashboard, and let me open this project on a live server. All right, so here we go. So now the project is successfully deployed, and if I click the vehicles, I should able to see the list of vehicles. All right, so here we go. See, we should able to see the list of vehicles as well as, okay, and if I choose this, it is asking us please log in to favorite your vehicles. Okay, so we need to log in, so user are forced to log in. Okay, so now I can click continue with Google, and let me choose my admin account because I'm the admin, right? So let me choose it and let me click continue. All right, so it has been, now the user has been authenticated, and he can able to see the notifications, and he can click back to the vehicles, get into the vehicles again. Yep, here we go. So I can able to filter the data, choose the, yep, see, it is working. And yep, it is working. It is taking some time and to get the data, and but it is working. And yep, now if I get into the contact, I should able to see the contact UI. And if I get into the dashboards, and it is loading. Yep, and let me get into the vehicles. I should able to see the vehicles which is created by the user. If I click the view, yep, it is working perfectly. So as we wanted it, so it is working perfectly. That's great, right? So we successfully finished the project, right? And the part one is successfully completed. So help me to reach minimum 1,000 views in a day, or 10K views within a week. So I will definitely drop the part two as soon as possible, because of the time shortage, the limitations in the YouTube. So we have to forceful to break it into two parts. Actually, we try to put it in a single part itself, but now we forced to put it into two different parts. So I will update the second part as soon as possible, where you can able to see the contacts and the overviews and the chat, where the user can chat with the different users, right? And that is what we are going to do in the next part. All right, I'll see you in the next video.